Seon's already itching to leave the hospital. Even tomorrow works, he tells them. He's not waiting around. His jaws tight, his eyes distant. I have to go, he mutters, immediately. Jeongmin won't let him push her away. She grips his hand and says it straight. Even if you were the one who killed my dad, I'd still come back to you eventually. Her words catch him off guard. I am tempted hearing that from you, he admits quietly. So, it's all right, everything. Jeongmin keeps telling herself it'll be fine. Seon, you don't need to hurry, she thinks. You're still not in good condition, she finishes. Nearby, Seon's mother tells his father to just let the doctors decide. Let's do as he says if that's what Seon wants. But honey, his father starts to protest. Jeongmin, waiting by the elevator, is told to hang back for now. Back home, Jeongmin finally sits alone in the quiet, letting herself breathe. Phew. Footsteps down the hallway, someone's checking up on her. You're coming back straight from school, right? I'll probably come home late today, Jeongmin starts, only to get cut off. Why are you being so disobedient lately? Her mother's had enough of the secrecy. You were like that at the hospital too, you still haven't fully recovered. Where do you keep going after school? You don't even listen to what I'm telling you. Jeongmin slips past her at the door, head down. I'm sorry, is all she offers. Her mother isn't buying the apology. You're always saying sorry, she says, rubbing her temple. I'm asking you what's going on with you these days. You suddenly got hurt, your shirt was covered in blood. I keep waiting for you without knowing anything. The worry in her voice is real. Jeongmin finally snaps back, walking away. Just what do you take me for? You're just 18 years old now, Jeongmin. Her mother murmurs behind her, the fight draining out of both of them. At school the next day, Jeongmin sits through class barely present. It's all right, she tells herself. Everything's gonna be all right, she repeats, staring blankly at her desk. She bites her nail, anxious, as long as Seon comes back to me. Back at the hospital, and Roman 4 stand waits beside Seon's bed. Then everything's gonna be all right. The thought lingers in the air. Seon stands by the window, phone in his bandaged hand, staring at something on the screen. It's a photo, him and Jeongmin together, smiling, caught in some ordinary happy moment. His father steps in. Are you ready, Seon? Seon answers flatly, yes. You've already said your goodbyes to friends, right? His father presses as they walk the hospital hallway. Yes, Seon says again. In a trash bin nearby, crumpled paper and a torn photograph sit, discarded pieces of a life he's already decided to leave behind. Elsewhere, Jeongmin walks alone down the street, small against the wide, empty road. Now that I think about it, she thinks, almost smiling, I think I am the happiest person in the world. Outside, Seon stands close with his father. The time I spent together with you, he starts, I was really happy. His expression shifts, something colder settling behind his eyes as the memory rewinds. Then the words land like a blow. Let's break up, he says. Jeongmin's face crumples, wind whipping her hair as the tears spill over. She screams, the sound tearing out of her before she can stop it. Later, Jeongmin stumbles down an empty hallway, gasping for breath, barely holding herself together. She looks up, and for one fragile second, something like hope flickers through the tears. A hand suddenly grabs hers. Seon, she breathes. But the hospital bed sits empty, sheets pulled tight. He's already gone. Jeongmin freezes in the doorway of room 1305, staring at the space where he used to be. Nearby, someone drops something dark and final into a trash can, another piece of him, thrown away. Jeongmin's fingers tighten around her phone as she stands outside his old room. On the screen, that same photo of the two of them together, smiling like nothing was ever wrong. Her eyes well up all over again, the picture blurring through fresh tears. She turns away, phone still glowing in her hand, swallowed by the dark hallway. Nothing's over yet, she tells herself through the wreckage of the day, so there's no reason to cry. Somewhere, a lone figure walks on. Flashback, Jeongmin collapses to the floor sobbing while Seon, still in his hospital gown, and a nurse look on, helpless. Her cries tear through the hallway, raw and unguarded. Somewhere, a phone screen glows in someone's hand, the moment hanging heavy. Later, under a burning orange sky, two figures stand together on a rooftop ledge. Seon stares out at the sunset from the car, jaw set. This is really the end, he thinks. His fist clenches in the dark, knuckles white. The car door bursts open, he's made his decision. The road stretches toward the bridge below. Even though I haven't lived long enough, he thinks, there's one thing I know for certain. The sky burns gold around him like the whole world's on fire, and for a moment, it feels like there's no turning back. In the first place, he thinks, I no longer have the will to continue living anyway. His eyes close, the weight of it all pressing down on him. He watches the sun sink over the bridge, silent. In the dark of the car, his seatbelt clicks already, quietly resigned. This is really the end, he tells himself again, like repeating it will make it easier. But the memories flood in anyway, him and Jiangmin, laughing, arguing, existing together in 100 small moments. Friends, streets, stolen glances, the whole messy, precious shape of a life he's about to erase. And her, closer than anyone, foreheads nearly touching, a memory soft enough to hurt. Something in his face hardens again, resolve, or maybe just fear dressed up as certainty. Father, Sian finally says from the back seat. His father glances back, can we go back to the hospital? Sian forces a laugh, haha, I'm sorry, even now he can't quite say the real reason out loud. Left my phone behind, he mutters, the flimsiest excuse he's got, but it'll do. Meanwhile, Jiangmin is still running, breath ragged, chasing something she can't quite name. Her hair whips in the wind, the sky behind her burning the same gold. She screams into the empty air, grief finally breaking loose. For a moment she just stands there, hollowed out. Then she sinks to the ground alone, surrounded by autumn trees, completely spent. Hyuk, she chokes out, then the sobs come harder. Yuea, ag. From above, she's just a small crumpled shape on the pavement, wailing his name, Sian. Her face is a wreck of tears against the burning sky. Then footsteps, someone gets out of a car nearby. Sian stands there in the sunset light, watching her from a distance. Why are you crying like that? He calls out. Why are you crying like it's the end of the world? Jiangmin can only manage one word, no. He turns his back on her. You should have been glad that I was gone, he says. You should be relieved. However, he trails off, unable to finish the thought. Jiangmin wipes her tears, waiting for him to say what he actually means. Looks like your phone wasn't the only thing you left behind, his father's voice echoes in his memory. Father, Sian had said in the car, his dad had simply told him, you should hold onto her. You might not know, but when you collapsed, his father continued, she looked sadder than me and your mom. Was it to the point of collapse out of dehydration? Honestly, it was funny at first. For a high school student like her, his father mused just how great could her love be to act like that. But look at her now, his father said, and Sian did. She genuinely cares for you, his father told him as Sian gently cups her tear-streaked face. Do you think it's easy to meet someone who loves you as much as she does? His father's parting shot lands, now that you're a fully grown man, you can't make a girl cry. Go and take care of her. Back in the present, Sian's footsteps close the distance between them. Jiangmin is still crumpled on the ground, crying Hyuk, HNNG. Her sobs won't stop, even as she senses someone's near. Sian's face softens, all that resolve finally cracking. Ah, Sian, she gasps, realizing it's really him. He grabs her hand, hair whipping around them both. Beak Sian, she cries out, half in shock, half in relief. He rests his head against her, is all he says. I'm here, he tells her softly. He pulls her into a tight embrace. How are you supposed to live without me? For the first time in a while, Jiangmin actually smiles. Sian admits it plainly, hair caught in the wind. What's the point of living if you're not by my side? Then he smiles, almost teasing, that won't do. They sit together against a brick wall under the autumn trees. Choi Youngmin, he says, using her full name, the only way I can live is if I'm with you. Are you the same? He asks, resting his forehead against hers. She nods against him, He laughs, holding her close, the sun finally breaking through. From above, Sian walks on down the road, changed, but no longer running from anything. Morning light spills across the room and Sian stirs awake with Jiangmin still curled against him. He just lies there watching her sleep, in absolutely no rush to move. He tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear. It's lovely, he thinks, and he's not just talking about the hair. Yeah, he's got it bad. By his own internal admission, she's insanely lovely. He hushes his own heartbeat, careful not to wake her up. Half asleep, she mumbles that she doesn't want to leave his arms, not even for a second. Then, quieter, she wonders what would have happened to her by now if he hadn't held on. He answers with a kiss instead of words. Somewhere in the haze he makes himself a quiet promise, let's just live well together with this girl. No punchline needed this time, just a long, comfortable silence between two people who finally get to be boring together. One small problem, he's been frozen in the exact same position for hours and his arm has officially clocked out. 4 hours to be precise, he's counting, his arm is dying and he refuses to move it. He grits his teeth through the pins and needles rather than risk waking her up. Finally free, he lets out a huge sigh of relief and shakes the feeling back into his fingers. Which is exactly when she yanks him right back down into a hug mid-escape. Are you awake? He asks, she just mumbles and burrows in closer. Where are you going? She asks, suddenly alert. Relax, he wasn't sneaking off, his arm just went numb. She goes quiet for a second, staring out the window, lost somewhere in her own head. He pulls her back into a hug like he still can't quite believe she's real. Xian smirks to himself, clearly cooking up some kind of mischief. Wait, she says, catching on a beat too late. Whatever he's doing, it's working. She's blushing hard and he knows it. He watches her settle against him, looking way too pleased with himself about it. She flashes a sly little smile right back, two can play this game. Caught in the act, now he's the one turning red. She grabs him right back, flipping the script in an instant. For a second he just goes still and lets her have this one. Then he bolts upright, flustered and very much awake now. You have no idea how much I was holding back when I was still in the hospital, he tells her. Turns out payback was always the plan. He pins her down and goes straight for her ticklish spot. She's cracking up, begging him to stop. The laughter softens into something quieter as the teasing turns into a kiss. She goes still for a moment, a little overwhelmed by how much she's feeling. They stay like that, foreheads together, in no hurry to move. And that is exactly when a phone starts buzzing. It's his mom, timing as always impeccable. Jiangmin pouts as he pulls away to actually answer it. He tells his mom he's with Jiangmin, casual as can be, like that's not still a loaded sentence in this particular family. It's getting late, so he offers to walk her home. Things with her parents are still a little awkward, but slowly they're getting there. At least these calls run longer than they used to. He promises his mom he'll drop Jiangmin off and head straight back. Time's ticking, time to actually get moving. You have to go home now, I'll walk you, he says. She tries the classic just a little longer routine. He pulls her up anyway, worried her mom will start to worry, and she immediately catches him slipping and calling her mom mother-in-law. We're getting married anyway, so she is my mother-in-law, he says, dead serious. Then starts pitching pet names for the two of them. He tries darling on for size. She tells him he sounds like somebody's grandpa. She says she'll just throw on some clothes and head out right behind him. He flashes her a grin on his way out, in absolutely no hurry. Can't we just leave together? She asks, catching him off guard. I'll wait for you, he says simply and clearly means it. He can't get over it. When did she start acting this cute? Not that he's complaining. She's letting her guard down around him lately, acting like the baby of the relationship for once. He wonders if he should be relieved. Truth is, she's always acted way older than she needed to. He'd honestly rather she just leaned on him now. The sky rolls on overhead as the day slips quietly toward night. That night a text lands, Xian, should we meet in our dreams tonight? I think it's still possible to share a dream, he tells her right before they say goodnight on the corner. Yup, she chirps, then hesitates. Xian. I'll come by your place this weekend, she says. He doesn't miss a beat, totally fine by him. Alone on the street, he lets out one long, satisfied sigh. She admits she doesn't want to go, pulling him into one more hug before they finally part. They linger a little longer on the corner, in no rush to actually separate. You have to come this weekend, okay, she calls after him, waving. He heads off into the night, clearly buzzing. Back home, someone asks if he got her home safe. Yeah, he says. He admits out loud that these days he actually feels bad leaving someone alone now that he's always off with Jiangmin. His roommate just shrugs it off with an easy okay. I'll handle it, the guy says, completely unbothered. They swing by the convenience store first, grabbing a stash of drinks for the walk home. Bags rustling, the two of them head out into the night together. His roommate reaches in and grabs a snack to go with the drinks. What you even buy? Sion asks, eyeing the loot. Give it here, that's too heavy for you, Sion says, snagging the bag off him. This is light enough now, Sion says, hauling it like it's nothing. Something about the moment jogs an old memory flashes of the two of them, years younger, caught in a warm glow. I see, his roommate says quietly, clearly following the same train of thought. When did you grow up so much? He asks Sion, genuinely a little stunned. Sion doesn't say much back, he just lets it sit. I'm really grateful, he says finally, that old memory still glowing warm behind him. For that day, he adds, whatever happened back then clearly still matters to him. His roommate goes quiet too, a little caught off guard himself. Don't make your mom worry about you anymore, the guy tells him. All right, Sion agrees. Want a drink too? Sion offers as they keep walking. He jumps to his feet, restless, scanning the empty space. Something or someone is missing. He calls out into the haze, Jeongmin, are you not here yet? A hand reaches toward him out of nowhere, footsteps closing in fast. And there she is, Jeongmin, hair loose, smiling right at him. You're here anyway, he breathes, relief flooding his face. She settles in close, and he tells her it's all right now that she's finally come. Foreheads nearly touching, the air between them goes electric. She climbs into his lap, fingers sliding through his hair like she's done it 100 times before. Dream Jeongmin is bolder than the one he knows awake, and she's clearly enjoying the effect she's having on him. His hand finds her shoulder, hesitant, like he still can't believe she's actually real. Every excuse to keep her close, and he's taking every single one. She's fully settled against him now, playful and unhurried, like this dream belongs to just the two of them. He looks up at her, speechless, and all he manages is a stunned huh. She leans in close and breathes his name. Skin against skin, her hair falling like a curtain around them, things are heating up fast. He's blushing so hard he can barely form words, sputtering out a string of question marks while she teasingly asks if he's really going to stop now. He tells himself it's just a dream, so it doesn't really count. She just smirks back, whatever happens here, nobody has to know. They lean in, and the dream fully commits to the fantasy. Heartbeats pound in his ears as she whispers his name once more. And then it slips out of him, I love you. The dream lingers there, wrapped up in each other, before everything softens at the edges. Then snap, Sion's eyes fly open for real, just a dream, just a very vivid dream. He lies frozen for a second, fully processing what his own subconscious just put him through. He bolts upright, dragging the blanket with him, and mutters one single word, damn. Sitting there clutching the sheets like they might rat him out, he clearly needs a minute. The scene cuts to the kitchen the next morning, sunlight pouring in, the calm before a deeply awkward breakfast. Sion wanders in and freezes. Both his parents are right there, sharing coffee like it's the most normal thing in the world. Internally, he's praying his dad clears out fast. What comes out is one mortified thought, not today. His mom clocks him first, surprised he's up so early. His dad practically jumps out of his seat. She spots the blanket in his arms and asks if he's off to wash it. Didn't she already clean those yesterday? Sion nearly short circuits. No, that's not it. Don't come closer, he blurts, physically shielding the evidence like his life depends on it. His mom just stares, baffled, reaching a hand toward him. What on earth is wrong with her son this morning? The gears turn behind her eyes and something like realization creeps across her face. Oh my. His dad, oblivious or just merciful, heads for the door. He'll be back early tonight. His mom sees him off with a simple okay, clearly filing the blanket incident away for later. On his way out, Dad can't resist one last jab. You've grown up now, I see. Sion's ears go bright red. Somewhere else in the apartment, his mom yelps at something, while Sion just stands there mortified in silence. Later, he texts Jeongmin, checking that she made it to school and slept all right. She fires back a fast yeah, fast enough that he teasingly asks what she's up to. Her answer, just the bathroom. He tells her to enjoy lunch. She says okay, simple and easy, exactly the kind of normal he's been chasing. Heading out himself, his mom reminds him to eat dinner before he goes anywhere. He waves her off. Can't tonight, he's got plans to meet Jeongmin. His parents trade a knowing look. Does he actually remember that girl now? Ah, well, yeah, he admits. They don't let up. What would he even do if they ever broke up, and when exactly is he introducing her to the family? He dodges with a week next time. His mom gets serious for a second. That apartment he's living in, the one his agency set him up with, does he even still want to stay there? He goes quiet, turning the question over. No, it's not like that, he finally says. In his head, he admits the truth. That apartment was never really about convenience, it was the distance he needed from a family that used to be broken. But now that things are actually fine with his parents, he figures it's time to move out anyway, and maybe it's time Jeongmin heard about it too. Still, some part of him wants to hang on to every bit of time with Jeongmin before that move actually happens. His mom offers to handle the paperwork with the agency herself, so he doesn't have to deal with it alone. He turns her down gently, this one he wants to handle himself. He promises to call if he ever needs the help, and something about that lands hard for her. Sion. One more thing before he goes, she wants him to bring Jeongmin over for dinner sometime. I will, he says. Cut to a burning orange sunset rolling out over the city. The school gates come into view as evening settles in. Sion's here to pick Jeongmin up. He's grinning before he even sees her, his heart doing something embarrassing. You're here, he calls out, spotting her. But Jeongmin's got a strange look on her face, and it throws him completely. Jeongmin, what's wrong? He asks, concern creeping in. She flushes, clearly holding something back. He starts to bring up whatever happened earlier, then thinks better of it. Maybe now isn't the time. Turns out she beats him to it anyway. Why didn't you show up in my dream last night? She asks, dead serious. He just about chokes, huh? She says she waited for him all day in there, and he never showed. The math starts doing itself in his head, and it is not adding up the way he'd like. If she wasn't in his dream last night, then who exactly was he with? He turns away so she can't see his face doing several things at once. She just huffs, unimpressed by his silence. Meanie. He stares at her, brain still trying to reconcile what he just heard. Panic sets in for real now. Wait, if that wasn't actually her, then what exactly did he just live through last night? His whole world tilts sideways for a second. What in the world did he actually see? He watches her walk on ahead, the question gnawing at him, was all of that really just a dream? Or worse, was that version of her just exactly what he secretly wants? He groans out loud at himself, mortified all over again. Was that truly just his own desire showing? Before he can spiral any further, he snaps out of it and shouts after her, Jeongmin. He breaks into a run, reaching for her, calling out to wait up. The shot lingers on them, tangled together on the couch, quiet and close, like neither one wants to be the first to move. In his head, Seon's holding onto the one good sign he's got. No matter how upset she looks, she hasn't run from him once. She's gone quiet, lost somewhere in her own thoughts, hair falling forward to hide her face. The two of them get up together, the moment shifting back into something like their normal routine. But there's something tight in her expression, like she's bracing herself to bring something up. Jeongmin, did you wait long yesterday? Seon asks, then catches himself when she snaps back, why didn't you show up? Actually, he starts, and just that one word is enough to make her go still. What? She asks. I don't know why, he admits, but when I accidentally hurt you before, I remember the wound being pretty deep. It seems my ability is slowly. He trails off. If I could actually control this ability, you never would have gotten hurt in the first place, he says, so honestly, I want to look at this whole thing positively. Then, with a smile that doesn't quite reach warm, he adds, if you hadn't stopped me, I'd probably be, and lets the sentence die right there. For a moment they just sit together in the quiet, his phone forgotten on the table between them. But his eyes stay sharp, watching her like he's waiting for the next crack to show. Jeongmin, he says softly, what's wrong? She jolts like she's just been zapped back to reality, completely caught off guard. Oh, it's nothing, she deflects. He doesn't buy it for a second. Tell me, he presses. I just thought, she starts and then stalls out completely. We won't be able to meet at night anymore, Seon finally says, confirming the thing neither of them wanted to say out loud. For real, Jeongmin's eyes go wide, the news landing harder than she expected. Seon watches her, quietly noting to himself that something's clearly still bothering her. Right on cue, a phone starts buzzing on the floor between them. They both glance down at it and just let it keep ringing. It's all right, Jeongmin says quickly, don't mind it. Isn't that your mom? Why aren't you picking up? Seon asks. It's fine, she snaps back, clearly not fine. But what if he starts, only for her to cut him off? I told you it's fine, she shouts, she'll just tell me to come home early anyway. In his head, Seon admits it. This exact thing has been driving a wedge between them lately. I'll send you home, he offers, helping her up. Let's go, she says, and it clearly catches him off guard. No, I'm staying with you, he says instead. Your mom is worried. That's when Jeongmin's temper finally snaps. Since when did you care about my mom? She explodes. You should be glad I don't even want to go home. It's not like that anymore, he says, staying calm, and honestly, I'm more worried about you than her. His hand curls into a fist at his side. He's holding something back, and it shows. Jeongmin just stares at him, stunned into silence by how much he actually means it. But he starts to say, turning away before he can finish. I also, Jeongmin shouts right back, reaching for him, both of them talking over each other. They fall quiet, walking side by side, the air still humming with everything left unsaid. Seon blinks, replaying what she just said. Just now, he mutters to himself. What is she actually trying to say? He wonders, staring off into a sky gone pink with sunset. The scene cuts to a quiet house at dusk. Looks like they've reached her place. Someone catches her by the wrist before she can slip off. Ugh, I don't want to go, she groans. It's cute watching you whine, Seon teases, but it's not gonna work. And I'm sorry about last time, he adds. Your mom must have been worried sick seeing her pretty daughter out so late at night, he finishes, hands on her shoulders, steering her toward the door. Go on in for now. You can call me, I'll pick up, promise, he adds. She just looks at him, and he tacks on, we'll still see each other one way or another. All right, I'll call you, she finally agrees. Good, he says, closing the distance between them. Cut to the next morning, Jeongmin heading off to school, backpack slung over her shoulder like nothing happened. Seon lingers behind, still watching the spot where she disappeared. Before she can get far, Seon jogs after her and catches her by the wrist. She spins around, caught completely off guard. What's wrong, he asks, already reading it on her face. She's fighting back tears, and he says her name low and worried. Jeong Min, actually, she finally gets it out. I'm going to be moving out soon. They keep walking together in silence, that news sitting heavy between them. In his head, Seon lays it all out. He already quit the agency and he's done leaning on old habits, all of it for her, not to impress anyone else, just to actually be worth something to her. I shouldn't let this discourage me, he tells himself, staring out over a bridge railing. I need to become the kind of man Jeongmin actually wants. Maybe growing up means giving each other a little space for a while, he reasons, trying to talk himself into it. Jeongmin's caught in her own head too. Should I? She starts to wonder. Stay, the question catches Seon completely off guard. It's nothing, we'll talk tomorrow, he says, trying to wave it off. What is it? Now I'm curious, she presses, so he admits, well, it's kind of a serious talk. It might take a while to get into it, he adds. You should head inside for now, tomorrow we'll, and that's exactly when he gets cut off. Both of them freeze, snapping their attention towards something just off to the side. Jeongmin's eyes track whatever or whoever just showed up, clearly bracing for something. Seon's expression locks up completely, like he can't quite believe what he's seeing. Then his face breaks into a genuine, stunned smile. Mom. Jeongmin's eyes go wide with something closer to dread. That person. Her thought trails off mid-sentence. The three of them end up walking together, Seon clearly thrilled, his long-lost mother right there beside him. Jeongmin drifts a few steps ahead on her own, watching the two of them from the corner of her eye. Ged, she finishes, and honestly that about sums up how this night just went. It's Seon, and he is not happy. He wants to know exactly why she went dark and turned her phone off on him. He gets right in her face and hisses the question at her again, and all she gives him back is silence. Then a girl neither of them was expecting walks right up out of nowhere, and the awkward hellos start. She sticks her hand out for an introduction, easy smile and all, like this is the most normal thing in the world. Yeah, that does not fly with Jeongmin. She grabs a fistful of the girl's hair and demands to know exactly who she is. Seon, of all people, decides now is the time to tease her about never once mentioning a friend like this. Even Jeongmin can tell how this looks from the outside, and her stomach drops. This is about to blow up in her face. The girl throws her hands up, insisting she just could not turn this down, whatever this even is. Someone lets out a full-on scream demanding to know why Jeongmin is coming after him like this, and just like that, the secret is out in the open. Cut to the real confrontation. Jeongmin blurts the truth out to her mother. Yes, he is her boyfriend, and that girl was just the friend she used as cover for herself. She insists she was not running wild with some crowd, she was alone, and she is not the delinquent her mom seems to think she has become. Every single day she snuck out, it was her own choice, she says, all because she wanted to see him. He never forced her into anything. Off to the side, Seon just stands there quietly, looking like those words hurt more than they help. Her mother is not done yet, and by the look on her face, she is circling towards something much bigger. And just like that, one of those intrusive flashes rips through Jeongmin's head again, a warped, violent vision she cannot explain to anyone, someone screaming that they are the one to kill. Her mother is not buying the innocent act either. If she had known a boy was involved, would she really have just said yes? Jeongmin admits she tried to bring it up before, but between her mom's work and everything else, they just do not talk much these days. She stayed quiet about it, she says, because she did not want anyone worrying more than they already were. Her mother is not finished, though there is one more question coming, and it is the big one. Those injuries, that blood on her clothes, her mother wants to know straight out if all of it traces back to him. Seon goes rigid, and for a second it looks like he might actually have to answer for it. Jeongmin's mind flashes right back to those stained clothes, her pulse pounding in her ears. Across from her, Seon is just as wound up, the tension between them practically audible. It is the kind of dread that does not need words, just that pounding heartbeat drowning out everything else. Finally, quietly, Jeongmin gives her mother the confirmation she has been dreading. Yes, that is exactly what happened. Seon steps in for the first time, telling her mother plainly that he knows she has no reason to trust him. But he asks for the chance to explain anyway and begs her not to assume the worst about him. Jeongmin finally manages the words herself, hard as they are to say, a quiet apology to her own mother. Seon keeps a steadying hand on her arm the whole time, visibly nervous but not backing down. He promises her mother he will lay everything out, no matter what it costs him. He just asks that Jeongmin be allowed to rest, tonight of all nights. Back at school, a friend checks in on her, and they agree to go over everything together once classes end. Seon, meanwhile, is on the phone smoothing things over like it is nothing, the picture of casual charm. He has got a whole strategy for winning over worried parents, apparently even telling them how much he is enjoying school and that college is definitely on his radar. Jeongmin just listens quietly on the other end, taking it all in. He tells her to keep him posted. If her mom brings it up again, she brushes it off with a breezy yeah, yeah. Alone at her desk, though, her breezy front slips, she cannot stop wondering if any of this is actually going to be okay. Somewhere else in the building, the stress just flattens Seon face first onto his own desk. Together again, she admits the quiet fear that has been eating at her, that maybe they are just hurting each other over nothing. The sky burns orange overhead, the whole day settling into an uneasy kind of quiet. Then, out of nowhere, she is running, gasping, frantic, chasing after something we cannot yet see. Her face says it all. Whatever is waiting for her at the end of this sprint, it is bad. She skids to a halt, eyes blown wide. Whatever she has just seen stops her dead in her tracks. And on that gut punch of a cliffhanger, the chapter leaves her frozen there, staring at something we will only find out next time. Flashback time. Before all this kicked off, Seon's old bandmate Nahyuk is curled up on the couch, arms wrapped around his knees, clearly wrecked about something. Seon just stands there staring off, giving nothing away. Turns out Nahyuk's upset because Seon straight up checked himself out of the hospital without telling anybody. Rude, honestly. And apparently another old friend, Yul, went off on his own 2 days ago and just vanished. Nobody knows where. I see, Seon says, and flashes this small, cold smile that's a little too calm for the room. The tension in the room spikes. Something in that smile clearly unsettled everybody. Forget it, Nahyuk snaps. You're not even our friend anymore, are you? Last time we visited, you asked why we even bothered coming. I really do think of you as a friend, but you don't actually let us in, one of them says, and Nahyuk just explodes. Now I don't care anymore either. Cut back to present day. Nahyuk drops a bomb. He's got to move out too, and everyone's caught off guard. Somewhere far, thanks to his dad's company relocating. Fast turnaround, everyone agrees. One of the guys asks Seon if he went back to his parents' place after leaving the company. Nope, he says he actually lived alone for a while. Camera lingers on his bandaged wrist. It's too complicated to put into words, he says, but since we're friends. You want to hear about it? He asks, actually cracking the door open on his past for once. Nahyuk looks genuinely stunned. He didn't realize just how far things had gone. Someone teases that Seon coaxed the CEO into giving him a house, but in his own head, Nahyuk's seething. Money that was supposed to go to Seon somehow never made it, and he's the one who made sure of that. I wasn't that disappointed, Seon shrugs. Really? Then what? Someone presses, unconvinced. The group is floored to learn Nahyuk basically guilt-tripped his way into money and housing from the agency. Not a great look, buddy. A cute little flashback, baby-faced Nahyuk fanboying hard over a young Seon. Should I take that as a compliment? Present-day Seon deadpans. A doorbell starts beeping and everybody in the room goes, huh. I'm here, someone announces at the door and gets an actual shriek in response. Hayu Hayoung, weren't you supposed to be at your parents' house today? Nahyuk blurts, clearly not expecting this visitor. Why is this guy even here? Someone mutters, less than thrilled. Nahyuk showed up uninvited. Cue the world's most awkward apology. We didn't tell you because we figured you'd be uncomfortable, followed by a nervous you're not mad, right? The scene fractures into something dark and blurry, a memory nobody wants to look at directly. A bandaged hand trembles in the red-tinted dark. Whatever really happened between these two, it left scars. Someone bolts, absolutely booking it away from that room. Nahyuk goes crashing down mid-sprint, wheezing out, that jerk is a monster. Seon just blinks, totally baffled. What's with him? He rubs his eye, quietly unsettled by his own blank spot in the memory. Back to the present, they're chatting logistics. Is Nahyuk getting rid of his old place when he moves? Probably, he says, he'll tell the company. Does Jeongmin know too? Rough break for you guys, someone teases. Seon goes quiet. That, I haven't told her. What? Nahyuk yells, completely scandalized. I was going to tell her, Seon explains, but I ran into her mom and just couldn't find the right moment. In his head, Seon spirals a little. If he actually goes through with this move, he might not even be able to reach her. Fragmented memories flash by as he resolves not to contact Jeongmin at all until he's actually got himself together. If I hear her voice, see her face, I don't think I'll be able to stop myself from going to her, he admits. Then it'll just go back to how it was. He thinks it shouldn't. You'll have to actually fix those old habits, he tells himself. It's not just about living together or not. Seon, one friend asks, so you won't keep in touch with us either? I probably shouldn't, right? He replies. Feels weird to keep some people around and cut off others, he adds, prompting a confused what criteria are you even using here? Seon hesitates, clearly working through it out loud. First, get a stable job, make some money, he says. Because more than anything, I can't stand by Jeongmin's side like this, remembering her once telling him maturity is what matters most. She'll have time to prepare herself, a friend reassures him. You should give your girlfriend the time she needs for stuff like this. She clearly likes you a lot, someone adds, and Seon just goes soft. You're right, he agrees quietly. The words never come out as easily with Jeongmin as they do with everyone else, he admits to himself. Truthfully, he's scared. Scared of the stretch of time he'll have to live without her, if this whole plan goes sideways. Jeongmin, I know what I'll have to go through ahead, he thinks, looking at her face in his mind. I was afraid. But that's enough avoiding it and looking the other way, he decides. I should just do it, he says, standing up to leave. It's honestly the right call for both of us, big picture. Don't let Nahyuk wander off outside, call him if he does, Seon tells the others. Today, I'm telling Jeongmin everything. He heads out with that classic Seon smirk, ready to go be a functional adult for once. He pulls up her contact saved under a little heart, obviously, and dials. Jeongmin tilde, he calls out, strolling through the park, all sunshine now that he's talking to her. He can't resist teasing her about sleeping in on the weekend and about how her sleepy morning voice is doing things to him. Smooth. You sure you'll actually sleep over tonight? Did you clear it with your mom first? He checks. She already gave the okay, don't worry, he says, heading for a bus stop. Anything you're craving, I'll cook for you. Wait, you're actually asking what I want to order, she says. No, he insists, wounded. I'm cooking for real this time. I'll cut vegetables, cut meat, and boil stuff. She blurts, not exactly buying it, but you can't cook, right? Excuse me, what do you even take me for? He huffs. I've just never tried before. I'm sure it'll work out. Famous last words. So there he is, standing in the kitchen, fully committed to this bet. He stares down a basket of groceries like it personally wronged him. Where and how do I even start? Then it hits him, Jeongmin loves her mom's cooking. He grabs his phone. He rings up her mom, saved in his phone as mother-in-law, bold as ever. Mother-in-law Tilda, are you busy? She cracks up at the nickname and asks if Jeongmin's with him right now. No, I stepped out for a bit, he says. Been a while since I saw my friends. So why'd you actually call? She asks, and he grins into the phone. Since she's staying with you tonight, you want to cook for her? Commendable, mom says, then can't resist. Oh, so Jeongmin did tell you she's staying out all night, huh? Seon just goes silent, realizing he may have overshared. It's all right if she can't, he starts, then backpedals. No, I was just surprised for a second. Really, mom asks, charmed. I'll text you the recipe then, Tilda. Take good care of Jeongmin tonight, Tilda, she signs off, right as he cranks the sink on to get to work. He scrubs every single ingredient like his life depends on it. All washed nice and clean because Jeongmin's the one eating it, he says proudly. Been an hour, he's only washed the vegetables. All right, first up, cut the potatoes, he mutters, picking up a knife he has never once used to cook anything. Cut it bigger, he tells himself, sawing away with way too much confidence. And there it is, the knife wins. Ag. Same hand that always gets hurt every single time. Blood, ouch. Mid-yelp he turns around and freezes. Jeongmin, when did you get here? Guess I didn't hear the door, I was so wrapped up in this, he says, but she's just sitting there quietly by the entrance, saying nothing. The camera lingers on his bandaged hand next to the blade, and suddenly the mood turns ice cold. The panel flashes into something violent and red, just a split-second glimpse of danger nobody's explained yet. And we end on Jeongmin's eyes brimming with tears under a wash of blood red, choking back a sob. Whatever's coming next chapter, it is not going to be pretty. Picture this, she's just chilling at home when her phone buzzes. It's mom, and moms have a radar for exactly the wrong moment to call. Mom gets straight to it. Jeongmin, are you staying out? And just like that, she freezes up. How could you not tell me something so important? Mom erupts through the phone, practically striking the room with lightning. Turns out the crime isn't staying out, it's staying with a boy. You're still students? Mom scolds while Jeongmin sheepishly mumbles an apology. The storm passes fast. Mom just wants a call if anything happens, and Jeongmin, blushing, breathes a very relieved yup. Cut to Seon, grinning ear to ear on the phone with Jeongmin's mom. Thanks, Mom. Yeah, he's already on a first-name basis with the in-laws. Meanwhile, Mom's gossiping with her friend Sunhwa, casually dropping that her daughter's staying at her boyfriend's place tonight. Sunhwa's ears perk right up. Your daughter already has a boyfriend? How is he? Mom playing it cool, handsome, nice enough, but I don't know, a little side-eye there, Mom. Later, alone with her thoughts, Mom's still turning it over, staying overnight. She's not entirely sold on this. What kind of mother would easily give her daughter permission for that, she thinks, then catches herself, but... And this isn't a happy dream. Jeongmin's trembling in her sleep, gasping his name out like a warning. Seon, don't. No, whatever's playing behind her eyes right now, it is not good. She's crying in her sleep, sweat and tears together. Something is digging up a memory we haven't seen yet. Back with Mom, she figures Jeongmin's been anxious about this for a while now, and picking a fight today would only make it worse. She talks herself down. In the end, her daughter's going to go stay with him anyway, so she'd rather try to understand it. Morning comes and Jeongmin's back to her usual self, throwing up a peace sign, buzzing to go see her boyfriend. Nightmare? What nightmare? She heads over to Seon's building, practically skipping down the hallway. Getting close now, still all smiles, calling his name sweetly as she walks. She knocks Seon Tilda, waiting for that door to swing open. Nothing, is nobody home? First little flicker of confusion crosses her face. That's weird, we're supposed to meet today. Now she's actually rattled. And then it hits her, it couldn't be, like her brain just kicked open a door she never wanted opened. No, whatever memory just surfaced, it has her frozen solid in this hallway. Footsteps close in behind her in that same hallway, someone's coming. Turns out this is the first time she's walked this hallway alone since that incident. Whatever happened here before clearly left a scar. The memory she's been dodging finally breaks through, always reminded of that day. A grainy black and white flash of someone walking away down a dim hallway, the past bleeding straight into the present. Her eyes go wide with dread, caught somewhere between then and now. The flashback turns violent for a split second, a stark, blood-red image slicing through her mind. And there he is in the memory, a figure who looks just like Seon except with a smile that's way too calm. Her mind is turning the man she loves into the source of her fear. Someone's calling her name for real now, Jeongmin, but she's still trapped inside her own head, shaking. Don't know, I can't, she's crying now, unable to get a full breath in. Seon rushes to her, telling her to breathe, that it's okay. From where she's standing though, it just feels suffocating. Why is she like that? He looks genuinely shaken, scrambling for what to do. Rewind a beat, the threat in her memory was just Seon mid-cook holding a kitchen knife. Nothing sinister, just really bad timing. Try telling that to her nervous system though, it can't be. Her mind's already made up its own story. Seon catches on immediately. Jeongmin, it's not what you think, already moving to fix this. Knife down on the spot, hands up, voice steady, I'll put the knife down, okay, calm down. He closes the gap in the hallway, saying her name gently, trying to pull her back to reality. Jeongmin, pull yourself together. Her breathing's getting worse and now he's genuinely scared for her. She's gasping, can't catch her breath, this is a full-on panic attack. He pulls her in close, face to face, trying to ground her with nothing but his presence. And then he just holds her forehead to forehead, arms wrapped tight, riding it out with her until the panic finally loosens its grip. A tear slips down hers, maybe his too. This one hit them both hard. They end up sitting together right outside his door, not saying much, just holding on. He wipes her tears away, so gently it's almost more devastating than the panic attack itself. She's still catching her breath, eyes red and raw. He cups her face in his hands. Jeongmin, are you alright? Not letting go until he actually believes she is. And the honest answer is no, she's not okay and hasn't been for a while. Seon's finally putting it together, she's been quietly suffocating under this for who knows how long and just hiding it well. He flashes back to little moments between them, rethinking them completely. Maybe her clinginess was never just affection, maybe it was her holding on for dear life. It makes her anxious when I'm not next to her. The realization lands hard and he says her name like a promise, Jeongmin. Something in him settles into resolve, don't go, isn't a request he's planning on ignoring. He holds her tighter and all she can manage back is a tiny Her breathing finally starts to even out, tears slowing down. Yes, no matter what, whatever he's deciding right now, he is all in. He steps into the kitchen, phone in hand, telling someone he'll stick around for now. On the other end, the woman who looks after Jeongmin tells him to take care of her, she's already heading home. She adds one more ask before hanging up, can he just take Jeongmin home first? Alright, he says. Cut to someone else entirely, deep in his own head. I'll definitely tell Jeongmin today, whatever this secret is, it's clearly been eating at him for a while. And right on cue, he chickens out again. Today is not the right day again. Somebody's got some explaining to do eventually. Back with the actual couple, Seon decides now isn't the time either. You're not feeling well today, there's still tomorrow, right? Jeongmin doesn't say anything, just a quiet, conflicted, whatever he's holding back she can tell. Night falls as they make their way back to her place. Her mom's home and immediately on alert. Jeongmin, clocking that something's off the second she sees her face. You were suffocating, shouldn't we go to the hospital? Jeongmin brushes it off with a tired okay. That convinces absolutely nobody. Seon figures it's time to give them some space, then I'll get going first. Before he goes, he crouches down for a proper goodbye. Rest well, Jiangmin. She doesn't let go of his hand easy. His bandaged hand clenches on the way out, like leaving her right now is costing him something. Except nope, she's not letting him go that easily. Don't go. Mom does the unexpected thing here and asks Xian herself to stay a little longer by her daughter's side. He doesn't need to be asked twice. If that's all right with you, then I'm okay with it. Mom softens the whole thing with food because that's just what moms do. Have dinner before you go. Jiangmin cracks a slightly unhinged little smile. Grief and relief do weird things to a face. Mom admits she never bought extra groceries, figuring Jiangmin would be staying at his place tonight instead. She decides to run to the store instead, leaving the two of them alone for a bit. Xian, ever the low-maintenance boyfriend, says he'll just eat whatever's around. Mom waves off any argument. How could I do that? Just look after her well, and heads out the door. I'll be back, she calls on her way out. The door clicks shut behind her, leaving the two of them alone with the quiet. Later, tucked in together, it's all soft silence between them. Yeah, Jiangmin, he answers, half-lidded and completely hers in that moment. You won't go anywhere now, right? He asks. Turns out he needed that reassurance just as badly as she did. She turns it right back on him, quiet and a little scared. You'll stay with me forever, right? He goes still for a second, and it is not nothing. Whatever he's carrying, he's clearly weighing how much of it to hand her right now. Then he answers low and certain, of course, and laces his bandaged hand through hers. Turns out Jiangmin hasn't been sleeping right. Every night she suffers and she keeps crying out his name in her sleep. Xian already knows. He's heard the whole situation and he tells her guardian he understands. The woman who's been looking after Jiangmin can't hide how worried she is. Xian explains Jiangmin had trouble breathing, basically a panic attack, though he tries to play it down as fine. In the car, the conversation turns serious again. It's all about what happens to Jiangmin next. She asks if she can stay close by for a while. She's not about to just walk away and leave Jiangmin like this. Xian promises he'll call the moment anything happens. He's got this covered. Deep down, she admits it to herself. If it were her own sick daughter, she'd be worried sick too. She gets it. She realizes there's nothing left to argue. Jiangmin can't bear to be apart from him, not even for her own sake. The diagnosis is blunt. Jiangmin's separation anxiety hits hard the second Xian isn't around. So Xian makes the call. He's bringing her home with him and gently checks if she can even manage the walk. She leans on him and quietly says yes, taking it one step at a time. As long as he's there, she says she's fine. Once they are alone, Xian can't hold the question in any longer. Why didn't she just tell him how bad it had gotten? He admits he had no idea she was hurting this much. She brushes it off, insisting she's fine, just a little surprised earlier, nothing more. But Xian isn't so sure he believes that, or himself for that matter. Is he really okay through all this? He tells her even the smallest thing from her means everything, so that's exactly what he held on to. She admits she didn't want to burden him with her darker thoughts either. He says he pushed through everything, but honestly none of it turned out the way he hoped. She never actually wanted to walk away from him like that. If she'd told him how hard it really was back then. He calls out the pattern. She keeps pushing him away, letting him go over and over. All because she didn't want to hurt him or drag him down along with her own struggles. She even told him once they should break up, and yet here they are, having found their way back to each other. He admits he's finally back to the ordinary, quiet life he always wanted, and she's in it. His eyes well up just thinking about how close they came to losing this. She just says his name and tells him she wants nothing more than this. He needs her, full stop, nothing more complicated than that. Without her, he says, his mind just goes blank. She's just as bad off, miserable without him, can't focus on anything, doesn't even want to bother with school anymore. They just sit there for a second, letting all of that sink in. Then he says it outright, I love you. She lets out a soft, happy laugh, the kind that sneaks out when you're too relieved to hold it in. And quietly, Xian tells himself he actually made it. He's here, this is real. But then his mind lurches somewhere darker. A twisted vision of the two of them, drained of color and warmth. In it, some version of him calls it the best result of everything that happened to her. Great, he tells himself, and it's chilling to watch. This, he thinks, is exactly how he wanted her to look, broken down to needing only him. Because if she can't do anything without him, then she'll only ever want him. So, are you satisfied? The question hangs there like an accusation aimed straight back at himself. Back in reality, Jiangmin just looks at him, completely unaware of the storm going on in his head. Xian can barely hold his own expression together. The voice in his head won't let up, telling him he's the one who made her this way and that maybe the only fix is to leave. He thinks how irresponsible it'd be to just keep chasing this happiness like nothing's wrong. He says her name out loud and admits it. This must be hell for her being with someone like him. He's crying and half smiling at once, that unsettling mix that means he's barely holding it together. All he can manage is sorry. He says it again and again, I'm so sorry. He tells her it's all his fault, that he must have been out of his mind. I was crazy, he repeats, like saying it enough times will make it less true, really. Even in the middle of finally being happy with her, the guilt keeps creeping back in, wave after wave. She just holds him through it, she doesn't need an explanation. He keeps circling back to the same thought, he must be losing it. Later he steps into the shower, trying to just wash the whole spiral off him. The water runs and for a second, his head finally goes quiet. He lets out a long breath, small mercies. Then out of nowhere, the door flies open. Someone's coming in and fast. It's just Jiangmin popping her head in with a grin, asking if he's done washing up. He scrambles for a robe like he's been caught doing something. Wait, let him get dressed first. A second later they are walking off together, the mood fully lightened again. He can't help but lean in and nuzzle her hair. I love your smell, he says. At this point, is anyone surprised? Jiangmin gives herself a pep talk at the door. No, she needs to get her senses back, while a tiny chibai version of her whispers that she trusts Xian completely. Very convincing, very normal. Before she can finish composing herself, he's already sneaking up behind her, grinning like trouble. He plays dumb about his own breakdown earlier, acting like he has no clue what an apology even is. Classic deflection. She's not buying it, but she lets it go for now. He just says her name softly, holding on a beat longer than he needs to. Then he pushes her out the door, telling her to quit fussing over him and go see her friends for once. She heads out and he watches her go with a look that says he's not totally at peace with any of this. Alone now, he admits to himself he'd honestly rather just stay glued to her side. And immediately catches himself. Isn't that exactly the kind of clinginess he's terrified of becoming? Later, back together, the two of them settle into something calmer. When she asks what's wrong, he just brushes it off. Oh no, it's nothing. He asks almost too casually if she's even been seeing her friends lately. She just shrugs, not really. She says she doesn't need them anyway, not when she's got him, snack in hand, completely unbothered. It's meant to be sweet, it does not land that way for him. I see, it's like that, he mutters, looking a little dizzy, because that's exactly the dynamic that's been eating at him. Before he can dwell on it, something else grabs his attention. His phone's ringing. Just a minute, he says, stepping away to take it. He picks up. Yes, this is Xian. Whatever's said on the other end hits him like a punch. That's sudden, he stammers while the voice on the line presses him. Don't you have something you need to tell me? It's his old agency again, reminding him how much time they've already given him, and now it's time to actually make a decision. They're done waiting. If he keeps dodging them, they'll just show up in person. Then the flattery kicks in. They've never seen a kid with as much potential as him. Same old playbook. Meanwhile, across town, Nahyuk's got his own agenda, fishing for whether Xian's been meeting Yuhan lately and whether that means he's got regrets of his own. The agency keeps talking. They've met a lot of trainees, and somewhere in there, Nahyuk's name gets dropped into the mix too. The needling question just will not drop. Does he have regrets of his own? Xian mutters a tired damn Kang Nahyuk under his breath because right on cue, the guy announces he's already outside. Sure enough, Xian, Nahyuk's pounding on the door like the building's on fire. Xian groans and Jiangmin panics. What are they supposed to do now? Xian, cool as ever, shrugs it off. If the guy really wants in, he'll let himself in. For now, Jiangmin's hiding in this room. Until he opens this door, she's not coming out, got it, he tells her, finger to his lips, way too pleased with himself. She goes along with it, half amused, half bracing for chaos. Because nothing's going to happen, he says, with a grin that promises the exact opposite. And that's right when all hell, or at least one very loud nahyuk, breaks loose outside that door. See you next chapter. Seon cracks his apartment door open, half-dressed, and freezes. You really came, he mutters, not exactly a welcome. The visitor doesn't wait for an invite. Move, let's talk inside, he says, brushing right past Seon like he owns the place. Seon's face goes flat and unreadable. Whoever this guy is, Seon is clearly not thrilled to see him. The man strolls down the hallway, eyes darting around, sizing up every inch of Seon's new place. It's pretty clean, he says, like he's inspecting a rental unit and not crashing an ex-employee's home. They keep moving deeper into the apartment, the visitor still scoping the place out like he's got a reason to. Something catches his eye and his expression shifts just for a second. He files it away and keeps smiling. This is Seon's old director, the man who used to run his life. With a smug little smirk he leads with, "So, how are things going with your girlfriend?" "Well, pretty good," Seon answers, guarded. The director nods along like a man playing therapist. "Seon, I understand you," he says. He grips Seon's collar, all faux warmth. "I won't forbid you from having a girlfriend," he says, like that's some generous concession. "Any celebrity can freely date while they are rookies, right? Isn't that a pretty good condition?" The pitch is already turning into a sales pitch. There's no reason to refuse, the director presses, watching Seon's face for a crack. Inside, Seon's already plotting his exit. Just play along for now and tell him later he's changed his mind. "Aren't you being too hasty?" Seon pushes back. "If you'd waited, I would have called you myself." "I called you a few times and you never picked up," the director snaps back. "You should really think about this. I even came all the way here to convince you," he pushes. "You need to decide fast. Isn't it better to debut while you're younger?" The director glances around the living room, something clearly turning over in his head. He pokes open another door. There's a laundry room here too, making himself real comfortable for an uninvited guest. Seon's eyes go sharp and still. Something in him has just snapped into focus. His bandaged hand curls into a fist. This visit is about to stop being polite. Seon grabs him by the collar and slams him back. "You were the one who abandoned me first," he snarls. Pinned and gasping, the director chokes out a laugh of disbelief while Seon roars, "You covered up everything I went through because of the school violence. This crazy," the man wheezes, "what's with him? You pretended to be my guardian and pocketed almost all the settlement money, isn't that right?" Seon shouts. "If only you'd actually cared about me after that. Then I wouldn't have ended up like this. You have no idea what I've been through." Seon's face is a mess of years of buried rage, all coming up at once. "Calm down first, okay," the director wheezes, trying to talk his way out of the grip he's still stuck in. This bastard, Seon thinks, every muscle in him wound tight. His bandaged fist is shaking, years of swallowed anger finally spilling out. The director watches him carefully now, arms crossed, recalculating his angle. "If I push just a little more, this shouldn't be too hard to walk back," he thinks, then, out loud, "I think I was too harsh on you before. But I regret it now," he adds, reaching out like he actually means it. "Really?" Seon asks, not buying a word of it. "Of course, I mean it," the director says, smooth as ever. Seon stays quiet, still working through it, still undecided if any of this is real. The two of them square off again, the air still thick from the blow-up. "Of course," the director laughs it off. "I'll do everything I can to clean up your image," real generous coming from the guy who trashed it. "Seunghyun-yu's parents will try to bring me down if I come back," Seon warns. "Don't worry too much about that," the director says, way too breezy about it. "There won't be a problem as long as you keep quiet about things," he adds, and there it is, the real ask. "You know you're the victim here, right? Once you're famous, they can't touch you. They only negotiated quietly because they didn't want to escalate it either. A lot of time has passed since then. I'll take care of it," the director says. Seon just stares back, silent. "No need to be scared of public opinion," he coaches. "People will like you again as time passes, that's just how the public works." "Why do you keep giving someone like me a chance?" Seon finally asks. "I don't get it." You could meet people better than me anytime, the director says, playing modest. I'm not that special in any way, Seon murmurs back, and that's the crack the director's been fishing for this whole time. The memory pulls us back. In the director's own head, it's funny, clinging to Beak Seon, who's just a trainee. There were guys far better than him I've watched come and go. Back then, another trainee sits across the director's desk, waiting on him to make a decision that'll shape his whole career. No matter how I look at it, my ratio feels low, the trainee complains. I'm on other shows, I'm more active than the rest of the group. Could you reconsider? But the director's not really listening. There's no one like you, the director thinks, and he's not talking about the kid in front of him. Elsewhere, another trainee walks the halls, quietly stewing. I was doing well, but then I got arrogant, he mutters to himself. Beak Seon was a bit of a special case, the director muses. He does everything he's told, even when he had everything going for him. Someone with self-esteem that low isn't easy to find. Cold, calculated, and exactly the kind of thinking that got Seon here. Even though young Seon was doing well as a trainee, he's just relieved to have listened to the CEO. It was good that I did what he said, he thinks. He's practically glowing. Word must be getting around at school. Kids actually came up and talked to me today. Then someone hands him a gift and he freezes. Isn't this way too expensive? And your company's already so big, he says, brushing it off. I didn't even do anything worth noting. A kid this starved for a compliment is exactly what a predator wants to find. Should I try to talk him into it one more time? The director wonders, already sensing exactly where the leverage is. Affection, that's the whole game. Obviously, if you coax him a little and act nice, he'll stupidly do whatever you tell him to. Seon, listen carefully, the director says, leaning in with that practiced, fatherly tone. A hand on the shoulder, you are special, he tells him, and young Seon eats it right up. In his head, the mask drops entirely. I don't bother looking twice at kids with no talent. You know that, right? He presses, making sure the flattery lands exactly where he wants it. And there's something I've been curious about for a while now, he says, changing tack. He eyes the marks on Seon's arms. What happened to make them look like this? I feel really bad about it. Fake concern, real information gathering. Blushing, young Seon tries to give something back. Could I buy you a cup of coffee? Just a kid desperate to be liked. The director blinks, caught off guard. Coffee, not the reaction Seon was hoping for. Of course, Tilda, he says, all warmth again. Let's go have a chat at a cafe nearby. They head out together, Seon trailing a step behind, hopeful he's finally done something right. Down the hall they go, the director walking ahead like he's the one leading a favor, not accepting one. Let's go, he says, and Seon follows without a second thought. At the cafe, Seon fumbles a little, still not quite comfortable in his own skin around this man. A small stumble, and Seon tenses up, bracing for a reaction. Sorry, Seon mumbles, hand brushing his. The director doesn't even flinch. This is all going exactly to plan. All right, the director says with an easy smile, in his head, as expected. People don't change easily, he thinks, savoring how predictable this kid is turning out to be. It's so easy. The memory dissolves back into the present where that same man is standing in Seon's apartment all over again. The director keeps his composure, but something about this room has him on edge. Footsteps echo through the apartment, neither of them is saying much anymore. A cold shiver runs through him, something about this whole visit suddenly feels very wrong. But it's strange, the director thinks, unease creeping in. Why do I feel so uneasy? Seon's hand closes around something and the director's smile finally drops. CEO, what are you doing? Seon asks, ice cold. The tension hangs razor thin as the chapter cuts out, leaving us with one very big question. How far is Seon willing to go to make this man pay? In the haze of a half-remembered dream, the CEO stirs, an uneasy prickle crawling up his spine before he even knows why. Why does he feel so on edge? His hand tightens on a golden door handle like some buried memory is about to shove its way back out. His assistant clocks it instantly, sweating and stammering, CEO, what are you doing? While the man just stands there lost somewhere else entirely. Then out of the fog, a familiar smirking face cuts in. Silver hair, sharp eyes, that same cocky half-smile, Sian. A voice needles him from inside the memory. Aren't you going in? A quiet caption reminds us this is all still just a dream. Reality snaps back. The CEO freezes as Sian himself walks up in the flesh, greeting him with one flat word, you. He shakes it off fast. Never mind, let's continue our chat, he says, waving Sian to a table like nothing just happened. They sit down properly this time, the CEO picking up right where their last fight left off. Sian doesn't blink. I don't think I'll come back again, he says flat out, and the CEO's face just breaks. No interest in being a celebrity anymore, Sian tells him almost gently, I'm sorry. That answer lands like a slap. The CEO's jaw clenches, one word hissing out through his teeth, you bastard. Are you kidding me? He explodes and gets nothing back but Sian's calm, I already told you. He keeps pushing, practically shouting that Sian can have anything if he just comes back, sneering that having someone to trust doesn't get him out of this. Sian calls it what it is, he's being played, dragged along on purpose. He's just stating his opinion plainly, he says, and none of this is about pleasing his parents. The CEO scoffs low, an ugly little ah, really, curling out of him. I got it, he finally spits, standing to walk off. Then I have nothing more to discuss with you. But Sian isn't done, he calls him back with one word, CEO. Turns out there's a favor he needs after all. About the house, can he please stay there just a little longer? The CEO whips around, incredulous. What? Why should I do that? He rants that the house cost more than most celebrities ever get, so what's the point if Sian's quitting anyway? Sian just reminds him he broadcasted lies for his own parents' sake instead. Still, the CEO presses, is Sian really going to keep the whole cover-up of the school violence buried too? Sian goes quiet. Whatever, he snaps, insisting he won't just sit still for this. Privately, Sian's pretty sure the guy doesn't even want to fight it. Then the threats turn personal, get in trouble again, and it's Sian's girlfriend who pays for it, along with a very messy reckoning with Seunghyun Yu's family. Your family will only suffer, he warns. But Sian quietly clocks something. If this ever comes out, the CEO is the one with everything to lose. He watches the man's hands fidget with his own collar. He's the nervous one here, Sian realizes. Back and forth in his own head, the CEO wonders if he should really cave to someone this stubborn and prideful. Sian ups the offer himself. He'll pay back every single cent the agency ever gave him, all of it. I don't have much money left, he admits, sitting there with his bandaged hands folded. I don't have. The CEO's composure finally cracks. That much money would be hard to come up with too, he admits, tears welling. He's the one begging now. One more favor, he pleads, just for old time's sake. Sian just looks at him, worn thin, and asks quietly, please. All he wants is to stay with Jeongmin, he says. The CEO mulls it over with a low, reluctant hum. All right, he finally agrees, but remember this. Whatever happened between them, he warns, needs to go straight to the grave. Deal struck. Elsewhere, Jeongmin sits curled up alone, hiding her face behind her hands, crying quietly to herself. A small, shaky yes slips out into the empty room. The apartment sits still and dim in the early light, nobody around, just the hush of an empty home. The dark presses in around her, memory and shadow blurring together. She sits hunched by the washing machine, arms wrapped around herself, and then a door creaks open somewhere close. Knees pulled to her chest, dark hair falling over haunted eyes, until suddenly Sian jolts upright, gasping out her name. He's sitting bolt upright in bed, shaking, still half caught in whatever he just saw. Jeongmin wraps herself around him from behind. Sian, are you all right? She's sorry, she says. He must have been so scared being left alone. No, he mutters, denying it. Yes, you are, she insists gently, lacing her fingers through his. You're trembling right now. Later, Sian fills her in with a grin. He talked things out reasonably and sent the CEO packing, made it crystal clear he's not going back. This place isn't going anywhere. He even talked the guy into giving them more time together. Really? She asks. Yes. He scoops her up in a blanket with a happy little hum, and she yelps, caught completely off guard. He squishes her cheeks between his fingers, all soft and playful, while she sputters out confused little huzz. I'll take responsibility for you for the rest of my life, he tells her, smiling, to make up for what I couldn't do before. Of course, he murmurs, adding with a smirk that if she gives him a hard time, she owes him this through this life, and the next one after that. Wow, really? Guess I'm in big trouble then, she laughs, teasing right back. The apartment settles into quiet as the light fades outside the blinds. Somewhere new, a voice cuts in with a simple question: did you call your mom? Back home, Sian catches something off in her and asks point blank if her stomach hurts. Hurt, she echoes, brushing it off with a little smile. Ah, no, it's nothing. He isn't buying it, pressing her to just tell him what's wrong. It's written all over her face. She finally admits, well, it's about that time of the month. His whole expression shifts, the realization landing all at once. Will you be all right? He asks, the empty, quiet room hanging around the question. He bundles her up in a blanket right there on the couch, fussing over her. You look sick. She just smiles up at him, poking a little fun. Why's he making such a fuss over something he's never even been through himself? Because that's exactly why, he says, dead serious. Since I haven't experienced it, I have to be extra careful. Thank you, she says softly, clearly touched by how seriously he's taking it. Sleep if you're sleepy, he tells her, settling in close. I'll be right here beside you. She drifts off peacefully, a small, content smile on her face. He holds her through it, tucked in together under the blankets, everything else forgotten for a while. Once she's finally out cold, he eases away quietly, careful not to wake her. There's medicine to grab before she stirs, he figures, already halfway out the door. He heads out into the night toward the glow of a convenience store sign. Something or someone catches his eye the second he steps inside. Huh. A pink-haired face lights up behind the counter, clearly recognizing him. Ah. You still work here? He asks, a little surprised. Hello, it's been a while, she says warmly. Turns out she remembers his girlfriend too, asking if things went well between them that day. Yes, he says. Then she hesitates, there's something she's wanted to ask him. What is it? He asks. About your sister, he starts, and she goes quiet for a beat. He gets to the point. He was hoping he could meet her. He just wants to go say hello, he tells her. Is that all right? She asks, clearly moved that he'd even want to. Yup, I'm sure Yaren would like that too, she beams. Yaren's so lucky, she teases through a laugh, already jotting something down for him. She hands over a slip of paper with the location where he can go pay his respects. Go say hello, thank you, he says quietly. Okay, goodbye, he says, turning to head back out into the night. She waves him off with a genuinely warm smile. On his way out, a photo lights up his phone screen, two identical pink-haired sisters smiling side by side. Whatever kindness he once showed clearly wasn't wasted. Before we rewind, a quick flash of a classmate scrolling his phone in the breezeway. Filler for now, but hang onto that face. Then, just as fast, a girl with cotton candy pink hair holding out a heart-shaped box of chocolates to a boy we can't fully see yet. And now she's walking away from him, clearly rattled about something. Cue the ominous mood lighting, blood, a broken bottle, and a scrawled warning that screams this is not going to end well. Somebody's grinding that same chocolate box into the pavement. Yeah, we're worried too. Her face says it all, somewhere between shock and heartbreak. She takes off running, panic written all over her. Whatever happens next, we're rewinding to find out exactly how we got here. Rewind, meet this white-haired charmer, dropping a casual hi on a girl who is absolutely not ready for his whole face. She short-circuits on the spot. Some rando just asked her for directions and her brain forgot how words work. Turns out he's just lost, new transfer student still figuring out the hallways. She snaps out of her daze long enough to actually walk him there and gets a little curious about who this guy even is. Same grade, it turns out. Suddenly this whole hallway detour gets a lot more interesting for her. He introduces himself as Beek Sian, fresh transfer, drops the formalities, and just hands her a literal box of chocolates like it's nothing. Just a thank you gift, he insists, playing it cool. She meanwhile is already completely sold. Turns out chocolate might be the one language they both happen to speak fluently. Then she drops her own little confession. There's someone else she likes and he apparently doesn't share her sweet tooth at all. Cut to him mid-panic, begging her to just forget whatever she's about to find out. She's stuck somewhere between mortified and delighted, which is honestly a whole mood. Turns out he tried to sneak a bite of her chocolate and got caught watching her from around the corner like an idiot. She completely loses it once she realizes what he actually did to the piece that hit the floor. He plays it smooth, swears he only ate the clean ones, then casually asks if she made these herself. When she admits she baked them, he means it. These beat anything you'd buy in a store. Before things get any sweeter, duty calls and he has to bounce. A quick wave, a promise to catch up again, and just like that, a friendship is born. She walks off on cloud 9, hugging that chocolate box like it's a trophy. Reality catches up fast though. She suddenly realizes exactly what she's just gotten herself into. And that's the moment it happens. Meet Yeren, her old crush on Kang Nahyuk just quietly got replaced by a brand new one on Baek Seon. Turns out her new crush and her old crush are about to become label mates. Small world, huge headache. Suddenly the hallway rumors about the mysteriously charming new kid make a lot more sense. Idol trainee. She marches straight for his classroom door because subtlety was never really the plan. A very casual, not at all suspicious peek through the doorway to get a look at him. And there he is, already the center of attention barely a day into the school year. Even she has to admit it, if anyone's going to charm a whole classroom on day one, it's this guy. Elsewhere, someone's grumbling about an overly devoted fan causing a scene again. File that one away for later. Back home, her twin sister catches her red-handed in the kitchen, very obviously up to something. Her sister assumes it's another batch of fangirl chocolates for the old crush, Kang Nahyuk. Nope, wrong idol sis, new guy, new obsession. Her twin's jaw hits the floor, putting the pieces together. Yeren confirms it flat out. These chocolates have a very specific new recipient now. No hesitation, no shame, she's all in. Days later, she's still riding the high of one compliment, replaying it like a highlight reel. Time skips ahead. Somewhere along the line, Seon's idol career hits a scandal and it shakes her more than she expects. She throws herself into supporting him through it, showing up the way she once wished someone had shown up for her. But underneath it there's an old bitterness too, complicated feelings about someone else she's still working through. She admits she once resented that other boy for changing, and now she's noticing the same pattern creeping into Seon. The parallels between the two boys in her life just keep piling up. Weirdly, watching Seon push through gives her a strange kind of closure about the other one. Seeing one of them come out okay makes the whole mess feel a little more survivable. Relief for a second, but it doesn't stick around before something else creeps back in. Whatever that other hand is, it's clearly still eating at her. Fast forward again, she's working a late shift, running on fumes and clearly carrying more than she's letting on. And just like that, we're somewhere completely different. A dream with a very anxious Jeongmin wandering through it, calling out for Seon. She's searching and getting absolutely nowhere. The dream itself seems to be telling her the same thing over and over, he's not here. And the panic sets in fast. She's spiraling now, gasping his name through the haze. Curled up alone in the dark, completely unraveling. It's a full-blown nightmare, and there's no sign of him anywhere. Then finally, a familiar shape cuts through the dark. She practically throws herself at him, relief flooding in all at once. But something's off in the way he answers her, a little too cold, a little too flat. And that's when she notices it, blood all over his hand. He's hurt, smiling in a way that doesn't quite sit right, and holding her just a little too tight. This dream has curdled into something else entirely. Everything starts spinning, blood and static bleeding into the edges of the scene. That unsettling smile stays locked in place the whole time, which honestly makes it worse. The nightmare holds absolutely nothing back. And then she's awake, heart pounding, hand at her chest, bracing for the worst. A familiar voice cuts through the panic, gently checking in on her. And there he is, very much alive, very much unbothered, flashing her a lazy morning smile. She just stares at him for a second, taking him in like she needs to double-check he's real. Then she pulls him into a hug, like she's making up for lost time in the dream. Just a nightmare he never left, she can finally breathe again. He wraps her up from behind in the kitchen, and just like that the whole nightmare loses its grip. Morning nightmares aside, these two have clearly settled into a pretty comfortable domestic groove. Which brings us to some actual real-world plans. Jeongmin's got something on her mind, and Seon's all ears. Turns out her mom wants to officially meet the boyfriend. She gives him an easy out, half expecting him to take it. He doesn't. In fact, he sounds genuinely happy about it. And the second he goes soft and flustered, she is absolutely living for it. Plans get made right then and there. Dinner this week, no takebacks. He agrees without a second thought. And just like that, it's showtime. Mom's already at the door. Seeing all that cool idle energy nowhere to be found, absolutely melts under one polite hello from a mom. The table goes dead quiet the second everyone sits down, never a great sign. Somebody's clearly thinking exactly what we're all thinking. This vibe is a lot. Mom pushes food at both of them, and Seon, ever the polished guest, cleans his plate without a single complaint. The ice starts cracking, laughter creeping back into the room. And then someone drops the one question nobody was ready for, point blank mid-meal. Jiyomin absolutely freezes on the spot. Somebody tries to smooth things over, but the damage is already done. She caves and starts listing reasons, then immediately backpedals to save what's left of her dignity. She keeps going anyway, and by the time she's done, Seon's face is a full-on tomato. Mom's clearly charmed, teasing her daughter about just how far gone she is for this guy. And then, completely out of nowhere, Mom drops a line about Jeongmin moving away like it's the most casual thing in the world. Everyone else just keeps right on chatting like nothing happened. But Seon very clearly did not know about this, and it shows all over his face. He repeats the word back like it just knocked the wind out of him. His heart is suddenly pounding, and not in the good way this time. Guess we'll find out why next chapter. Cut to the emergency center itself. The aftermath of whatever went down is still hanging in the air. The two of them walk out together, side by side but silent. Something's clearly still unresolved between them. Seon steals a glance at her, trying to read the room. She won't even look back at him. He finally reaches out and grabs her hand, a small, silent "don't walk away from me" that catches them both off guard. For a second they just stand there, close enough that the tension almost melts before life outside interrupts again. Left alone, Seon lets out a groan. "I'm in trouble," he admits to himself. "Yeah, buddy, you really are." A caption drops the truth. This has been a 2-day-long Cold War between them. Ouch. That night, Seon finally works up the nerve to say her name, silently begging to know if she's still mad. Her answer comes flat and immediate. Of course she is. No sugarcoating here. He trails off, watching her carefully, clearly scrambling for the right thing to say. Then, quietly, she admits something surprising. She would have done the exact same thing in his shoes. The anger isn't really about the choice itself. Seon finally lays it bare. He was terrified of losing her, and that fear is exactly why he dodged giving her a real explanation in the first place. Jeongmin's not letting him off that easy. "Sorry, I was scared" doesn't magically undo the excuse. He tells her straight up he's been searching for any way to stay by her side, and if he doesn't have to leave, he doesn't want to. Then he pivots to something more practical, begging her to actually eat, because apparently she's barely touched food this whole fight. He points out how thin she's already gotten. She just goes quiet, and that silence says more than she probably means it to. Morning comes and the two of them settle into an easier quiet, at least for now. Except Seon immediately zones out mid-conversation, and Jeongmin is not having it. Caught red-handed, he switches straight into overcompensating boyfriend mode. "Anything you want, babe, just say the word." Jeongmin gives him a look somewhere between annoyed and amused. He's really turning on the charm to make up for it. Her demand, refreshingly simple: "just make her some rice." Seon doesn't hesitate for a second. "Okay, rice it is." The apartment settles into a quiet little domestic morning while he gets to it. Sunlight creeps in as the quiet routine continues. Jeongmin does a double take, finding him already up and dressed. "When did you even wake up?" Guy doesn't seem to sleep. He notices she's already ready to go, clearly trying to get back to her normal routine. She fixes up her school uniform while he watches quietly. Out they go, back into the world together. They walk the familiar route toward school, side by side. For a moment, it almost looks like things are actually okay between them again. She keeps her eyes forward, lost in thought as they get closer to school. Seon seems to settle something in his own head, like he's just made a decision. He drops the real plan. They're going to go home together and win his parents over. Then, sweetly, he sends her off with a simple "have fun at school." And of course, he can't resist teasing her for a goodbye kiss right at the school gate. Smooth. Jiyomin heads inside on her own, back to the daily grind. Sian lingers behind, staring off, clearly still turning something over in his mind. Then his phone lights up. It's his mom calling. He hesitates for just a beat before picking up. Ah, hello, not exactly his most confident greeting. Whatever she says on the other end is serious enough that he cuts things short. I have something to tell you. I'll come home right now. And just like that, he's off, leaving whatever plans he had behind. Back at school, the day rolls on as usual. A classmate spots Jiyomin walking in and greets her with a casual smile. Business as usual, on the surface anyway. But look closer, she's barely holding it together, keeping her head down and saying nothing. Words already spreading in the hallway. Apparently she's refusing to eat again, and Yoonju Seo is not happy to hear it. The whispers keep building. What exactly is going on with Jiyomin lately? Someone floats the obvious guess, maybe it's boyfriend trouble. The group agrees something's definitely off with her lately. Someone gently points out the deeper wound she got just like this before, back when her father died. It stings a little that she won't open up to them even now. Jiyomin catches part of the conversation and just goes silent. Someone snipes back defensively and Jiyomin, having heard enough, finally cuts in. What did you just say? Yoonju Seo quickly tries to smooth things over. Forget the drama, let's just get Jiyomin to eat something already. The group scrambles to regroup and head off to find her. Footsteps echo through the stairwell as they go looking. But when they check her classroom, she's already gone. Nobody's quite sure where she wandered off to, just that she'd been lying down before slipping out. They figure the restroom's the best bet. Straight there they go. And there she is, curled up alone on the bathroom floor, completely out of sight. One of them catches sight of her and freezes. They call out down the row of stalls, but all they get back is silence. One of them starts to think they've got the wrong spot entirely. They keep pushing further in anyway, not ready to give up the search. Stall by stall they keep checking. They start banging on doors and calling out names, getting louder with every stall that comes up empty. I know you're in there, come out already. Not exactly subtle but effective. One of them gets a little too aggressive, banging on doors, and the other has to talk her down. What if that's a total stranger in there? Chaos ensues as they argue over whether they've even got the right stall. Then the door finally swings open, and what they find stops them cold. Both girls freeze, completely stunned. There she is, eyes puffy, face blank, clearly having cried her heart out all alone. Her friends corner Jiyomin at the bus stop, dead serious. Something is clearly wrong. It's nothing, she says. Nobody buys it. Do you think we're fools? One snaps. Brushing them off just makes it worse, and they all know it. They go straight for it. Did she have a fight with her boyfriend? Your whole mood swings with that guy, you know that. Jiyomin freezes, busted. Her friends just sigh. Watching her spiral over a boy again is getting old. Jiyomin goes quiet, chewing it over in her head. She figures telling them the whole truth wouldn't change a thing anyway, so she keeps it locked up. Cut to Sian's father, alone at his office desk, letting out a long sigh over his son. That fool, he mutters. He and Sian's mother rehash a conversation, worried they said the wrong thing, though maybe, they admit, it worked out for the better. Sian's mother tilts her head, only half convinced. Her phone lights up with an incoming call. Jiyomin. She picks up, gentle and checking in. Did Jiyomin make it home safe? On the other end, Jiyomin is sitting alone in a darkened, empty apartment. She doesn't say much, just silence hanging on the line. Then Jiyomin asks something odd. Would it be okay if she skipped seeing Sian off? What she really means, the thing she can't quite say. Can't he just stay? It finally spills out. She begs Sian's mother straight up, please don't take him away. All she gets back is a quiet, heavy I'm sorry. Jiyomin grips the phone tighter, waiting for an answer she already dreads. Sian's mother explains gently, if he were older and more self-sufficient maybe, but right now it's just not realistic. They simply can't afford to set him up in a place of his own. She apologizes again. Jiyomin just stands there, phone pressed to her ear, letting it sink in. She doesn't argue, she just goes silent, tears building. Her face crumples, the fear of actually losing him finally cracking through. Her mind flashes back to breaking the news to her friends earlier. Her boyfriend's moving far away, and they probably won't see much of each other anymore. She admits to them she'd taken it for granted he was always just there, by her side, like it was a given. Now she's stuck on something scarier. Can she even function without him? While she's spiraling over it, one of her friends walks up, clearly about to have words. Sora doesn't hold back. "Are you insane?" she explodes, done watching this play out quietly. "I've kept my mouth shut this whole time because you're my friend," Sora says, but seriously enough. Jiangmin flinches, bracing for whatever comes next. Sora lays into her. Do she and her boyfriend seriously think life revolves around being a couple? Jiangmin can only blink, stunned. "Every couple like this," Sora says, "acts like they'll die without each other right up until they curse each other out and split." Ever since she started dating him, Sora says, Jiangmin's been getting more depressed and losing herself completely in the process. "It's like you're being dragged into this against your own will." If he's moving away, Sora argues, just tell him to visit later. If you like him that much, just marry him later and live together forever. So what's the actual problem here? Sora doubles down honestly. It sounds like the two of them need some real time apart. Does everyone else in your life just stop mattering? Jiangmin's whole world has shrunk down to one person, and it shows. "You can't even picture life without him, can you?" Sora fires back. "What are we to you then? What about your own mom?" The accusation lands hard. For one second, Sora softens. She liked the old Jiangmin better, rude edges and all. The tension finally snaps in the air, sharp as a slap. Yunju Seo steps in quietly. Sora only came at her that hard because she genuinely cares. The words keep ringing in Jiangmin's ears, replaying over and over. One question keeps looping: has everyone besides her boyfriend really stopped mattering to her? Yunju gently calls her name, snapping her out of the spiral. "I know," Jiangmin says quietly. She said all that because she means well. She tells Yunju to go chase down Sora. Instead, she just needs a minute alone to think. Yunju gives in with a small wave. "Okay, see you in class," and heads off. Jiangmin walks off by herself, the weight of it all still sitting heavy on her shoulders. Alone at last, she finally lets her guard drop. She parks herself on a bench, staring at nothing, letting everything catch up with her. Silence, just her and her thoughts now. In her head, she pictures the two of them walking hand in hand and hears his voice, defiant. "So what?" The friend's warning echoes back. Maybe they really do need space from each other, and it stings. She knows it herself. To everyone else, what they have doesn't exactly look normal. She always told herself it was fine as long as the two of them were happy with it. But then the doubt creeps in. Did they ever actually? Did they ever really enjoy it, even once, or just white-knuckle through it together? Their hands stay linked anyway, like the thread between them was never going to snap. The real question surfaces: did they ever actually feel safe together, or just scared of losing each other? Back at his place, Sion tells his parents flat out he can't do this, he can't just leave her. "You're serious?" his dad presses. Yeah, Sion answers he won't leave Jiangmin hanging like this. Sion admits he's wronged her more than once. His father shoots back, then it's on him to fix it, not something to dump on his parents. Bottom line, they genuinely can't afford to set him up on his own. Sion groans in frustration, then his mother hesitates. "Sion, actually." He tenses up. "What did you say?" She's about to tell him something about that call. His expression shifts fast. Whatever this is, it matters. Turns out Jiangmin called his mother that very evening. Something clicks in Sion's head, and he's already moving. He takes off running, feet pounding the pavement. He books it straight for her school, not wasting another second. He spots her in the distance and doesn't slow down for a second. "Jiangmin," he calls out, breathless. She spins around, stunned. "Sion, you're actually here." He tells her gently he knows she's the one who called his mom that night. "Don't worry about it," he says softly, pulling her in close. He lays it out plain he's not leaving her. He'll do whatever it takes to stay, even if it means facing his old CEO again. "I'll handle it myself, don't stress over it, okay?" And Jiangmin finally admits it. She was honestly relieved to hear that. "I can't even imagine living without you either," she says, and he pulls her into a hug. She knows how unhealthy this probably looks from the outside, but honestly, they just need each other, and that's the truth of it. Sion just smiles into it, at peace with the chaos of them. She tells him straight there won't be a single moment she's not by his side, no matter what happens. "I've finished sorting out my thoughts," she says, and for once she actually means it. The two of them just stand there together, the noise of the day finally gone quiet. "I know you're completely crazy," she teases with a grin. "And you're totally crazy over me," he fires back, lacing his fingers through hers. Still, she admits she's actually noticed him trying to change. Trying not to smother her, trying to love her in a way that finally feels stable. They lay out the plan going forward, take some time apart, but stop leaning on each other as a crutch. Instead, actually look after the other people who matter in their lives too. Even saying it out loud clearly costs Sian something. His eyes well up a little. He holds it together anyway. Then out of nowhere, Jiangmin drops it, "You should marry me for real." Sian completely short-circuits, blindsided in the best possible way. "You are way too much, Choi Jiangmin," he groans, crouching down to hide his face. "How dare you propose to me first? I was supposed to be the one who did that first," he mutters, thoroughly outmaneuvered. Looking back, the two of them were both young and pretty immature about the whole thing. They were each other's firsts, which is exactly why, from the outside, it always looked like a frustrating, messy relationship. But instead of pretending the wounds weren't there, they chose to actually deal with them. No guarantee the same mess doesn't happen again down the line, they know that. But this time, walking together into the sunset, it feels different. They won't let the anxiety run the show like it used to. Because at the end of the day, Baek Sian and Choi Jiangmin only really have each other scarred as they both were, from the very first time they met. And somehow, through everything, they've stayed together this whole time. Over dinner, her guardian gently checks in on her, clearly worried about how she's actually holding up underneath it all. Jiangmin puts on the brave face. "Yes, I'm all right," she says, sure she is. Something they all just have to get through, she figures, and honestly, her guardian notes she looks better than she has in a while. Sian, ever smooth, jokes that when he gets back he'll be her guardian's son-in-law for real this time. Cue the laughing. But underneath the smile, Jiangmin's inner voice cuts through. Actually, she's not okay, not even close. Alone with her thoughts, she quietly asks him for one thing: "Promise me." Sian blinks, caught completely off guard by the sudden ask. "That's why you need to come back as soon as possible, okay?" She tells him, and he quietly admits he doesn't want to go either, fingers finding hers in the street. "Sometime later, honey," Sian says, and before she can even respond, he's already pulled her into a hug. Dead serious, he tells her. Since she's too pretty, guys will come sniffing around at college, so write down every name that bothers her because he won't be there to scare them off himself. Jiangmin, deadpan, wonders if this is some kind of death note, then waves him off. She can handle her own stalkers, thanks. Cut to the street outside, and Jiangmin trails off mid-thought, something unsettled sitting in the back of her mind. And then Sian completely loses it in the middle of the sidewalk, screaming about how anxious he is, while Jiangmin just stands there, utterly unbothered by the theatrics. She snaps back, "Can he please walk around without covering his face like that?" And the two spiral into a petty little argument about which of them is actually more popular. Someone asks what's going on, and Jiangmin, not holding back, explains he's exactly the type of guy girls give up chasing before they even try. Then the mood shifts entirely, an establishing shot of a quiet memorial hall, and just like that, this chapter takes a much heavier turn. Inside, Sian walks alone down a narrow hallway lined with memorial niches, subdued in a way we haven't really seen from him before. He stops at a wall of small memorial displays, and tucked among them, a photo of a smiling pink-haired girl next to someone she clearly cared about. A door creaks softly somewhere behind him as he steps further in, the quiet pressing in a little heavier with every step. His face goes unreadable, drained, almost as he stands there for a long moment doing absolutely nothing. "I'm sorry," he finally says, then quieter, he thinks he's come here far too late. We flash back to the classroom, the day it all came out, a cluster of students huddled together, one of them in tears. "There's a lot of things I should be sorry to you for," he admits, a small flower and her photo in hand. His eyes well up as he admits she's the reason he ever let himself hope for other people again, and can't help wondering what if everyone else really had turned their back on him too. Time passes in silence as he just stands there, facing the wall of everything he's lost. As he turns to leave, something stops him cold in the hallway. Someone else steps into view nearby, carrying a bag of offerings, clearly here for the same reason he is. Their eyes meet and the stranger visibly freezes, completely stunned. It's someone from Seon's past, and judging by his face, this is the absolute last person he expected to run into here. The silence stretches a beat too long before either of them can get a word out. The guy finally manages, voice barely above a whisper. Beak Seon, he says his name like he still can't quite believe it's really him. Seon, far calmer, simply confirms it, and the guy, still rattled, blurts out an awkward "You come here often?" Yeah, Seon answers quietly, turns out he does. After a long silence, Seon cuts straight to the point. "Did you have a crush on her?" The guy nearly jumps out of his skin, stammering out absolutely nothing coherent. "So it's true," Seon smirks, that's all the confirmation he needed. The poor guy's face goes fully red, completely speechless. Seon gives him a light jab for good measure, clearly enjoying this a little too much. They just stand there together for a while after that, the awkwardness slowly easing into something almost comfortable. "Seon," the guy says quietly, and something in his tone makes Seon go completely still. "I'm sorry," he says. Seon just keeps walking, letting the words land without needing to answer. Outside at the bus stop, the guy starts to explain himself, voice trailing off mid-sentence. He tells Seon he's always seen what happened back then as self-defense, not something to be ashamed of, and admits things never quite felt right after they drifted apart. Seon asks if he ever resented him. After all, Yerin only got dragged into the mess for taking his side and can't help feeling responsible for pulling this guy into it too. The guy just shakes his head, insisting he's the one who's carried the regret every single day, flashing back to their old friend group, sitting together on the school stairs back when things were still simple. More of that same flashback, the two of them as kids, long before any of this fell apart. He remembers walking home alone through the alley after everything happened, the weight of it sitting heavy on him even now. The memory stays sharp no matter how many years pass. And there they are, the old bullies, gathered on the stairs at dusk, exactly as he remembers them. "I can't forget that day," he admits. His face is damp with sweat and tears, the memory still raw after all this time. He lays it out plainly. That day was ruined because of Yoo Seung-hyun's crew and Kang Na-hyuk, full stop, and admits fear kept him frozen and useless the whole time. Seon tells him he was just as scared back then himself, and honestly, this guy's world's better than the ones who never even bothered to apologize. Relieved, the guy tells Seon he's doing just fine now and that Seon should really let the whole incident go too. "Okay," Seon finally says, and for once, it actually sounds like he might mean it. "Thank you," the guy says, twice over, like once wasn't nearly enough. "For real," he adds, watching the sky burn orange overhead. Seon heads back out into the light, something in his shoulders noticeably looser than before. He lingers a moment longer to take in the sunset before finally moving on. Cut to Jeongmin, out for a walk through the autumn park, phone in hand. Someone shakes Seon's hand, asking if he properly said his goodbyes. He confirms he did, and they're glad he got the chance to see her before he had to leave. He looks up at the sky in silence for a moment, unspoken feelings hanging in the air. Later, wrapped up in a hug, he mentions offhand that he ran into a friend there too, which earns him a curious "friend" from Jeongmin. Yup, he confirms, a friend from high school. Back at the memorial, the guy holds something out to him. It's a message Yerin wrote for him back then, kept safe all this time right there on an old phone screen. He explains the original post got deleted years ago, but he'd screenshotted it and kept it hidden away, just in case. Seon just stares at the screen, quiet, as the guy admits he never had anywhere to actually post it. He suspects Yoo Seung-hyun's family had a hand in scrubbing everyone else's posts, which is why this is the only copy left. Caused him some grief for a while, he admits, but it all settled down eventually. Cut to an online post. A former classmate introduces themselves, ready to set the record straight about Seon once and for all. They post proof their old school uniform, time-stamped just in case anyone doubts they're for real. Bottom line, they write, every rumor circulating online about Seon is completely false. They recall sharing a meal with him once, a memory they've clearly held onto. Someone teases them about sauce all over their face mid-story and they insist every single class genuinely liked Seon. He always treated his friends well no matter what. Flashback to his very first day transferring in him cheekily eating something he shouldn't, someone yelling at him for it, and Seon just laughing it off with an "I'm kidding, haha." They admit they were once crying behind the school building over something personal, and Seon came over and talked to them clearly just trying to help. Even hearing something heavy that day, he didn't let it faze him. The memory lingers on a pink-haired girl's face. Rather than piling on empty words of comfort, they write, his actions always spoke louder. That same goofy, slightly ridiculous laugh of his, they say, made all their sadness disappear in an instant. All they could really remember from that whole rough patch in the end was simply meeting him. The flashback lingers on that same pink-haired girl, holding out a box of chocolates for him. They admired him for it. They write he's just one of those people who gives off positive energy wherever he goes, like starlight raining down around him. They just wanted to be his friend, they admit, watching him from behind against a blazing sunset. He was just a kid who deserved to be loved, they conclude, and alongside this post, others started surfacing too, flat out debunking the rumors that he ever copied Nahyuk Kang or was some kind of bully himself. Back in the present, a much lighter moment, Seon leaning in close with someone, smiling. Elsewhere though, a very different voice, someone reflecting bitterly that they never liked who they used to be, back when they acted like a complete fool. And yet, they admit they know full well by now that living kindly doesn't get you very far. A bitter little cliffhanger to end that thread on. Back with Seon, alone against a brick wall, something still clearly weighing on his mind. It wasn't all bad, he realizes not everything from that time turned out meaningless after all. A strange, almost dreamlike image lingers, his hand resting near his collar, bathed in an otherworldly glow. It didn't only remain as a wound, he tells himself genuinely glad for once that he went there today. He lingers there a moment longer, something finally settled in him that wasn't there before. The call comes again, closer this time, and Jeongmin starts to stir in her sleep. A white-haired figure leans into view, amused she's still this groggy first thing in the morning. He turns his back to her, that same patterned robe from her recurring dreams unmistakable. 1 week, he tells her, casual as anything. She blinks, totally lost. What? In exactly 1 week, he repeats like it's already decided. All she can do is stammer what back at him. He starts to fade out with one last promise, I will see you soon. She lunges after him, panicked, wait you. Everything cuts to black with a jolt, like she's just been yanked straight out of the dream. She wakes up for real, startled, already grasping for the dream slipping through her fingers. For sure, in the dream. It's gone, I can't remember, she admits, and just sits with the blank for a second. She drags herself up and pads through her apartment in pajamas, still half asleep. At the fridge, something catches her attention. Her phone's lit up with a wall of texts from her friend Sora Choi. You should come for sure next Friday, followed by a spam of for sure, for sure, for sure. The phone just keeps buzzing at her while she stands there at the fridge. Sora will not let up, so Jeongmin fires back a flat one-word answer. No. She sighs and chugs water straight from the bottle, bracing for the fallout. Sure enough, Sora explodes on the other end. Did you just say no? You said yes last time. And Jeongmin just mutters she only agreed before to get Sora to stop being so clingy. Jeongmin argues she's already a third year, why bother showing up to some freshman welcome party? Sora teases she just wants a cute younger guy this time around. Sora needles her to lower her standards if she ever wants to date again. Jeongmin insists finding someone decent isn't exactly impossible. Sora isn't buying it. She points out Jeongmin's last boyfriend was ridiculously good-looking, so of course her bar is unrealistic now. Jeongmin flips the blame right back. Technically it's Sora's fault, for dating a catch and wrecking her standards in the process. She shuts the call down flat, I'm not going, bye Tilda, and hangs up over Sora's protests. And just like that, the story jumps forward. It's now years later. Jeongmin is 22, a university student, sitting alone with her laptop in a coffee shop. The reason for that far-off look? Baek Seon moved away back when he turned 19 and she hasn't really heard from him in 4 years. A flashback reel of old texts flickers by the two of them used to message non-stop, even trading playfully raunchy jokes, back when they were still figuring out the distance. But being apart from each other for the first time was genuinely rough on her. One old message resurfaces. Seon once told her his dad tossed his things out and called him crazy. All she could manage back then was a quiet. Instead of easing off, the two of them only leaned on each other harder, way harder than before. It got bad enough that she could barely function day to day. She lies there in the dark, replaying just how far it had spiraled. Ending things gently wasn't going to magically fix everything, and she knew it. Seon stares out a window alone, the same idea sitting with him, focus on himself more, even if the move meant staying in touch from a distance. But without him around, her anxiety didn't magically get better overnight either. An old scar resurfaces in her memory. She's still afraid of blood and knives, a leftover from her father's violence back home. In the end, they just compromised, staying loosely in touch. She admits she cried hard the day she actually sent him off. Back in the memory, holding some papers at school, she can suddenly tell something's wrong. She just stands there quietly, back to us, in the moment everything finally clicked. I finally understand why you said we should limit contact, she realizes. Nothing's going to change just by acting like this, a quiet gut punch from that same hard stretch. She finally calls him up. Seon, what do you think about only contacting each other later, like you suggested? She admits the real problem out loud. She thinks she's just been leaning on him too hard. He's gentle about it. I'm sorry, I know you've been keeping in touch for my well-being. It's all right, she tells him, I feel the same way. Okay, Jeongmin, he says. Always, she answers, and that quiet deal is what quietly stretched into 4 whole years. Even staying apart, she admits, she barely reached out either. That's just what long distance does to you. Before he left, Seon pulls out a ring box. It hasn't been long, I know, but I really wanted to give you this. She slides it on. I will never take this off, she tells him, no matter where I go. He flashes that same easy, confident grin, already looking pleased with himself. I'll be even cooler when we meet next time, he promises, and buy you something even better. Present-day Jeongmin can't help but roll her eyes at the memory. Exactly how much cooler does a guy need to get to justify 4 years of silence? Back at work, she's living alone now, in a neighborhood near the university she attends. On the clock, she greets a customer with a bright welcome tilde and calls out an order for 2 cafe mochas. The full picture lands. She's barely covering rent with part-time work, her mom's help, and the insurance payout after her dad's death, and she's already wondering if she needs a second job. Something on the counter catches her eye. It's a help wanted sign taped up by the register. The listing, part-timers wanted, 6:30 p.m. until close Monday through Friday. Her brain instantly connects the dots. Evenings only means a built-in excuse to dodge Sora's Friday plans, and hey, she's already got her barista certification. Right on cue, Sora's still blowing up her phone about that same Friday hangout. Making small talk, she mentions she hasn't touched a drink since a rough night out at 20, then asks straight up to interview for the job. A capped guy behind the counter reacts with visible surprise, then breaks into an easy grin. All right. Jeongmin's left wondering why he reacted like that. The manager looks over her barista certification and hires her on the spot, starting the very next day. Day 1 behind the register, and it's already hitting her. It all feels so sudden. The rush hits immediately. There are a lot of customers here, as an order for 3 iced Americanos comes flying in. A customer flip-flops mid-order on eating in versus taking it to go, and Jeongmin scrambles to keep up. Another customer wants to swap an already rung-up iced Americano for a hot one. She's already pressed the button, but fine, she'll fix it. Next, it's a cake order, tacking on a strawberry shortcake and more add-ons while she just tries to keep her smile on. A cheerful, capped coworker steps in beside her to help ride out the chaos. She wraps up the order, and the customer even tosses her a sweet little yes. Heart on the way out. She promises to ring the bell when it's ready. As they walk off, a couple of customers whisper and giggle about the good-looking male part-timer working the counter. Her coworker reassures her it's normal. Everyone's a nervous wreck on their first shift. During the lull they get to chatting and something he says genuinely catches her off guard. Pardon, is that so? Before he casually asks how old she is. I'm 22, she tells him. He lights right up. Ah, so you're older than me, while she just blinks, unsure why that's such a big deal. Yep, just a year younger than you. I'm 21, name's Kang Subin, he says, and she tells him he seems like a natural already for someone so new. He laughs it off. He stuttered through his own first day, got yelled at by a customer and dropped an entire tray of cups. He's already planning ahead. When we get closer, let's grab dinner together sometime. Then he just drops it flat out. Nuna. She blinks, thrown by just how fast he's gotten informal with her. Still, she shrugs it off. Well, I guess it doesn't matter, and that's where the chapter leaves her. 4 years of silence behind her and a very forward new coworker ahead. Jiangmin just shrugs. One measly paycheck from her weekend convenience store gig isn't cutting it anymore. Sora tries to lock down Friday night instead, and lets out a full-blown wail when Jiangmin bails on that too. Still sulking, Sora can't resist digging up old dirt, needling her about the wild drinking she used to do back when she was 20. Just hearing the name Yunju is enough to yank Jiangmin's mind straight back into one particular blackout of a night. Sora, lightweight that she is, tapped out early that night and grabbed a taxi home solo, leaving the other two to their own devices. Left alone together, Jiangmin and Yunju figured one more round of beer sounded like a fantastic idea. Buzzed and feeling good, Jiangmin admits she just went along with it without a second thought. That was the night she drank herself sick right there on the street, and it only went downhill from there. Cut back to today and someone slams a fist on the table, genuinely wounded that she still won't spill every last detail. Still pouting, Sora grumbles that Yunju sure knows how to keep a secret, calls her such a good friend with zero sincerity, then remembers she has her own shift to get to. Jiangmin confirms she's headed to the cafe gig she mentioned, and the two of them go their separate ways for the night. Grudgingly, Jiangmin ties on her apron and clocks in for another shift. Business is booming, and Jiangmin genuinely cannot figure out why this place is always slammed on a weekday. Enter her new junior coworker, all smirks, teasing that training her must be rough. She insists she's fine, though he's clearly the one still fumbling with customers. He shrugs it off, says he actually likes the job, and admits she's such a quick study he barely has anything left to teach her. He asks what she's doing after her shift. She flatly tells him she's going home to sleep. No hints, no plans, nothing. Another invite, another flat no. Sorry, she says, she just doesn't drink. He backpedals instantly. Fine, forget the drinking then, just hang out. Clearly not a guy used to hearing no. A quiet apology and a firm shutdown from her. He just keeps smirking like he's got all the time in the world. Pressed again, she plays what should be her trump card. Her boyfriend gets jealous easily. That word lands different than she expects. His eyes flick up, suddenly a lot more interested. A boyfriend, huh? He plays it cool, says it would honestly be weirder if a girl like her didn't have someone waiting on her. Another day, another cheerful welcome at the register. Life and the grind goes on. Shift wraps up with a quiet great job today, nothing dramatic, just two coworkers clocking out. Later, soaked and worn thin, she catches her own tired reflection and just sighs. He's waiting outside for her in the pouring rain, no umbrella of her own in sight, already fretting over how she'll even get home. She hesitates, half wondering if she should just make a run for it through the storm. He needles her, half joking and fully pointed. Isn't this exactly the moment you'd call your boyfriend? He leans in closer, casually noting how late it's gotten. She admits quietly that her boyfriend isn't around right now. He's far away, she says, and she can't even call him. Guess it's a taxi then. She tries to wave him off, tells him to head home first. He's not having it, offers to walk her under his own umbrella instead. He frets the cafe's about to close, it'll get dark fast, and she'll catch a cold soaked to the bone like this. She caves, tells herself she'll just borrow his umbrella until a taxi actually shows up. Rain just keeps hammering down outside the darkened cafe windows, the whole street gone quiet. Something about the moment makes her go still, lost somewhere in her own head. Still no taxis in sight, must be the sudden downpour, he jokes, not looking too upset about the extra time together. He finally works up the nerve to ask her something. How long exactly has she actually been dating this boyfriend of hers? 4 years, she guesses, maybe 5, and he can't hide how floored he is. Wait, so they've been together since she was 17, he can barely process it. Then why, he presses, are you two living apart right now, barely even able to reach each other? She insists they just have their reasons. She admits they agreed to keep some distance for a while and focus on their own lives. Although she trails off, something is clearly still eating at her underneath all that. It's been 4 years, she realizes out loud, and even she sounds startled hearing herself say the number. She wonders aloud why she's even telling him all this. She's not even drunk this time. Blaming it on the rain, she can't quite believe she's confiding in someone she barely knows. He laughs it off, teasing that it sounds like a high school fling that just never technically ended. That gets a real reaction out of her, sharp, defensive, immediate. No, she insists they're still together right now. He asks pointedly if they're even in contact. She stammers that they're just not in touch at the moment, and he's quick to point out that's basically the same as losing him for good. The accusation lands harder than he probably meant it to, and her composure visibly cracks. He shrugs it off, he just thinks she's being naive about the whole thing, that's all. He asks flat out if she even still trusts this guy. She insists that she does. He counters that she has no idea what a real relationship even looks like, not from where he's standing after everything she just told him. People who are actually dating, he says, act like it, present, in touch, lovey-dovey, not this. She goes quiet, rattled, insisting to herself that their situation is just different. She says it out loud this time, almost daring herself to believe it, they're different. Privately though, she can't shake a nagging anxiety she can't quite explain even to herself. He's not unaffected either, hearing all of this out loud in person clearly has his own feelings spiraling. Tears mix with the rain running down her face, the cracks are showing now. He calls after her, suddenly unsure of himself, no Nuna. She tells him he doesn't need to keep covering her with his umbrella, says she'll go on ahead and takes off. She bolts into the rain and the dark, footsteps splashing further and further away from him. He reaches out after her, a beat too late, clearly regretting exactly how far he just pushed. We open on a memory. A guy with pale silver hair reaches out, warm light on his face, saying just one word, Jiangmin. Rain starts hammering down as he fixes his collar. I'll come back, he tells her, famous last words, right? His boots splash away down a soaked street. He's leaving and she's letting him. One last hug before he goes. Let's live together once I'm back, he says. All she can manage is, don't forget me. Never, the word just hangs there as she watches him disappear alone down the rain-soaked street. I wonder, she thinks, just how long am I supposed to wait for him? Tears mix with the rain on her face. This isn't a fresh wound, this is a wound that's been open a while. Her phone lights up with an incoming call. All she can whisper is, I miss you. The number you're calling does not exist. Turns out that call never had a chance. She's standing in the rain, sobbing into a phone connected to nobody. Her hair falls over her face as a tiny, distant figure drifts through the storm below. Thunder rumbles over the city. Even the sky seems to be taking this one personally. A lonely street lamp, rain sheeting down, one small silhouette. Grief has a way of making a whole city feel empty. She's still standing there, soaked and wrecked, the downpour roaring around her like it's trying to drown the memory out. Cut to a normal kitchen, normal problems. One of Jiangmin's friends is texting the group chat about what to wear today. I'll just wear something casual, she types, then immediately backpedals. Make sure to match with me though. Priorities. Hey, Jiangmin texted me, the friend says, phone in hand. She said she's not coming today. Reversal incoming. Wait, Jiangmin is asking us to drink with her. Well, that escalated fast. A hand fills a mug to the brim. This is not going to be a light night. Jiangmin and her friend Sora settle in at the table together. One of them already looks hollowed out. Beer and soju get mixed into a proper bomb shot. Nobody's pacing themselves tonight. Hey Jiangmin, what happened today? Sora asks carefully. Jiangmin just keeps pouring, eyes empty. One friend just chugs an entire mug in response to the tension. Sometimes that's a valid coping mechanism. A hand slams down hard enough to rattle the table. Something's about to give. Oh my gosh, the friends murmur, watching Jiangmin unravel in front of them. Jiangmin grips someone's wrist tight. Don't stop me today. Her friend fires back, you crazy girl, have you lost it? Are over, someone finishes and Jiangmin's jaw just drops. What? The gossip train has left the station. Bixian, I think I've heard that name before. One friend muses, no idea, she's poking a very fresh wound. Jiangmin, forget about that bastard, someone yells into the night, if only it were that easy. If it's been 4 years, he's definitely broken up with you by now, one friend declares. 4 years, that's how long she's been waiting. Better men tilde, let's cheers to that, they mean well. Jiangmin just goes quiet. This is bad. Sora's eyes go wide watching her friend slip somewhere dark. Her eyes lose focus completely. Whatever's happening in her head right now, it isn't good. The whole table goes quiet, nobody quite sure what to say anymore. Outside, the bar street glows on, oblivious, as the night just keeps rolling forward. Sora, can you watch Jiangmin for a bit? We're gonna go smoke. Sure, go ahead, and just like that, Sora's on babysitting duty. The other two peel off into the night, leaving Sora alone with a very drunk Jiangmin. Choi, Jiangmin, are you going to keep crying like that? Forget about Bixian, Sora tells her, more tough love than comfort. How is all Jiangmin can choke out. How can I forget him? She asks again, wandering past the storefronts, barely holding herself together. She slumps down on the stairs alone. Do you? She starts and doesn't finish. Do you know how I felt when he left? I dealt with all the trauma I could and I gave the rest to him. I even forgave him for not telling me he was moving in advance. So how can he do this to me now? Living without Bixian is going to be so hard for me. It hurts so much I've thought about just dying. Yeah, this is heavier than a bad breakup. He's so selfish, so mean, she sobs. He said he can't live without me, but that must have been a lie. He lied to me. She curls up on the stairs, wrecked. Xian, Bixian, she wails his name into the rain like it might actually bring him back. Sora watches from a distance, wondering, is this just how she drinks? Or is tonight actually different? It's different, alright, the alcohol's catching up with her fast. Hey, I told you to forget about him, Sora scolds, holding her hair back while she's sick in the bathroom. Rough night. I'm going to delete his number, Jiangmin decides, staring down at her phone. Something else catches her eye, a chat thread from a coworker, apologizing over and over for an awkward run-in yesterday. Sora clocks the contact name and puts it together, just some guy Jiangmin works with part-time. Sora privately thinks it'd be healthier for Jiangmin to move on with someone new. Jiangmin catches her staring. What are you looking at? Hey, who's this Kang Subin guy? Are you close? Sora asks. Just someone I work with part-time, Jiangmin deflects. I only dated him for a while in high school, she says of Xian, trying to shrink 4 years of heartbreak down to nothing. How pathetic must I look? Hey, but he seems interested in you, you know, Sora adds. Subtle, Sora, real subtle. A call comes in. Subin. Jiangmin reaches for it, wanting to apologize, but the number isn't even saved. It's a total stranger. Sora just answers it herself. Hello, Subin, sorry about yesterday, wrong number, wrong apology, full commitment. Jiangmin takes the phone back and mutters into it, you were right. I must be so stupid, talking to whoever's actually on the other end. You're not saying anything, dead silence on the other end, somehow that's worse. Are you very mad? She asks the silence. This call is not going where anyone expected. I acted like I didn't know, but, you know, I want to find someone new now, forget my past. She's talking herself into it more than anyone else. I'll forget and start a new chapter, she declares, then completely different call, dials up someone new. Can you come get me right now? Her friends panic. Hey, once you sober up, you are going to regret this so hard. It's fine, plenty of people liked me, it's so unfair, she slurs, then straight to the phone. Subin, come pick me up here. Where are you? Comes the reply. I'm at Baekhyun Alley on the bar street, she manages. Come quickly, she texts back. She's not exactly playing it cool. You really called him? Sora panics. He'll get the wrong idea calling this late. I don't care, Jiangmin fires back. I'm lonely too, Bixian, you bastard, she finishes. So Sora's stuck out here now too, waiting on this whole mess to arrive. Oh, Jiangmin perks up, someone finally showing up to rescue her from herself. Kang Subin, Sora waves him down as he jogs up, hoodie and all. Nuna, he blurts, sweating already. Why are you here? You've clearly been drinking. Before he can even finish the sentence, she throws herself right at him. No, Nuna, poor Subin short-circuits completely. Sora steps in to smooth things over. Sorry, Jiangmin's drunk, so please forget everything she said on that call earlier. I'm worried she'll be mortified once she sobers up, Sora adds. Subin just blinks. Sorry, what call? Wait, are you saying she called me? Subin asks, confused. Sora freezes. If it wasn't Subin on that call, who exactly was Jiangmin pouring her heart out to? The question just hangs in the night air over the quiet street. Something or someone out there heard every word. Footsteps, someone's walking up out of the dark, and the whole group turns to look. Sora and Jiangmin both freeze up. Jiangmin's whole face just breaks open in shock. And there he is, silver hair, that same infuriatingly composed smirk, fixing his collar like he just stepped out of the memory itself. 4 years of silence and he just walks back into her life like it's nothing. Jiangmin's night goes sideways fast. Her drunk father drags her down a dark street by the hair, screaming her name like it's an accusation. And watching from nearby with an unreadable little smile is a white-haired stranger who looks way too calm for the situation. He mutters that if it weren't for a certain phone call yesterday, none of this would be happening right now, like he's the one who got summoned to clean this mess up. He straightens his collar afterward, cool as anything, and tells whoever's watching to just forget they saw or heard a thing. A bystander eyes him warily, clearly trying to figure out exactly what kind of guy this is. Somebody else just blurts it outright. This guy, they call him Subin, is a little bit insane. Cut to Jiangmin, absolutely furious on the phone, screaming "You're dead," at someone who is very much about to regret whatever he did. Subin walks off with fresh scratches on his face, still wearing that same smug little smile like nothing happened at all. Somebody calls out one single word, Min, and everything's about to get a lot more complicated. My lovely Min, he says, all silky charm, straight into her ear. You've gotten prettier since I last saw you. Subin purrs a line so smooth it should come with a warning label. She whispers that she missed him, voice cracking, completely wrecked by whatever this drink has done to her. Through the tears she asks the question that's about to blow this whole night up. Siyun, is that you? She asks it again, desperate for it to be true, beaks Siyun. And instead of correcting her, the white-haired stranger just smirks and says, yeah, your Siyun is here. Yikes. Drunk and desperate, she reaches for him right there on the street, no idea she's grabbing the wrong guy. She's a mess, crying up close, clinging to a face that only looks like the one she loves. He adjusts his collar, unnervingly calm about the whole situation. That same knowing smile again. This guy really does not seem worried about consequences. Then crack, a fist connects square with that silver hair. Somebody was not amused by the little charade. Jiangmin bolts down the street in a full panic, red shoes flashing under the streetlights. She rounds on him, furious. Why did you change your phone number? Turns out that's the actual crime here. I did that yesterday, you idiot, he says. She just blinks. Turns out he never changed his number at all, just got a new phone. This whole panic was one giant misunderstanding. I updated my contacts and called you the second I got the new number, he explains, entirely too pleased with himself. She covers her face, embarrassed. My baby was sad, thought we'd broken up, and that tracks for a drunk phone panic. He wraps her in a hug, teasing her about drinking too much, and admits he already apologized to everyone on her behalf. Enter Sora, hair up in buns, spotting him across the street and yelling "Appa," loud enough to turn heads. Hi Sora, long time no see, he says, dodging her play-swing while she scolds him for making Jiangmin think they'd split up. He thanks Sora for babysitting duty, and beside her, a dark-haired young man just mutters, Subin, so it really is you. Jiangmin waves it off. Yeah, I'll do that, see you later, and heads off, seemingly no worse for wear. Sora watches them go, quietly wondering if it's actually a good idea to leave those two alone together. Walking with her is that same dark-haired guy, working through it out loud. Guess it's fine since he's known Jiangmin forever. He presses a little further, but isn't he calmer than before, not so grumpy anymore? Sora just melts a little, sighing about how it's been a while since her eyes got blessed with a face like that, while the guy next to her goes very, very quiet. They keep walking and she notices him stiffen up completely. Wait, are you okay? She asks, grabbing his face. You looked like you were about to cry. No, it's nothing, he mumbles. Damn it, I lost. Poor guy is out here losing a competition nobody else knew was happening. Meanwhile, alone and drained of color, Subin's stuck on his own version of the same thought. How am I supposed to win against that guy? Sora catches sight of something and freezes. What is this? Her dark-haired companion broods off to the side, clearly still stewing over losing whatever contest this is. Got any plans? He asks her. No, I was just about to head home, she answers. He pushes his luck. One more drink, then I was too busy worrying about Jiangmin earlier to actually drink anything. Then nervously, just the two of us. He goes full drama mode about it. It was fate that we met like this. Somebody give this man an award for overacting. Somewhere across town, it's a very different vibe. Someone's throwing up on the sidewalk while Subin just stands there completely unbothered. It's Jiangmin, curled up on the ground in her red boots. Still dizzy, he asks, want me to carry you? Her eyes are glassy and irritated. Clearly her patience for this whole night is running on fumes. She slurs at him, you need to apologize to me. The audacity of the very drunk. Quietly he agrees, I know, you're right, it must have been hard for you. Because of me you cried so much, he admits, and suddenly this doesn't feel like a joke anymore. I'm grateful you're still waiting for me, he says softly, hand at his own collar like he can barely believe it. She cradles his head against her, murmuring it right back, you're still waiting for me. Stand up, he tells her. She blinks, dazed. They walk on close together and he tells her gently, I heard you loud and clear. She just smiles, content, leaning into him like the whole world stopped spinning for a second. Subin's smile is quieter now, harder to read. Our Jiangmin's in trouble, she's had way too much to drink, someone tells him, and then, pointedly, don't go smiling like that at just anyone, okay? I always get so sad when I drink, she says, half to herself, thinking about Siyun. From behind her, teasing, so how are you feeling today? Great, huh? She flushes, whispering so amazing, and this is where the night takes a turn. Because today I met you, she breathes and leans in for a kiss that probably shouldn't be happening. The embrace deepens fast and things are very clearly heading somewhere neither of them should let this go. Let's just say the moment keeps going and we'll leave the details to your imagination. Hands, fabric, no words needed. This is well past the talking stage. It's getting steamy fast and then, suddenly, everything stops. Wait, she gasps, pulling back like she's just remembered something important. Subin freezes solid. Wait a moment. Whatever's about to happen, he's calling it off too. Her hair falls across her face as she looks away, suddenly unsure of everything. She fixes her slipping clothes and he says her real name, not Siyun's, quiet and deliberate, Jiangmin. I'll take you home, he says, all business now. The charm dropped. Should I take you back to your old address? He asks like he knows exactly where she used to live. No, she says quietly, still not quite herself. I live alone now, it's not far from here, she murmurs. Siyun, you can come too, she still hasn't caught on. She pulls him close again, asking straight out if they can sleep together tonight. He goes silent, staring down at her, visibly torn between what he wants and what he knows is right. And in the end he pulls back, gentle but firm, saying her name one more time like a line he's decided not to cross. Choi Jiangmin . Jiangmin's eyes flutter open and there he is right beside her. Not a dream, the real Sian. He murmurs that she must be exhausted, brushing her hair back with a gentleness that still doesn't feel real. Tangled up in the sheets, she can't shake the thought needling at her, is any of this actually real? Wrapped up in his arms, she admits out loud that it still feels like a dream. Turns out Sian's not immune either. He confesses he once wondered if he'd finally lost it, dreaming her up himself. She teases back, only half joking, asking if the man in front of her is really him, then sheepishly admits she used to have some pretty steamy dreams about his dream double. Though that wasn't really you, she adds quickly. Whatever she dreamed up, she says, doesn't hold a candle to what actually happened last night. Reality wins this round. Sian settles back, eyes closed, a small satisfied smile tugging at his mouth. Pressed for an answer, she stammers out the truth. Yeah, she missed him a lot. He can't resist needling her for details, teasing that she doesn't exactly look like she enjoyed herself. Then he spots the mark he left on her shoulder and she squirms, insisting she has no idea what he's talking about. So was today different from the dream version, he asks. Yeah, she admits it really was. He threatens, only half joking, to keep asking until she gives him a straight answer, reaching for her hand. She's left completely speechless, reduced to flustered little noises and nothing else. Seon smirks, clearly pleased with himself for getting her this worked up. She finally huffs that she already told him once he's a pervert. Quiet now, she just watches him in the morning light, still not quite believing her eyes. Seon stretches out lazily, catching his own reflection in the wardrobe mirror, utterly unbothered. Her heart pounds just looking at him, an actual audible thud she can't hide. She catches herself staring a beat too long and flushes, startled at her own reaction. Internally, she's screaming this is completely insane and it's actually happening. He teases her about something she apparently said the day before. She's got no comeback for that one. She chews her lip, turning it all over in her head. He presses a finger to her lips, murmuring that yes, he's real and he's not going anywhere. It finally sinks in for her, the real Seon is right here beside her. Not a memory, not a dream. They settle into a comfortable, quiet embrace under the blankets, in no rush to get up. The morning stretches on lazily, neither of them in any hurry to break the moment. Something makes her jolt, and he can't help laughing at the reaction he just got out of her. She puffs up, indignant, practically crackling with annoyance. Turns out he's found her ticklish spot, and she yelps before she can stop herself. He watches her half-lidded and thoroughly entertained, clearly not planning to stop. You're going to burn a hole in my face, staring like that, he teases. A full-blown tickle fight breaks out and she shrieks that he's the pervert here, thank you very much. She suddenly bolts upright to check the time and gasps, something's very wrong. A text lights up her phone. An old friend, Sarah, wants her to reach out the moment she's awake. It takes Jeongmin a second for the name to land. Something about it snags at her, a flicker of memory bubbling up and her eyes start to well. Her mind rewinds to the night before, a phone call, dark streets, someone watching from the shadows. Then it hits her, Seon grabbing hold of some guy on the street, real fury in his face. What the, she thinks. She stares at her phone, horrified, piecing together exactly how bad last night got. I'm crazy, she mutters. Carefully, she asks Seon what happened to the guy from last night. Did he even get home okay? He just shrugs, not sure, he says. He brushes it off with a flimsy excuse. He was just in a rush to get her home safe. Sure, Seon. Left alone with her thoughts, she quietly spirals, wondering just how big a mess she's actually dealing with. Changing the subject fast, he notes smugly that she clearly missed him. The mark on her shoulder says as much. He scolds her lightly about how much she drank the night before. Missing him is one thing, but pace yourself. She admits, relieved, that she braced for him to be furious about last night. Instead, here he is, all warmth. He seems completely unbothered, already fussing over her hangover instead of anything else. Still shirtless and easy about it, he asks what she's in the mood to eat. The answer turns out to be refreshingly simple, gukbap please. They head out together, her arm still bandaged up in a sling, both of them playing it casual. Dressed sharp in a vest and tie, Seon eyes the humble little gukbap joint and has second thoughts. Maybe they should have gone somewhere classier. Jeongmin waves it off without hesitation. She likes it just fine, no complaints here. Seon goes quiet for a moment, something serious flickering across his face. Jeongmin's smile fades too, her hand drifting to her collar. Something is clearly weighing on her as the chapter closes. He just flashes that same easy, knowing smirk, like the last 4 years never happened at all. Like where exactly, he asks. Everything, she admits, the height, the body, all of it, and yeah, she's noticed. She even pouts about it. How is it fair he gets to grow more? She's jealous, she says, wishing she were taller too. That's cute, he tells her before getting a little more serious. So, is he actually sticking around for good this time? Yeah, he's here to stay, and her face says that's exactly the answer she was hoping for. She clocks something small while he eats. He's still wearing it. Guess some promises actually stuck. Honestly, I don't even know what you've been up to, she admits. So what has 4 years of army life actually done to you? 4 years isn't that long, she tells herself, but she still can't help asking if he was lonely out there on his own. He brushes it off completely, says the military was honestly better for him, no stray thoughts to distract him, kind of fun even. Then he drops the real reason every senior and junior around him was trading love letters with their girlfriends, and apparently he wanted in on that too. She just stares at him completely unimpressed. Some things never change. Then he actually says he was lonely, so lonely without her. And somehow, despite some drama with a guy named Subin he apparently just let slide, he's come back more mature. He asks how long she's been living at her current place. About a year, she says. Why do you ask? I'm not trying to force anything, he says carefully, but only if you're okay with it. Should we just move in together? And there it is, the real question this whole dinner was building toward. Time skip. She's catching up with a friend over coffee, admitting she still has to run the whole moving in thing by her mom first, and her friend nearly chokes. You're not exactly in elementary school anymore, are you? Ugh, I'm still jealous, her friend groans, clearly still hung up on the fact that Sian came back, different. What are you even talking about? She fires back. He used to be a straight-up lunatic. Now he's actually relaxed. Sian's gotten cool. Mid-sentence, something clicks in her head and she just goes blank for a second. Cue the flashback yesterday. When things got a little cozy before she had to peel herself off him for her part-time shift. We'll leave the rest to your imagination. He asks about her cafe job. Isn't it rough having 0 days off? Nah, she says, today's actually my convenience store shift instead. Still, he presses, doesn't all that work wear her out? A little, she admits, but there's just no other way around it. Besides, the hours are short, so it's fine, she adds. He just mutters that if he'd known she'd be working the cafe, he might have thought twice about ever showing his face there. Back to that cozy morning, and yes, we're fading to black on this one. You're not gonna spend all day just staring at me, right? She teases. His look says otherwise. One last kiss before she's out the door. Go on, quick, we'll catch up later, you'll be late. She notices a smudge on his shirt on her way out and just goes, not exactly the send-off she was hoping for. He brushes her hair back and tells her not to worry, he's not going anywhere, ever again. Which somehow spirals into full melodrama. I'm so sad, because come on, can't the guy get jealous just one time? Back in the present, her friend is stunned. Even today he was totally cool about me hanging out with you. Guess old Sian really is gone. Didn't you used to have a rough time because of how obsessive he was though? Her friend asks. Jeongmin just smiles into her drink. Yeah, that's right. Then her friend clocks her staring at her phone a beat too long. Who exactly are you texting? No one, it's nothing, she says, a little too fast. New scene. Jeongmin says her goodbyes. Guess I'll head to my part-time job then, as a friend heads off to eat with family instead. Yeah, if it weren't for that, I'd have come to the cafe too, the friend says, before getting playfully needled about why exactly she cares so much. Don't you think it's kind of unfair that I couldn't even swing by my own friend's job once? She pouts, a little guilt trip dressed up as a joke. Cut to the cafe itself, busy, buzzing, the usual after-school and after-work crowd filtering in. A couple of new customers wander in for a bite, just another ordinary shift, or so it seems. At the counter, her coworker Subin greets her. Nuna, did you get home safely that day? Ah, Subin, she says, a little caught off guard. I did, and you? Yeah, I got home fine too, he says, and there's clearly something unspoken hanging between them. I felt like I made a mistake that day, he admits. I'm sorry. No, she says quickly, it should be me apologizing. She reacts, startled by something just out of frame, a little that sets up exactly what's coming next. Subin leans in with the real tea. Nuna's lover looks pretty cool, huh? Thank you, she replies, equal parts flattered and awkward. Privately, Subin's just relieved the kid's actually kind about it all. Looks like he's moved on from his crush without any hard feelings. The cafe keeps humming along around them, packed with customers and drink orders. A quiet beat by the window before the next round of chaos kicks off. A couple of regular customers rib each other over some game. I won it all. Nuna should try it too, one brags while his buddy shrugs. I'm just no good at games. Who cares about skill, we're just doing it for fun, another chimes in right before some guy tries his luck. Hey, pretty staff, take my order, would you? Then a familiar voice cuts through the noise. She looks up, stunned. See Siyun. There he is, waving like it's nothing. Hi tilde why are you here, you want some coffee or something? Meanwhile, some poor customer is still just trying to place his order, completely oblivious to the reunion happening 2 feet away. She quickly introduces Subin as her coworker, half apologizing to Siyun for not mentioning him sooner. Siyun just shrugs, totally unbothered. It's fine, you've still got 2 hours left on shift, right? I'll just wait. Which gets Jiangmin thinking, wait, he still hasn't even told her what he's been up to all this time. Subin, meanwhile, is checking in on her Nuna. Yeah, was everything okay over the weekend, why'd you? He finally works up the nerve to ask outright, honestly, I figured you two were gonna get into a fight because of me. It's not because of you, he admits, flustered. I guess it's more because of me. Jiangmin just stares off, half expecting Siyun to have been furious that she has a male coworker. Is this what normal, well-adjusted couples are like? He's just sitting there, patiently waiting on her like it's the easiest thing in the world. But isn't that almost too cool? Wait, she catches herself, what exactly am I even hoping for here? And just like that, she spirals. Isn't this completely contradictory? Am I trash? Look, wanting a little jealousy isn't a crime. Can't people just be consistent for once? She groans, back behind the counter, work piling up around her regardless. Across town, Yi-hyuk is slumped over his desk, absolutely bored out of his mind. He flops onto the floor, groaning that nothing's fun, restless and irritable. Truth is, he's wondering if he could just go see Jiangmin right now, no excuse needed. He pulls up an old photo instead. Jiangmin, all smiles, arm in arm with her white-haired boyfriend. He just stares at it, quietly aching. He misses her, plain and simple. Then a text lands, blunt and final, let's not talk for a while. On the other end, it's Jiangmin who sent it, burying her face in her hand, guilt written all over her. Somewhere else entirely, another face stares into nothing, lost in his own thoughts. It's Siyun. An old memory surfaces, someone's warning echoing back at him, but you shouldn't do that. A voice cuts through the haze, calling his name, Siyun. It's a memory from way back, his panicked mother checking his forehead, shouting for someone to call an ambulance because Siyun's burning up with fever. A blur of hallways and voices follows, someone answering okay, as his name gets murmured again. Then, out of nowhere, he gasps a different name entirely, Jiangmin, and jolts upright. Somebody's shouting his name for real now, yanking him back toward the present. It's Jiangmin, right in his face, shaking him awake for real this time. His eyes fly open. He's in a hospital bed, his mother hovering anxiously beside him. It was all just a fever dream. But the nightmares aren't done with him. Flashes tear through his mind of someone gripping his bloodied face. The images settle into a quieter memory, him resting, bandaged and worn out, someone sitting silently at his side. A tense conversation replays too, someone insisting they had to see him right away, warning him this isn't the way to handle things. In the memory, he admits he's still not sure he can go through with whatever he's planning. The people around his bedside push back hard. Then what exactly does he think he can do about it? His jaw sets, eyes burning with a resolve that says he's already made up his mind. Cut to later, a knock raps on a workshop door, breaking someone's concentration. Turns out it's closing time, and Jiangmin can't believe how fast the day got away from her. Nearby, Siyun's on the phone with someone he calls Nuna, apologizing and promising to sort it out. Jiangmin's on her own call too, brushing someone off about plans for next week. She wraps it up, clearly juggling more than she's letting on, and agrees to meet up. Siyun swings by to pick her up from work, casually asking if she's ready to head out. She presses him about that call. He brushes it off as just work, but she notices the woman didn't even need to check his number first. Jiangmin can't quite let it go, silently wondering why work calls come in this late at night. Walking beside him, she turns it over in her head, no matter how grown-up they both are now. Something keeps slipping through that she doesn't know about, and he's even brushing off whatever's going on with someone named Subin. Or maybe, she wonders, he just finally feels secure enough not to worry. Either way, they've reached her building. Seon isn't ready to say goodnight. Why not just stay with him until she finds her own place, he asks. Jeongmin turns him down flat. She didn't come this far just to freeload off him. He backs off, telling her to just go rest for tonight. She goes quiet, clearly still stewing on something. Seon catches the shift in her mood immediately and asks what's wrong. Is she mad at him now? He presses, watching her face carefully. She doesn't quite have an answer for that. Honestly, she's not sure herself. Then he smirks and needles her, teasing that maybe she's just upset they didn't get to do it today. Jeongmin nearly short-circuits on the spot. Down the street somebody yells that that's not what's going on at all, while Seon just grins and keeps needling her right back. Jeongmin finally snaps at him. Why is she always the only one carrying these worries around? For a second the air between them goes electric, and all he can manage back is a quiet no. He waves it off with a smirk, saying if he explains more it'll ruin the fun, and heads off for the night. They part ways on the street, Jeongmin watching him go. Then, almost out of nowhere, he circles back with an invite. How about coming to his hotel instead? Jeongmin stands there a beat too long, clearly weighing it. Turns out he already booked a double room, just in case she said yes. He flashes her a grin, hand raised, waiting on her answer. She doesn't say no. Cut to the two of them later, standing outside his hotel. They head up together, kicking off their shoes at the door. Jeongmin admits, a little flustered, that this is actually her first time ever setting foot in a hotel room. Seon looks at her, suddenly serious, her name catching in his throat. She's already cracked open a drink, and he can't help but call her out. Since when does she go drinking alone like this? The table's already lined with bottles. It's her business, she shoots back, and he just sighs. He lays down the real ask instead. If she's going to drink like she used to, do it in front of him and mind her limit around everyone else. She mutters the same line right back at him. It's up to her. She settles back with her drink and her phone, still a little prickly about the whole thing. Out of nowhere she asks him something she's apparently never asked before. What exactly does he do for work these days? He hands her a stack of papers without a word. Jeongmin's jaw drops. He's an actor now. Turns out the whole mysterious Nuna phone call was just his stylist. His movie drops next week for his official debut, and his first role was a pretty major villain. She jokingly accuses him of getting handed the role for free, but he sets her straight. He auditioned and earned it, with more projects already lined up after 4 years of quietly filming behind the scenes. He shrugs it off as word of mouth in the industry and hands her the script for this one. She looks genuinely stunned. He's actually becoming a real celebrity. The script's titled From Freedom to Dreams, a romance, no less. Jeongmin's first question cuts straight to the point. Is there a bed scene in this thing? And please tell her he's not playing the male lead, right? Seon turns the tables, teasing that acting might mean getting close with other people on set, so what would she do about that? He adds he might not even have much time to see her. She keeps a straight face, insisting she's totally fine with it. Still, she admits if it's what he really wants, all she can do is stand behind him. He grins, calling her bluff. She did just say she'd support whatever he wants to do. He leans in, admitting with a smirk that reading the script's finer details is exactly what convinced him to take the job. The lights dim on the rest of that conversation. Let's just say the night doesn't end with them reading lines. Later, the room's a little more lived in, drinks in hand, the two of them settling into something easy and comfortable. Jeongmin just laughs it off with a soft "we'll see," and that's where we leave them for tonight. It's late at night and Seon sits on the edge of the bed, catching Jeongmin off guard with a heavy question. Does she still feel the same way about him as before? Her whole body freezes. What is all she can get out? She wasn't ready for him to go there tonight. He plays it off with a smirk. Why ask something obvious? But that easy laugh doesn't quite reach his eyes. When she turns the question back on him, he deflects again. Classic Seon, answering a question with a question. Then he lets his guard slip just for a second. If only it were like before, he murmurs, and you can feel there's a whole history behind that one line. I want to ask you something, he says, and this time Jeongmin actually goes still, bracing for it. Before she can answer, he's pulling her in close, wrist caught in his grip. Clearly, tonight isn't staying a conversation for long. She bites back a gasp, and yeah, you can guess exactly where this is headed. He asks again, closer this time, more serious. Are her feelings really still the same as they were? Jiangmin studies his face, searching for whatever's actually eating at him underneath that question. Then she just smiles, warm, easy, real. Whatever answer he needed, that look gives it to him. Mood broken for a second as he pats around the sheets, hunting for their matching coupling ring like a man about to lose his mind over it. I forgot, comes the deadpan reply from the dark, never a great sign in the middle of a romantic moment. Jiangmin's mind drifts into narrator mode. This Baek Siyun she's known for years has a tell when something's really bothering him. He goes suspiciously calm and rational. And that calm, she reminds herself, is usually the lull before he detonates like a time bomb. Her eyes narrow, very bad sign. He's been doing that exact thing ever since the reunion, and she's clearly still worried about what it means. Snapping out of her own head, she feels him wrap around her from behind. So much for finishing that thought. She laughs it off, half joking about hitting her own head to reset, while he just stares, thoroughly confused by the bit. But the playful energy doesn't last. His grip on the sheets says the mood's shifting again, fast. All right then, he says, and suddenly she's yelping, caught completely off guard by whatever he's just done. Next thing you know, she's off her feet entirely, dragged along for the ride. He scoops her up and carries her straight through the house while she flails and demands to be put down. Spoiler: he does not put her down. Laid out on the sheets, her face goes bright red. The talking part of the evening is officially over. And that's about where we cut away, because some things this recap is going to leave to your imagination. Let's just say the rest of the night goes exactly the way you think it does. Somewhere in the middle of it, Jiangmin snaps back to reality with a startled "Wait, what are you doing now?" Never a dull moment with this man. He claims he's just hitting her head, a callback to her earlier joke. She is decidedly not amused by the excuse. She tries again to actually talk. "Let's talk for a bit," she insists, blushing furiously and only half succeeding at sounding serious. He turns his back on the whole idea. "We're done with the talk," he announces, and just like that, the conversation's over whether she likes it or not. "Not that talk," she protests, and then he actually gets real, asking what she would have done about that guy if he hadn't shown up in time. There's the jealousy, right on schedule. For a beat he goes quiet, just holding her hand, wondering out loud if the two of them could really be like this, safe together all the time now. "Tell me," she says softly, done letting him dodge whatever's actually going on in his head. She admits the real fear. She's already terrified about him going back into that same dangerous line of work. Whatever he says back, it's enough the tension breaks and the two of them fall right back into each other. Later, alone with her thoughts, Jiangmin wonders if this is really how you're supposed to confirm love and admits she's still not totally sure. He just looks at her quiet and says her name like it means something. "Why are you smiling now?" he asks, and in her head she's just relieved. Whatever else has changed, this is still the same Baek Siyun she's always known. "Wait, am I smiling?" she blurts, genuinely caught off guard by her own face. She tries to play it cool. "Your charm doesn't work on me anymore," which, judging by her blush, is a complete and total lie. The teasing fades into something quieter as she apologizes genuinely for something from way back. He brings up their old breakup, a wound that clearly hasn't fully healed, and offers to make it up to her some other way instead. "What do you like? Is there anything you want?" he asks, and she hesitates, clearly caught off guard by the sincerity of it. He promises to grant whatever she asks and to cut off anyone still working against them behind their backs. No more backstabbing, he swears. She just says it's not a material thing she's after. "Can you handle it?" he asks with that trademark smirk, and yeah, round 2 is officially on. The screen fades to black again. This recap's got a PG-13 rating, folks, use your imagination. Morning light, and he's gently pressing a kiss to her hand, a much softer side of him than the night before. "You won't avoid me tomorrow, right?" he asks, and there's real vulnerability under the question. Old wounds about her pulling away clearly haven't fully closed. She stammers, flustered, but gives him a real answer: "I'll give it a try." The night finally gives way to morning, the city outside slowly waking up along with them. Sunlight spills through the window, a quiet, peaceful start to the day for once. And there they are, tangled up together, fast asleep, about as calm in content as this couple ever gets. Jiangmin wakes up first, replaying the whole night in her head, and can only think one thing: that was completely crazy. She watches him sleep so peacefully and it hits her that used to be rare. Lately though she's seeing it a lot more often. Progress, apparently. His eyes flutter open so much for letting him sleep in. The two of them just lie there for a second, faces close, not saying anything, and honestly, they don't need to. He looks at her like she's the only thing in the room worth looking at. Then, wide awake and grinning, he chirps, "Did you sleep well, Tilda?" Mood, officially back to chaotic and cheerful. Yeah, she manages, still visibly flustered by how close they are. He teases her for not moving. "Why aren't you moving, honey?" Fully shirtless and fully pleased with himself. She stalls, not sure how to answer, and he immediately pounces on the opening with a cheeky offer to wash her. Subtle, this man is not. She studies him for a second. "You're not nervous?" she asks. He shrugs it off. "Filming's been quiet lately, and no, people's reactions don't scare him. Old criticism, old scandals, bring it on." He says he already braced himself for all of that a long time ago. This time around, he tells her, he only wants to act or model, nothing else. Talk shows and entertainment segments? Hard pass, he says, picking a career like picking dinner. She actually has to admit, yeah, that tracks. All she really wants, she tells him, is for him to get popular enough to make some decent money. That would be plenty. He leans in close, smirking. "Why, you gonna get jealous?" Flustered, she admits it. "Well, yeah, obviously." She grabs him by the collar, done letting him dodge the question. So she demands, "Are you doing that drama or not?" He goes wide-eyed and muffled as she squishes his face, waiting on an answer. "Will you, won't you?" "Just wondering, Tilda," she teases while he sits there stammering and shaking his head. "Is that so?" She brightens, insisting she really did try to understand, since this acting thing needs him to stay professional. She presses again, "You sure you're not doing it?" Then admits under her breath, the premise actually sounds kind of interesting. He just watches her go, quiet, unreadable. Cut to later, she's standing outside some building entirely on her own errand now. She's rushing, panicking that she's about to be late for her part-time shift. Screw it, she decides she'll just go track him down herself. A car screeches around the corner, tires practically shrieking. She does a double take, caught totally off guard. The car whips into view, way faster than it has any business going. Tires scream again as it cuts the turn far too hard. It skids to a stop right in front of her. The screech finally dies down as the car rolls to a halt. He leans out the window, all smugness. "You waited long, right? Isn't my car faster?" "Just hop in," he says. She's fuming internally, thinking she was this close to actually losing it. She lays into him the second she's inside, 10 minutes late, and is he taking responsibility if she loses her job over this? He just laughs it off, says it took him a while to get the car. "I'm very sorry," he says, not sounding sorry at all behind his sunglasses, then casually asks if it's about 15 minutes away by car. She grumbles to herself that she'll let it slide since, well, he is annoyingly handsome. 10 minutes, he promises, and they'll be there. "So buckle up," he tells her, smiling. Without warning, he floors it. Her face goes slack with pure shock. The car blurs past outside and she's shrieking internally. His hands whip the wheel around like he's got somewhere urgent to be. He's weaving through traffic like he's in an actual street race. Cars blur past as he keeps flooring it down the road. She screams at him. How long has he even had his license? "A month," he says, "or less." What? She can't believe it, a month-old license and he's driving like this. She grumbles inwardly that she's had her license a year and barely drives on real roads. Is there anything this guy's actually bad at? She slumps back, resigned, muttering that she is just out of luck today. They screech into a parking lot, 8 minutes flat, she notes bitterly. His seatbelt clicks off. Gotta park it now," he says. He warns her the ride might get a little shaky, so hold on tight. She blinks. Wait, is he seriously trying to look cool while parking? She braces herself, gripping the seatbelt across her chest. She thinks, half sarcastic, she always heard guys look cool while driving. Guess this is what they meant. Outside, the car swerves awkwardly, badly overshooting the spot. It swerves again, nowhere close to lining up straight. More swerving, more screeching. This parking job is a disaster in real time. "Wait, this is different," she yelps, gripping her seatbelt as the car jolts hard. What? The car ends up parked totally crooked, half sticking out of the spot. She loses it. "Sometimes, why are you staring at the rear view instead of the front when you can't even park? I thought you were good at this," she snaps. He trails off, looking away behind his sunglasses. He's got absolutely nothing to say for himself. They finally head off, the whole ordeal behind them. A bonus scene drops in. Turns out Jiangmin is terrible on the open road but weirdly a total parking pro. Cue him whining, "Wow, my lover's so cool," while she just sighs. Cut to a flashback of her own driving test screaming at some unseen instructor, "You bastard, get out here now, I'll do it myself." Back with the couple, he needles her. How did she even get a license with parking like that? She admits, maybe 50 tries, give or take. Luckily, she deadpans, "I somehow passed right before I came to see you." Wait, what about the day I get drunk? She suddenly remembers, bringing up the time he supposedly showed up with a car. He just blinks, Outside a coffee shop called Starcats. Yeah, subtle, she admits she hasn't really needed to escape into her own head lately, not since her life turned around. She tried it again just once, she says, right before coming to see him today just to check if the old trick still worked. He teases her, does she even remember what her life looked like before he showed up in it? Jiangmin just blanks, genuinely drawing a blank on the memory, which only makes him grin harder. Well, was that so? She deflects, clearly still catching up to whatever he's getting at. She goes quiet for a beat, turning the question over in her head. "I never even expected you'd turn out okay," Seon admits, then can't resist twisting the knife a little. Wasn't it kind of a waste letting a power that good just gather dust? Not anymore, she shoots back. Her life isn't hard enough these days to need an escape hatch. Ouch, and also, Awa. He's not wrong to bring it up. She really did lean on lucid dreaming for years, practically lived in it. You too, she reminds him right back, with a small knowing smile. These days, walking hand in hand down the street, neither of them thinks about that old dream world much at all. Honestly, she's still not totally sure what that ability even was. Maybe, she figures, it was just fate, some string tying two total strangers together. The string that pulled a couple of total strangers into each other's lives, and she's grinning about it now instead of running from it. "Mind if I grab a coffee?" he asks. "Do whatever you want," she shrugs, playing it cool, but you can tell she doesn't mind one bit. Her shift's about to start though, so he says he'll take a work call first and head in after. A quick goodbye, a little startled look, and just like that the sweet morning wraps up. Alone now, Seon lights up a cigarette and lets his mind wander somewhere heavier. Whether either of them still has the ability or not, he decides, doesn't really matter anymore. There was a time that power was the only way he could escape reality at all. A habit from his military days he still hasn't shaken, and looking back, there was a stretch where he'd have done anything dangerous without blinking. He used to think the ability was just plain creepy, dangerous to be around. But it's also the reason he ever met Jiangmin at all, and for that, he calls it pure luck. So he lets himself wonder, what if that power could actually be passed on to someone else? If it could, he'd want it to go to someone truly desperate for an escape, not to some abuser, the way he almost let it happen with himself back in his worst days. If he had a say in it, he'd want it to land on someone as good-hearted as Jiangmin. And somewhere out there, in a cluttered, lonely apartment, something is already starting to stir. A stranger sleeps soundly under the window light, completely unaware anything's about to change. Then something shifts, their eyes snap open. Cut to a car screeching off down the road, our stories officially getting moving again. A sleek black car rolls into the lot and parks up, right on schedule. Someone steps out, heading toward whatever's waiting for them inside. From above, the parking lot's got exactly the kind of orderly chaos you'd expect outside a big event. Looking down at the lineup of cars, Jiangmin can't help but joke that stuff like this makes her believe they really are destined. In the car, she needles him about still not having a manager to drive him everywhere. He just shrugs it off, says he's fine going it alone. They roll up to a packed venue, and the friend Jiangmin brought along is already losing it first time somewhere like this, and there's an honest-to-God celebrity right there. "Can I get into the waiting room too?" the friend begs, absolutely starstruck by the crowd. They try the old "I'm basically family" trick to sneak backstage. Jiangmin immediately shuts that down. Nope, not family. It was gonna happen eventually anyway, right? Bringing a bunch of friends along, the bargaining continues. Then a familiar voice catches Jiangmin completely off guard. It's Kang Nahyuk, Seon's old rival, bounding up and greeting them both like old friends, all smiles. Jeongmin can barely manage a stiff, nervous hello. Their history is anything but simple. Nahyuk waves off the awkwardness, telling her to drop the formalities and talk like they used to, then turns to congratulate Seon on his big debut. His advice for handling the inevitable criticism: just pretend not to notice even when no one's watching. Look at us, he adds dryly, waving him over. Nahyuk wants to know what role Seon landed. Turns out it's just a supporting part, nothing flashy. Someone teases him for swiping the script just to skim its singer and actor now, he just shrugs, he only wanted a look. Somewhere in the crowd, a fan just watches quietly, taking it all in. Off to the side, Seon can't help grinning. He's genuinely had a good time today and it shows. But part of him is still side-eyeing the whole reunion. Was Nahyuk always this easygoing, and more importantly, is Jeongmin actually okay with him being here? Someone had warned him earlier that Nahyuk might show, and reminded him his reputation's been pretty rocky lately. Word is his group's had unity problems for a while now, and fans have openly said they'd be better off without him. Their contract's winding down, and rumor has it Nahyuk's seriously considering going solo. There's messier baggage, too. Old rumors suggesting someone out there might have been a victim of his. Nahyuk insists he's never once thrown the first punch. Seon just listens, processing all of it with a carefully neutral face. Now that Seon's stepping into the spotlight himself, they warn Nahyuk's only going to get more anxious, especially with public opinion already leaning Seon's way. Seon asks point-blank if that's really why Nahyuk trekked all the way out here. The answer, of course. There's real warmth under it too. His old friends admit they've always wanted the best for him and want to make up for not being able to help back when it mattered. Nahyuk points out that if this much gets out, people are going to connect the dots on their own soon enough. But there's a warning tucked in there too. Don't expect Nahyuk to just sit back and watch this play out quietly. Nahyuk's expression goes quiet and unreadable for a second. We open in a packed mall with Seon walking a few steps ahead. Someone is grilling Jeongmin about whether she ever actually reached out to him, and she admits she never got through, not once, and would not have known what to say anyway. Turns out the silence went both ways. Jeongmin explains that the one time she tried cutting contact, she was a wreck, and reaching out first just made her feel like she only ever showed up when she needed something. The friend needling her sums it up: so you two just waited each other out? Jeongmin shrugs it off but gets pressed for what the actual reunion was like. Straight up, did you cry when you saw him again? Jeongmin freezes, caught completely off guard by the question. Yeah, she cried, and from the look on her face remembering it, she is not sure she is fully over it. Called it still painfully romantic even secondhand. Jeongmin goes red just hearing her own love story get narrated back at her, reunited after a long wait. Cut to the mall itself, buzzing with shoppers and movie posters, the ordinary backdrop for what is about to become a very public mess. Somewhere nearby, a guy on the phone is stewing. He snaps that Seon promised he would never pull the celebrity card, and now here he is doing exactly that, stabbing him in the back. Even an old friend picked Seon's side over him. Still, he tells himself image is everything if he wants to survive in this business on his own. Somebody is fuming in the dark, muttering that it does not matter anymore. Why did I even pick you? They growl to themselves. A fist slams down. Someone is furious this guy keeps causing PR incidents. Is it really that hard, they demand, to just bite your tongue and smile when a fan talks to you? The lecture keeps coming. Everyone looks down on you now. If it were anyone else acting like this, nobody would care, but him, people expect better. Keep this up and you will only humiliate yourself more, the warning goes. And in his head, this guy admits that is exactly how far he had already been pushed, right to the edge of the cliff. Someone's foot deliberately clips his, and down he goes. He hits the pavement hard, and a pained yell rips right out of him. The fall plays out in front of a crowd, a loud crash and a thud as he tumbles down the steps for everyone to see. A woman rushes over, all faux concern. Oh my, are you okay? While onlookers murmur that he must have just tripped over his own feet. Up close, all he can manage is a furious, humiliated damn it as someone grabs him by the collar. That helpful woman, arms crossed, smug little smile, not even pretending she was not the one who did it. Long time no see, Kang Na-hyuk, she says sweetly, looks like you're doing just fine. He is not amused. He grabs her by the collar right outside the movie theater, snarling that she tripped him on purpose. She just blinks, all innocence, oh, when did I do that, while he struggles to keep his cool in front of a gathering crowd. And the crowd is already talking. Something happened, what's that guy doing, wait, that's Kang Na-hyuk. The gossip writes itself. Everyone knows he can't stand Baek Si-yoon and his industry reputation is already trash. Somebody guesses he tripped over her feet and fell on his own. Shouldn't a celebrity have better balance than that? In his head, the earlier scolding echoes right over the humiliation. Now everyone looks down on you. It just keeps looping. I wouldn't have cared about your behavior if you were anyone else. Keep this up and you'll only humiliate yourself more. All he can do is grit his teeth and mutter another furious damn it under his breath. He rounds on her, demanding to know where Si-yoon is. Of course I know, she says coolly, we came here together. He insists on tagging along behind her. She just asks flatly why on earth she would let him. I'm just asking if you're looking for Baek Si-yoon, he presses. There's no reason I'd tell you that, she shoots back, and he can't help a bitter little laugh. He pushes further, what about the others, are you still in touch? She just looks at him, unimpressed, before needling him about whether he and his own partner have even broken up yet. He recalls watching her and Si-yoon together back in the day, certain they'd split up eventually. Looks like you're pretty obsessed yourself, she teases back, or is getting caught your thing? What a strange taste, she says with a smirk, watching him squirm and stammer. Is that so, he mutters, thrown completely off balance by her. She keeps needling him, half to herself. Guess her taste has changed a bit lately, there was a time she'd have wanted something else, but hey, don't they two get along great? There's a saying that real love reaches everyone around you, she muses with a grin, and would you look at that, it's true. Amazing. Meanwhile, he's just standing there thinking, what in the world is she even talking about? Then Si-yoon's voice cuts through the crowd, and Jeongmin freezes. He pulls her in, asking where she wandered off to, the bathroom, did she pick something up? Casual, easy, completely oblivious to the standoff she was just running. Then his eyes land on Kang Na-hyuk and his tone goes ice cold. Strange things happening in the bathroom, huh? Na-hyuk flinches under that stare, visibly rattled. Why is he even looking at me? Si-yoon needles him right back. You're debuting, right? When exactly did you practice acting? Congratulations, I guess, dripping with sarcasm. The crowd around them smells a moment. It's fate we all ran into each other like this, someone says, should we grab a picture? Na-hyuk seizes the opening, thinking if he says it loud enough in public, Si-yoon can't say no. Image is everything for a celebrity, right? Si-yoon just says sorry, flat and final, and Na-hyuk's jaw drops, completely blindsided by the rejection. Because Si-yoon is already leaving, arm around Jeongmin, telling the crowd plainly he's got his Jeongmin to take care of. And just like that, the mystery woman who'd been toying with Na-hyuk all day has a name and a boyfriend. Na-hyuk is not done. He grabs Si-yoon's shirt right there in front of everyone. You're seriously rejecting me like this with everyone watching? Si-yoon doesn't even blink, nobody cares what we do. He glances back at the gawking crowd with an almost pitying look like, if you're going to get attention no matter what you do. Maybe the problem is your own behavior, Si-yoon finishes. Either you're begging for attention or you're just delusional. That one lands, Na-hyuk's face goes completely blank with shock. And the crowd is still chattering behind him, spotlighting him like the main attraction of his own public meltdown. Wait, that's Kang Na-hyuk? Oh, everyone knows he can't stand Baek Si-yoon. Yeah, his reputation in this industry is already garbage, someone adds. Na-hyuk just goes quiet. Turned away from everyone, all he can manage is a defeated I don't know. It spirals into a full blank I know nothing. Rock bottom, live and in public. Cut to some time later, his acting debut is live online and the comments are brutal. Plastic surgery side effects, they sneer. How does someone this ugly even get to debut? Even his singing voice is apparently disgusting now. The internet's never been kind. Backstage at the premiere, an empty theater waits under a simple sign. Our actors, please enter. A host with the mic welcomes the crowd. Please take care of me tonight before introducing the first name up, Beaks Siyun. Siyun steps up, gracious and composed, thanking his director for a great first film and calling it an honor to work alongside his seniors. He admits landing such a big role as a rookie came with real pressure, standing there on stage with the rest of the cast lined up behind him. Down in the crowd, Jeongmin watches him beam with quiet pride, listening to him credit the opportunity and own up to his own shortcomings along the way. He wraps it up crediting his seniors and coaches for helping him improve enough not to drag the project down, calling it something he can genuinely be proud of. Somebody murmurs that Siyun's really got away with a speech, right before he closes it out with a simple "Please enjoy the film, thank you." Then it's the next actor's turn and the crowd's whispering shifts. Look at those arms, he's tall, so handsome, while Jeongmin watches with a knowing little smile. Because that next actor is Kang Na-hyuk. Flashback, Jeongmin once asked Siyun, half joking, what he'd think if she became an actress or model herself. He warned her bluntly that acting might mean getting physically close to other people on screen. And he might not get to see her as often either, he added. Her answer was immediate, I like it. He reminds her now, relaxed and half-dressed, that she's the one who told him she'd support him doing whatever he wanted. Back in her theater seat watching Na-hyuk take the stage, Jeongmin admits to herself his old words still sting a little even now. Anyway, she thinks, still smirking, she heard the ending's bad. Around her, the audience is having its own debate about Na-hyuk's age. Wait, early 20s? He's younger than me, no way that's a 20-something, he's basically an adult. One holdout just mutters that to her, he still looks like a kid. Someone's scrolling an old Instagram post gushing about running into a friend from way back, gushing that she always knew he'd make it big in showbiz someday. 2,000 plus likes and counting. Our silver-haired star just stares at his phone, saying absolutely nothing. That's not the face of a guy who's flattered. Then a follow-back notification pops up. The account belongs to a Kang Na-hyuk. His eyebrow goes straight up. He scrolls back through that old post again, thumb hovering, something clearly nagging at him. Cut to Siyun grinning ear to ear, announcing himself at the door like a proud goofball. Mother, your son-in-law is here. He's not showing up empty-handed either. Jeongmin's mom welcomes him in as he hands over a very fancy-looking gift bag. It's been a while, she says, all smiles, catching him up like old family. First question out of the gate, has he moved recently? He admits his old place felt pretty gloomy. Mom just laughs and says he's gotten even more handsome since she last saw him. Smooth talker runs in the family, apparently. Turns out the gift is premium beef. Mom's floored this must have cost a fortune and tells him to make sure Jeongmin gets her share. Then comes the question that stops him cold in the hallway. So, are you two actually living together now? Mom gently worries he's still young for that kind of commitment. He waves it off, it's nothing, really, but there's clearly more he wants to say. So he just asks it straight. Can she trust him with Jeongmin's future? Mom leans back on the couch, giving him a look that says she's already made up her mind. Pinned between two hopeful puppy dog stares, she throws up her hands. There's nothing she can do when they look at her like that. Her blessing, in her own words, from her experience, living together before marriage isn't a bad idea at all. Mom's basically fast-tracking this wedding herself. Right in the middle of the warm fuzzes, Mom's eyes snag on something on his wrist. Wait, is that a tattoo? Busted, Siyun fumbles for words, hand flying up like he can somehow hide it now. He admits it's covering an old scar that was just too wide to hide any other way. Internally, he's panicking. Did he just lose points with his future mother-in-law? Turns out Mom's actually relieved it's not what she feared. And then Jeongmin comes barreling in. Siyun's magazine pictorial just dropped. Mother and daughter huddle over the phone together, gushing over how good he looks. Out at a cafe together, Mom flips through the shoot again and does a double take. Something's missing here. No tattoo in the photos at all. He explains they cover it up with makeup on set, then modestly credits his lucky break since the movie became such a hit. And the offers haven't slowed down either, more casting calls keep rolling in for him. TV slots too, though he's turned down most of those. The guy's suddenly hot property and he barely seems to care. With the money finally flowing, he went ahead and bought them a new place. Jiomin's jaw drops the second she steps inside. Here, she stammers, wandering the kitchen. It's way more spacious than she expected. She's clearly not thrilled about owing him for all this. He waves it off, just help him out sometime when he's between jobs. She's still not buying it. Fine, he says, then cook him something instead. He just wants to taste something made with her own two hands. She lights up instantly, ready to go, and his order comes in loud and clear: kimchi stew. She marches off to the kitchen, already pulling up a recipe on her phone. Recipe found, ingredients lined up. Operation Kimchi Stew is officially underway. Seon offers up the kimchi her own mom made for the occasion, then teases that he's on standby in case the knife gets scary. She insists she's gotten way better at this. He just watches, half impressed, half bracing for a kitchen disaster. Recipe in hand, she gets down to business. Seon can't take his eyes off her, propping his chin up on one hand just to watch her cook. She's mid-thought about adding tofu when suddenly he's wrapped completely around her from behind. She yelps. "What's gotten into you?" she asks. He just grins. Don't they look exactly like newlyweds right now? She plays along for half a second, then catches the look creeping onto his face. Yeah, she knows exactly where his mind just wandered. Caught red-handed, he makes a very hasty retreat to the fridge to cool off. He leans in for a kiss anyway. She holds him off with one hand. "Dinner first, mister." She points out, not unkindly, that he's just hungry, that's all this is. Realizing there's no tofu left in the house, she offers to run out and grab some real quick. He tenses up instantly. "To tofu's not necessary," he blurts, practically blocking the door. Overprotective much. He talks himself down. They live together now, there's no need to rush anywhere. His phone rings, he picks up without a second thought. On the other end, pure panic. "Hi Young, we've got a big problem." Seon asks what's wrong, caught completely off guard by the urgency. Someone's posted something about him online. Apparently, has he seen it yet? His expression drops instantly. It's Yuhan on the line, admitting he almost didn't bother forwarding it, figured it'd just get buried and forgotten. But it's blown up since then. He's already sent the link over, go check it out for yourself. Seon pulls up the board himself, dread already creeping in. There it is, a post claiming his true colors came out in some violent incident back in his trainee days, tying it right to Kang Na-hyuk's name. He just stares. Not a word out of him, he just keeps scrolling. The post claims he secretly bullied a smaller kid behind the school, took his money, all while playing the perfect image in public. Calls him, quote, "a truly creepy creature." Honestly, he thinks he half expected something like this eventually. But this is oddly specific: his exact attendance number, his exact class. Whoever wrote this actually knows him. He tries to talk himself down. Anyone could dig that stuff up if they really tried. But the deeper he reads, the more it clicks: somebody out there hates him enough to blast this across the entire community. His laugh comes out bitter. "Once a bastard, always a bastard," he mutters to himself. Comments underneath are already convinced the poster went to his school. And Seon's sure of one thing himself: he remembers exactly what he did back then, and this isn't it. Cut to a very familiar face watching it all unfold with a smirk: Kang Na-hyuk, the copycat. Somewhere across town, a dark-haired guy stares at his phone, fuming that this bastard still has not followed him back. He rages that he has been following the guy like an idiot this whole time and jabs the unfollow button. Peak petty behavior, and he knows it. Ever since that hit movie, his own career has gone dead quiet, just the occasional old photo shoot popping up here and there. His mind drifts back to something from a while ago, phone still gripped tight in his hand. He scrolls through comments trashing him online, people wondering aloud why his own group takes better care of this guy than they do of him. His expression curdles into something a lot colder as he stares at the screen. Right then he decides it: this bastard needs to go down too. Cut across town to Jeongmin, sitting quietly alone, her expression giving absolutely nothing away. Back home, her guy catches her scrolling and teases her for getting rattled over the online hate aimed at her husband. He leans in, all smirk, telling her that if getting dragged online makes her this adorable, he would happily take the hate for the rest of his life. She swats him off mid-kiss, groaning that this is not the time for his pranks. He caves instantly, fine, fine. Then he turns serious for a second. He thinks he already knows who is behind all this and he is going to deal with them himself. She is stunned. Wait, really? Later, her own phone lights up with something that stops her cold. It is a message from Song Yeju. They met briefly at the hospital years ago, and since Seon barely checks his own messages, she is routing this through Jeongmin instead. We land at the cafe where the next meeting is about to go down. A guy in a black cap slips through the stairwell, clearly bracing himself for something. He spots her and does a double take. Long time no see, Song Yeju. Catching up, he asks how she has been, then congratulates her on chasing an acting career now. He gets straight to the point, figuring she must have a packed schedule these days. He slides his business card across the table. Turns out he became a reporter. Wow, impressive, she admits. He asks if she knows about the nasty rumors going around about her lately. Yeah, roughly, she says. He tells her he has an idea who might be spreading them. She leans in. Who is it? Kang Na-hyuk, the guy she used to work with. She is floored. How does he even know that? He admits he did some digging on her. It is obvious to anyone at a glance that the two of them never got along. Turns out Na-hyuk has been eaten alive by a raging inferiority complex toward her for years, something most people never picked up on. She only ever heard about it from Yerin, a long time ago. That is exactly what tipped him off in the first place, she says with a wry smile and slides something across to him. He eyes her warily, sensing there is more coming. Sure enough, she has something else to ask of him. He braces himself. Don't tell me. What is it? He asks flatly. She asks if he has seen the news about Yoo Seung-hyun lately. He is quietly clawing his way back into the public eye. Sure enough, there is a puff piece. Seung-hyun donating a small fortune to charity, prepping to take over his father's company, working hard on his image. Figures, he mutters. Families with golden spoons really are built different, aren't they? She has made up her mind. She is going to get rid of him. Because as far as she is concerned, this bastard killed her sister. She vows to erase him from the picture entirely so there is never another victim like her sister, and to finally get justice for her. He warns her that people like that can make even things that never happened look completely real. She should not face this alone. That is exactly why she came to him. She admits that going after Seung-hyun means her own past inevitably gets dragged into the spotlight too. And she is not just fighting for herself. She has already reached out to Seon too, telling him he cannot keep hiding from his past forever now that he is actually in the industry. He agrees she is a victim in all this too and needs to think long-term. She sighs, agreeing but clearly still torn up about it. Honestly, she admits it feels like a delayed reaction to something that happened ages ago. She is barely a debutante, nowhere near influential enough yet. The timing could not be worse, she knows, and there is real risk if this blows up on her. But it is all for her sister's sake. She recalls how, while Seon was briefly away from school, Yerin fought this fight completely alone with no backup at all. And when her words finally reach him, Seon's answer is simple: he will do it, only for her. Because Yerin never once stopped to weigh the fallout. Her dream was to become a musical actress, and she was ready to throw that dream away just to stand up against what was happening. Yeju apologizes for pushing him so hard, but insists this is the only way to get her sister real justice. Do not worry about the fallout, he tells her he will handle it and to reach out anytime she needs him. Left alone at the table, he just sits with it for a moment. Elsewhere, someone is calling out for Seon down the hall. He looks less than thrilled about being found. A coworker begs him to cover a radio slot. The scheduled guy is out sick with the flu and literally everyone else is out of the country. She flatters him shamelessly. He has the gift of gab and no plans today, right? He tries to say no, she just barrels right past it. Great. And just like that he is being hustled out the door. Take care of Seon for the day. Have a nice trip, she chirps, waving him off with zero sympathy. But this, he mutters, already regretting every choice that led him here. The on-air sign glows just outside the studio door. It hits him all at once. This is about to be his first ever live broadcast. Can he actually pull this off? Wait, why am I even here? He blurts, still catching up to his own life choices. A staffer hands him water, warning him not to drink too much or he will be running to the bathroom mid-show. Nerves are totally normal for a live broadcast, she adds. Wait, this is live, and by the way, the host can get a little mischievous with her questions, so do not be too shocked. Am I actually on the air right now? He wonders, as the sign flicks on for real. The host kicks things off introducing her special guest, gushing about a recent blockbuster movie that just hit 8 million views. Behind the glass, a staffer cannot get over how good-looking he is in person. Hardly believable for a so-called rookie with that much presence. The mixing room hums along as the show rolls on. The listeners apparently are losing their minds. The host cannot believe the flood of laughing comments flooding in, calling Siyun a natural at comedy, then pivots, curious why he has been dodging variety shows entirely. Any particular reason for that? She presses. Well, he starts hedging. Maybe he will consider it once he has more free time. For now, he just wants to focus on his acting. That surprises her. She admits she figured he might still be hung up on past events. Siyun just grits out a quiet tusk. He knew someone would bring this up eventually. Exactly why he had been avoiding shows like this in the first place. She backpedals fast, gushing that of course Siyun is not like that. She saw him personally greet every staff member before recording. Still, she admits she is curious about his past. Then she just goes for it live on air. Rumor has it that before his debut he survived a tragic accident tied to Kang Nahyuk's crew, so what has his life actually been like since then? Her words echo back to him in memory. Stop hiding forever from things you did not even do. You are a victim too. You need to think long term. And Yerin never once thought about the consequences. She just wanted to be a musical actress and she was willing to give that dream up entirely. Just to stand up against the injustice. Back in the booth, Siyun's eyes fall shut, resolve settling over him. He has caused plenty of trouble in his past, he admits out loud, cool as ever. Then he flashes that smile right into the microphone. Since they are already here, he says, why not cause one more? He is about to tell everyone everything about his past live right now. She's already redialing, stammering into the phone and asking if he caught today's radio broadcast. Two suits argue it out in the hallway. One tries to play it cool with a joke, the other snaps. This is not the time for wordplay. And there it is on the screen. Yoo Seung-hyun's academic fraud scandal, dragging Baek Siyun and his old agency straight into the blast radius. Cut to the man himself, Siyun, casually smirking through the chaos, admitting the stares he's getting on the street are getting a little intense. He warns he might be late to work today and honestly might be in real trouble too. On the other end of the line, someone's panicking about their own job. Siyun needles the CEO's old soft spot with a smirk. Sure, the guy was fine with the tattoo, but this, kind of different than a tattoo, he deadpans, my bad. All he gets back is a baffled huh. Nobody can tell anymore when this guy's actually joking. Elsewhere, Jeongmin can't shake the guilt creeping in. It feels like he's always the one getting hurt because of her. Something feels off in the call. She notices like they're talking right past each other. She forces out a small, hollow laugh, not buying his deflecting for a second. Siyun just cracks up outright, loud enough that even he gets asked if he's completely lost it. He brushes it off as dark comedy, but the grainy flash of memory underneath says there's more bite behind that laugh than he's letting on. The friend on the other end manages an awkward laugh back, clearly not fully convinced either. For just a second the smile drops, right? This was always going to happen eventually, he admits half to himself. The sarcasm fades entirely for a beat. Why did he even bother tiptoeing around it for so long? His friend doesn't miss a beat. That roundabout path was the best he could manage back then, and it's nothing to beat himself up over. Siyun exhales, a little more at peace with it. Given how huge this whole mess turned out to be, yeah, that really was the best call he had. He promises to handle the rest the best he can, and hangs up ready to face whatever comes next. Before he can catch his breath, his devoted junior comes bursting through the door in a full panic. Siyun Hyung, what is going on? The kid rounds on him in the hallway, baffled at how calm he's being after blowing everything wide open. Then he clocks the lump on Seon's head and then another one's from a fight. The second, apparently, is courtesy of Jeongmin for getting into that fight in the first place. The junior fusses over him, genuinely worried he's still hurt. Seon just waves him off flatly, you wouldn't get it. Seon shrugs the whole scandal off, turn off your phone and the internet can't touch you, right? His junior's not buying it, this is way past simple cyberbullying. And you Seung-hyun himself, radio silence, weirdly. The junior just sighs, yeah, that hit to the head clearly knocked something loose. Jeongmin strolls in right on cue, dryly informing the kid that Seon's always been this weird, he just never noticed before. Cut to a new scene. Someone's teasing the apartment as their newlywed home and their guest is stunned she showed up without even a housewarming gift. The joke keeps rolling until the doorbell cuts it off. Looks like the guest they were actually expecting has finally arrived. The junior blinks, a little stung. Wait, he wasn't the one they were expecting. In walks a familiar face with a knowing little "oh, it's Yeju," right on schedule. Seon waves her in while the junior looks utterly lost trying to place her. Seon makes the introduction plain, she's a reporter and the sister of a classmate he once knew. The junior perks right up with a polite hello. The junior drops the act completely and just begs her, please save Seung-hyun. He can't be forced into retirement 2 months after his debut. Yeju studies the kid's face for a second and calls it exactly. He looks relieved, like a weight just came off his shoulders. Meanwhile, Seon just looks at peace, actually soaking in a rare quiet moment back home. Yeju's playful smile fades into something more thoughtful once the joking settles down. She admits she never saw this coming, him blowing the whole thing wide open, just like that. She lays it out straight. He exposed everything, even the messy fine print of his own contract, and that could come back to bite him. Seon just shrugs, who cares? Jeongmin jumps in, fierce and immediate, every one of those terms was rigged against him from day one anyway. Her logic simple, rip it all open at once instead of drip-feeding the truth through channels built to protect everyone but him. Honestly, Yeju admits it was way more fun to watch as a viewer. Yeju can't resist needling her for it, total dopamine addict, this one. Then, watching the two of them together, it hits her, these two are cut from the exact same reckless cloth. She checks in on the fallout. Has anyone from his old circle reached out yet? Nope, still radio silence. What about Kang Nahyuk, she asks. Seon doesn't know either. His old rivals group disbanded too, and he walked away from that agency completely. And just like that, Nahyuk's cut off contact with everyone since. Across town, Yoo Seung-hyun sits alone in the dark, a fresh bruise still marking his face, stewing over what he just read. He turns his back on the room and storms off into the shadows, jaw locked tight. Scrolling through the article on his phone, he finally spits the name out through his teeth, Baek Seun, that bastard. The silence that follows says more than any threat could. Back at the apartment, Yeju levels with them. They all know exactly what kind of person Yoo Seung-hyun is. Does poking that bear still feel like a good idea? Because let's be honest, she says, this exact meltdown is precisely what he was hoping to provoke. She checks that Seon's really okay, reminding him they are up against a full corporation now, and insists she'll take point on this one instead of him. Seon still feels like this was his fight to finish and apologizes to Jeongmin for dragging her into the blast radius. She just waves it off with a smile, no big deal. Yeju mentions she's kept his relationship with Jeongmin quiet from the press. As the two settle into a quiet embrace, Jeongmin admits, almost shy about it, that she'd secretly hoped he'd tell people about them all along. Jeongmin's voice cuts back in, steady and cold. She's not taking over what he needed to do, she's simply giving back exactly what was done to her. The scene shifts to a lavish, chandelier-lit room, where a lone figure stands framed against the glass waiting. He straightens his tie with an unhurried, knowing little smile, like he's already won whatever this is. His hands move slow and deliberate, in absolutely no rush to go wherever he's headed next. A long beat of silence stretches out. Then, barely above a whisper, someone breathes out a name, Baek Seun. Seung-hyun's mother loses it completely, grabbing her aide by the collar and snarling that he can't even keep a bastard's mouth shut now that Baek Seun has gone public. He stammers an apology saying he should have gone to meet Baek Si-yoon himself. She's long past caring, what's the point now, she screams. She waves the settlement papers in his face, spitting that they're worthless now. The whole thing, she insists, was only ever meant to scare Seon into silence. The aide can barely get it out. If Baek Si-yoon's claims hold up in court, this whole contract could become meaningless. He can't shake the thought, does this guy actually have real proof? Because nobody goes this reckless without a reason. Cut to the son of the house scrolling his phone with a scowl. Everyone, he mutters, is squarely on Baek Si-yoon's side. The company's stock is in freefall, he adds, and honestly, he never thought Seon had it in him to pull off something this bold. His mother isn't impressed. Most people go a little crazy but still know where to stop. She snaps, this bastard is a complete psycho. Wiping at her eyes, she promises she'll take care of it somehow, he doesn't need to worry. He cuts her off cold. No mom, let him handle Baek Si-yoon himself. She blinks, stunned. What? Shaken, she asks what exactly he thinks he's going to do. Even a lighter sentence won't save them, he says flatly. With nobody left in their corner, they're finished either way. So he's decided, he'll dig into Baek Si-yoon's past himself and dig up whatever it takes. A slow, unsettling smile spreads across his face, the kind that means someone's about to have a very bad week. Besides, he adds quietly, there's something personal he still owes Seon for. And then it lands cold and final, he's going to eliminate him, quietly. Threats, blackmail, whatever it takes, he'll hunt down every weakness Seon has and use every last one. He'd better watch himself, Seung-hyun growls under his breath. He's going to kill him soon, Seung-hyun vows, voice gone completely ice cold. Elsewhere, in a dream washed in hazy cloudlight, a girl looks up through tears and breathes a single name, Si-yoon. He tells her gently that he's wronged her badly. She's not buying the sudden sentimentality fare, considering he spent 2 hours yesterday chewing her out. Nursing a cup of tea, he admits he thinks he's the one who pushed her astray, practically shoved her straight into the spotlight himself. She never even wanted this life, he murmurs, it's on him. Worse, he adds, the person she's up against now runs one of the biggest companies in the country, before awkwardly pivoting to ask if she likes the tea and where it's even from. She looks at him, eyes wet, starting to say something about how bright his future looks now before the moment cuts away. Or maybe, he reasons to himself, she's just been through enough in life that none of this even shocks her anymore. She admits she thinks they're doomed. Her journalist friend is good, sure, but there's no way her contacts can outmuscle a conglomerate's PR machine. He tells her they can at least call a lawyer. You never know, he adds, trying to sound more confident than he feels. Because if his hunch is right, he thinks privately, Song Ye-ju may have inherited his own strange ability. He's never asked her outright, but if he's right, that ability of his is endless and she might carry it too. So maybe, he tells himself, trailing off mid-thought. Don't worry, Baek Si-yoon, she says instead, cutting through his spiral as the elevator doors close around them. The two of them head off together, side by side, resolve settling over both their faces. He tells her he'll release it soon. He's gathered more than enough evidence of corruption buried in Yoo Seung-hyun's company. With this much evidence stacked up, she says, they've basically already won. No amount of money saves them now. Touched, he thanks her for believing in him and promises she won't regret it. Don't worry, Tilda, she chirps back, playful even now. Back home, he flashes a genuinely confident smile, like there's really nothing left to worry about now. Online, the tide turns fast. Comments pile up. Are you even human? Is what Baek Si-yoon said true? One user even claims he bribed Yoo Seung-hyun to keep Seon from ever debuting. Somebody just tells him to die. More pile on, saying they had a bad feeling about him since his old trainee show, demanding he quit and vanish from the industry for good. A fan even says it outright, they still love Baek Si-yoon, but this guy, seriously infuriating. They want an explanation now. Alone and unraveling, Nahyuk insists to himself over and over that he never actually did anything to Baek Si-yoon. A jagged memory flickers back, a hand gripping his jaw, an old, ugly moment he'd rather forget. The image dissolves into static as a stifled sob escapes him. Curled up alone on the floor, all that's left is a quiet, broken sniffle. He reaches, shaking, for his phone. He needs to explain himself. But everyone's already on Baek Siyun's side now, he realizes. What's even left to explain? Would it even change anything if he spoke up? What is even wrong with him? Why, he wonders bitterly, did he do any of this in the first place? And then out of nowhere, his phone starts ringing. The number isn't saved in his contacts. Could it be someone calling just to curse him out? Maybe he shouldn't even pick up. He stares at the screen, frozen. A text lands instead. I've got something to tell you, pick up my call, Yoo Seung-hyun. His jaw drops, Yoo Seung-hyun. Next thing he knows, he's standing in front of an absolutely massive estate, jaw on the floor. Is this seriously someone's actual house? He's only ever seen places like this in dramas and honestly, same. He follows a butler down a hallway that just keeps going, nerves climbing with every step. At the door, the butler asks if he's Mr. Kang Na-hyuk. Flustered, he fumbles out that yes, that's him and gets waved inside. They've been expecting him, the butler adds, leading him further in. I've brought him, the butler announces. From somewhere inside, a voice answers simply, come in. And there he is, Seung-hyun, scarred and composed, greeting him like an old friend. Long time no see. He asks if Na-hyuk's not too busy these days. Na-hyuk can only manage an awkward well. Seung-hyun mentions he's caught him on TV a few times, and that he called him here specifically because there are too many eyes watching outside. Na-hyuk can't help but think how strangely polite this whole thing is, and how the hell did this guy even get his number? This is creepy. Sit down, Seung-hyun says, nerves fraying. Na-hyuk finally asks what this is actually about. Is this about the recent scandal, he asks carefully. Seung-hyun's answer starts simple, they're both victims of social anxiety, he says, and severe depression. He talks about trying to take over his father's company, make something of himself, and sighs at how far things have fallen since. Na-hyuk blinks. Social anxiety. Na-hyuk can't stop staring at the scars across his face. That's probably exactly why, he figures. An uncomfortable silence settles over the room. Seung-hyun mentions, almost casually, that Yoo Seung-hyun once told him exactly how those scars happened, and a flash of memory surfaces. Na-hyuk standing right beside Seun. I was the one who did that, Seung-hyun says. Na-hyuk's hands start to shake. Something in him is cracking, the anger building with nowhere to go. And just like that, something snaps. He blames Baek Siyun for all of it, fully and completely. Possibly, Seung-hyun replies, cool as ever. Na-hyuk seethes, thinking that part of his life is ruined because of that bastard. Seung-hyun's voice drops, ice cold. He's going to kill him. That's exactly why he kept his own parents out of this. What he really wants, Seung-hyun says with a slow, chilling grin, is to give Baek Siyun a reason to come find him directly. He leans in. You know Baek Siyun's weakness, he says, smiling. Do you not? And on that smile the chapter ends. From the shadows, a voice lays it out cold. Baek Siyun is responsible for this. Across the room, the reaction is pure panic. Does he already know how deep this goes? The man behind that voice barely reacts. Blonde, composed, a scar running down his cheek, and way too calm about all this. That scarring is new. Whatever Seun did to him wrecked more than his face, part of his life by his own count. Then the mask slips, teeth grinding. I am going to kill him. Turns out he has already steered his own parents out of the way, so nobody can stop what he has planned. Step 1, give Baek Siyun a reason to come find him in person. And he has the leverage to pull it off, because he already knows exactly where Seun's weakness lies. The guy across from him is spiraling internally. Why is he even asking me this? His weakness, what exactly does that mean? Not a question anyone wants to answer honestly. Someone like Yoo Seung-hyun does not usually need to ask nicely, he just digs. And he has already dug straight through this guy's personal life to drag him here. No accident, no coincidence, he was hunted down and summoned here on purpose. He has already had a run-in with that side of Baek Siyun before, and he is not about to talk about it loosely. Truth is, he is scared. If Seun really snaps, this stops being a personal grudge and turns into a disaster nobody can contain. Still, refusing Yoo Seung-hyun feels every bit as dangerous as talking does. No point ranking which of these two is the bigger psychopath either way, he is completely boxed in. Impatient now, Seung-hyun snaps, why aren't you answering me? I can see you scheming, the guy stammers out, why? Seung Hyun just grins, scars stretching. Are you more scared of Baek Seyoon than you are of me? That question lands like a slap cold sweat, right on cue. If I hand you his weakness, what is in it for me? Fair question, very wrong guy to ask it to. I can destroy Baek Seyoon in your place. Wouldn't that make him the happiest man alive? What if Baek Seyoon just disappeared? The question just hangs there. Is he actually talking about killing him? Has this guy completely lost it? You don't need me to explain how to find his weakness, Seung Hyun says, grabbing his face. Silence is the only answer he gets. You can figure that out yourself. This is not a request, it is an order. He reaches for a cane propped by the window, calm as anything, which somehow makes it worse. The whole room goes dead quiet around that one object. His grip tightens around it. Maybe you want something else from me, Seung Hyun says right before he swings. Glass and fury go flying in the exact same instant. What is left behind is a shattered monitor and a floor full of broken pieces. Seung Hyun straightens his tie and just walks it off like nothing happened. The other guy is left crumpled in the wreckage, completely rattled. Do I look like I am asking for a favor? I am ordering you to do it. Turns out Seung Hyun has known for a while you are really stupid and clueless. Ever since high school when you tried to buy me off with pocket change, I knew it was you. Hey Kang Nahyuk, nice of him to finally use the actual name. You are the one who posted about Baek Seyoon's school bullying scandal online, aren't you? Nahyuk's jaw drops. How does he even know that? You know if this gets out, you are completely finished, right? No agency, let alone this whole industry, will touch you again, so just feed me the information and back off. Try anything on your own, Seung Hyun warns, and you are guaranteed to fail miserably. Nahyuk just freezes, sweating, completely cornered. He walks out of that building a very different man than he walked in, phone in hand, and clearly in way over his head. Somewhere else someone stares at a screen, stunned. What the hell is this? Fine, I get it, Seung Hyun mutters across a low table. When I make my move, you are coming along with me. You have got nothing but free time these days anyway, right? Thanks for telling me, followed by a none too subtle warning that Seon will aim for him and hit first, just like right now. Wait, didn't you just say tell you and back off? Nahyuk protests, thoroughly confused. I meant do not act alone, Seung Hyun clarifies. Do something stupid and Baek Seyoon comes for you. An assistant bursts in, breathless. Executive director, we have a serious problem. What is the matter? Seung Hyun asks, already bracing. The scandal is spiraling completely out of control, though honestly, wasn't it always headed there? Worse, information that was supposed to stay locked inside the company is now leaking everywhere. What? It is spreading fast online, Seung Hyun realizes, arms crossed, jaw tight. Nahyuk can barely process it. What is all this? You should leave, Seung Hyun tells him, now. Wait outside the lobby, they will pick you up. He is shoved out before he can even ask why. Two men walk a silent hallway, and neither one looks like he is enjoying it. Left alone, all Nahyuk can think is, what is actually happening right now? Scrolling his phone in disbelief, he counts them up. How many scandals just broke at once? Random strangers online are losing it too. I eat at this company's restaurants all the time. Did they seriously fake the ingredients? They forged documents on top of everything else. The internet, predictably, is having the time of its life. Then Nahyuk spots it, an old article on Yoo Seung Hyun's school violence scandal. Even pixelated, he knows exactly who that victim is. A quieter memory surfaces underneath it all. She used to be his fan. She died because of Yoo Seung Hyun. Phone still in his hand, he cannot look away from it. Why is all of this happening at once? Is this some kind of karma finally catching up? The clip just keeps auto-playing whether he wants it to or not. Even someone like Yoo Seung Hyun might not walk away clean from damage this bad. Though bitterly, he figures the guy will still land softer than an ordinary person ever could. Is it always going to end up like this? Elsewhere, someone with long pink hair curls over her phone in a cafe booth, quietly falling apart. Back at Seon's place, laptop glowing on the counter. You really prepared a lot, he says into the phone. I did not do much, comes the modest answer. Why don't you ask, the voice offers, about how I actually gathered all this evidence? Seon just pauses, he does not actually need the details. On the other end, a capped figure waits it out in a cafe booth. Do you want me to ask? No, not really, Seon says. Never mind then, it does not matter anyway. It is not important right now, I will reach out when there is more to discuss, take care. He sets his earbuds down on the counter, the call already behind him. For a moment he just stands there, staring out into the dark. Whatever he is feeling right now, it is not relief. Cut to a cafe counter, mid-shift, business as usual. Then a familiar face walks in calling out, "Hey Jeongmin." Welko, wait, Choi Sora, have you seen the internet losing its mind right now? Jeongmin's eyes go wide, so Sora has heard too. Did you come because of that? Yeah, hey, Jeongmin admits, cap pulled low, I already knew everything. Hey, are you actually okay? Sora asks, real worry breaking through. I was worried you would get dragged into this mess. I am fine, Jeongmin insists. Just do not tell anyone honestly, I actually feel relieved it is all finally out in the open. Sora just stares at her, quietly stunned by how calm she is being about it. Back to work Jeongmin goes, like nothing is wrong. Yeah, she repeats quietly, mostly just to herself. She used to panic over things exactly like this. Then again, her relationship was never exactly normal to begin with. These days, honestly, none of it touches her the way it used to. 4 years apart taught her exactly how precious this is. It might look like she is in too deep, but... Cut to Seon, phone pressed to his ear, unreadable, so what? I am in love enough to put my life on the line for him, she admits to herself, smiling faintly. You have always told me you are okay, have you though really? That night, a car pulls up outside the coffee shop no matter what trouble he has caused, no matter what he has done. Seon rides in the back seat, city lights sliding past, his expression carefully blank. Jeongmin, the truth is the words do not come easy. I am scared to love you with my whole heart because I love you so much, we already lost 4 years to it. Because of the days I made things hard and painful for you, all in the name of love, I am afraid we will drift apart again. An old memory flickers back in the two of them, so much younger, already tangled up in all of this. I knew it, he admits to himself, I am a sinner just for standing this close to you. Because of everything he has dragged her through. How dare someone like me, want to live, want to be happy? If that greed is what this is, the thought trails off into the dark, unfinished. In a quiet interview room, someone finally asks Seon the question everyone's been dying to know. Why did he really decide to become an actor? The interviewer presses further, noting he's clearly talented, practically becomes the character, but somehow never looks like he's actually enjoying it. Unlike the other newcomers who grind for the love of it, it feels like there's another reason buried under all his hard work. Almost like he does it because he has to, the interviewer guesses. Quietly Seon admits it, that's exactly right. He deflects first, brushing it off as simply taking the fastest path his talent could buy him. Then the real answer slips out. He was terrified his girlfriend would forget him if he waited even one more day to become somebody. Because he loves her that much. After a brutal 4-year gap apart, he admits he was simply scared to ever love freely again. Looking back now, he realizes that under the excuse of love, all he really did was make things harder for her. He's still haunted by the days he made her suffer for it. Back then he kept his distance on purpose, terrified they'd just drift apart all over again. If only he'd handled things better, he thinks to himself. He replays the fantasy on a loop. Maybe they could have just stayed in touch those 4 years, checked in during breaks, gotten through it side by side. It's entirely his fault, he decides, that Jeongmin suffered the way she did. Because he was the one who caused it in the first place. He remembers apologizing to her, guilty that she reached out to him out of love and got hurt for it, and admits he ended up leaning on her far too much. If she hadn't wanted him to keep in touch, he thinks, he never should have reached out in the first place. But if she had wanted it, he'd have gone along with absolutely anything. In the memory, all he manages is let's just stay like this, and silence is the only answer he gets. No messages come. He waited 4 years already, he tells himself what's a little more silence. In the mirror he practices being as mature and composed as possible, telling himself he should be able to love like everyone else by now. He aches to see her soon, insists he never once doubted her love through the silence, then catches himself bringing up something from yesterday. He apologizes for it, certain in that moment that she'd only reached out because she was thinking of him. He admits he's trying to move on, meet someone new, forget the past, then, almost against his own advice, asks if she wants to come over right now. He wonders if he was a fool to think her feelings never changed right as someone waves him over to a table, snapping him back to the present. It's an old friend from his trainee days, Nahyok, calling him a lucky guy again while admitting his own agency's basically given up on him. Asked how work's going, Nahyok confesses his contract's nearly up and his results just haven't cut it. Still, he mentions catching Seon's recent drama and Seon, almost sheepish, admits it was way more fun to shoot than he ever expected. Nahyok's jaw hits the floor, wait, an actor now. Seon casually drops that the shoot's already wrapped and he's already got scripts for his next role piling up. Could Nahyok help him pick one? Nahyok can't hide the sting. He doesn't even get that kind of choice, he has to grab whatever comes his way, and Seon hasn't technically even debuted yet. Grudgingly impressed, Nahyok admits directors clearly already see his value climbing. Seon just shrugs, calling it not that impressive. Nahyok flips through the script in his hands. The cover reads From Freedom to a Dream, genre, romance. That's the drama he's shooting next, Seon explains, and Nahyok teases, it looks like it's got some pretty mature content in it. Something about that script hits harder than he lets on, and he has to quietly wipe away a stray tear. His mind flashes back to carrying someone up a dark stairwell on his back. Why does that memory come rushing in right now? The image lingers, him and Jeongmin pressed close in the dark, a memory from a past he can't quite let go of. An old scar flickers into the memory too, a mark left over from a much darker time. And then Jeongmin, smiling and held close, a memory warm enough to ache. The flashback turns sharper, more urgent, a sudden jolt cutting through the quiet. It fades into something a lot more intimate between them. Let's just say the night doesn't end with small talk. Morning after, and there he is, brushing his teeth at the sink like it's just another ordinary day together. He pauses mid-brush, lost in thought for just a second too long. Turns out he's found a small ring and quietly decides to hold onto it and give it back later so it doesn't get lost. Walking beside Jeongmin, he notes to himself she hasn't even noticed it's missing yet. Has she really not realized, or has she just completely forgotten about it? He's not telling. Back at her place, she mentions she has to head out, part-time job duty calls. He asks if she's still on at the cafe. Nope, weekend means convenience store today. If she'd known he was coming, she says, she might have thought twice about keeping the cafe gig at all. Now that they've finally got real time together, it feels like there's barely any of it left to actually spend with each other. She teases that he used to just quietly indulge her stubbornness back then. Did he seriously want to spend a whole day just staring at her? How could he? He just tells her flatly, he's not going anywhere now. He knows full well he said some things back then he didn't really mean. Someone calls his name, startled Seon, what's wrong? He waves it off as nothing, but Nahyok, still clutching that same script, asks when the project actually starts. There's still plenty of time before the script reading, apparently, so Nahyok, completely out of nowhere, asks to borrow it for a bit. Seon hands it over with a knowing smirk, that same ring still catching the light on his finger. Quietly, he admits he almost wishes she'd been at least a little more upset with him over it. He walks off alone down a sunlit street, scriptless now and lost in thought. He owns it, that was a pretty childish thing to pull. Over at Jeongmin's part-time cafe, her co-workers clearly cracking her up about something behind the counter. Someone's lurking just out of sight down the hallway, watching. It's Seon, incognito, quietly wondering if the two of them were actually working together on something, and who exactly won. Turns out it's just a phone game. Her coworker brags about sweeping every round. Jeongmin shrugs, not really a gamer, and he laughs it off. Who cares about talent, it's just for fun. Seon's internal review of all this friendly bonding is a flat, unimpressed what the fuck. Hoodie up, glasses on, he strolls up to the counter and asks if the pretty staff member over there could possibly take his order. Jeongmin does a full double take. He just grins and waves, hi. She's stunned, here for coffee? He plays it cool, says he had work nearby and it was a good excuse to see her, then orders like the smoothest regular in the building. He settles into a chair to wait it out, playing it very, very casual. Left alone with his own thoughts, the casual act slips fast. He's clearly stewing. Off in the background, Jeongmin and her coworker are still chatting away at the counter. A coworker clocks the whole jealous boyfriend routine from behind her laptop and can't resist a smirk. He tells her flat out she's been mixing with too many people lately, then, softer, asks if she must be exhausted. Between studying and everything else, he points out they barely have time to see each other, so wouldn't it just be easier if she quit all the part-time jobs? Once he finds a new place, he reasons, they'll end up living together eventually anyway, so she wouldn't have to worry about money. Honestly, it's almost like he's been quietly engineering exactly that. He paints the picture, eating together, sleeping together, sharing all the little things that make them happy. If they really did just live like that all the time, well, let's just say his imagination wanders somewhere a lot more intimate from there. Snapping back to the present, alone with his thoughts, he lets out a quiet, uncertain huh. A flash of old disbelief hits him. What? In front of the mirror again, fixing himself up, he tells himself he should be able to love like everyone else by now. But nothing's really changed, he admits to himself. He's just become, in his own words, an immature adult wearing a thicker mask. Back then, he started wondering if he should just keep his distance from her instead. In the flashback, he tells her he's just going to head to the hotel he was staying at. She asks why can't he just stay here. He hesitates until she finds her own place. She cuts him off cold. No, it's fine, she didn't come here to stay with him. Someone nearby reacts with a startled huh at the whole exchange. Back in the present, he sits with that old memory, eyes stinging just slightly at the edges. He admits quietly that he wants to see more of that, more of her, unguarded. He owns up to bringing up something he shouldn't have, poking at an old wound that had barely healed. She reminds him he once promised to support her no matter what she wanted to do, and he can't help but smile, soft and grateful. He admits, half joking, that he's basically picked out every wrong move a partner could possibly make. The worst possible choices, honestly, as a partner. And still somehow she accepted him anyway. A quiet, wordless beat passes between them, hands finding each other. He feels finally just a little relieved. She catches him zoning out, pretending to be busy. Why's he just sitting there? He tells her simply he'll accept everything about her. Every version of her, he says. She blinks, caught off guard. What? She teases him. Did he seriously just read her mind or something? He can't help but laugh. She lights up, delighted. He's really something else, she tells him. He tells her the more he thinks about it, the cuter she gets. She asks if that comment actually stung a little. He asks if there's honestly anyone else as beautiful as her. She plays it cool, you don't say. He apologizes with a grin. No, seriously, words don't even do her justice. She calls him out for still holding a grudge over something so small. Yeah, he admits, guilty as charged. He can't stop thinking about it. What a fool he was to ever doubt her love again. How could things possibly get any better than this? Just being with her, he thinks, is enough to overwhelm him completely. It's honestly, in his own blunt words, amazing. His emotions feel like they're about to spill over completely, like a glass filled right to the brim. He catches himself and freezes for a second. Huh. Jeongmin, walking ahead with her bag, turns back. What is it? He brushes it off. Nothing, though privately, if he's honest, feeling this much might actually be a real problem. He just stares, thinking she's unbearably beautiful. Walking together, he realizes he's falling more in love with her, somehow, every single day. Even though it already felt like it couldn't get any bigger than this, it just keeps growing. He finally feels like he truly understands what love is. But he catches himself. Obsession will only eat away at them both, and he swears he won't put her through hard times again. He vows to fill her life with nothing but happiness while she's with him, and this time he means to actually follow through, not just say it. For her, he decides, with quiet determination. Suppressing his own feelings just to get by, he realizes, isn't really living at all. Right then his phone buzzes, an incoming call from the CEO. He picks up. Yes, CEO, right now. He says he'll be a little late. He's parked outside the coffee shop now, letting her know he's arrived. On the phone, she tells him to come on over. he agrees without a second's hesitation. Call ended, he starts the car and admits his heart's already racing just at the thought of seeing her. He drives through the quiet night streets toward her. Something catches his eye. That same car's been parked in that same spot for a while now, hasn't it? Watching where it's positioned, he figures whoever it is will be back any minute now. A sudden jolt of noise cuts through the car. A hooded figure moves in fast, gripping something tight. A sharp warning shout cuts through the dark as the figure lunges. And there he is, a scarred stranger with stitched-up skin and ice in his eyes, staring back in total silence. To be continued. A few hours before all this kicks off, we catch Seung-hyun Yu-yeah, the rich bully from Seon's school days, pacing his fancy lobby, glued to his phone like it just bit him. Turns out someone's leaked receipts. An anonymous post accusing Yu Seung-hyun, that's him, and his old crew of relentlessly bullying a classmate, with a video to prove it. His hand is shaking just holding the screen. His first reaction is pure rage. "Motherfuckers," he mutters, and you can tell this isn't going to end with a strongly worded statement. He talks himself down for exactly 1 second. Getting cancelled online is basically a career death sentence these days before deciding whoever's behind this is, in his words, basically finished. He storms out of the lobby so fast his own assistant is left standing there going, where'd he go? Because Seung-hyun already has a theory about who leaked it, and he's grinning like a man who just found somewhere to dump all this fresh rage. He's made up his mind. He's going to hunt down and call out every single person who was there for the original bullying back in the day. Not a quiet week ahead for anybody involved. Cut to a dark warehouse where Seung-hyun's swinging a length of pipe like he's warming up for batting practice. 2 of his old cronies are on their knees in front of him, and one immediately caves. "See, Seung-hyun, we messed up." That guy, his old crony Kim Ye-jun, insists he never released the video himself, swears he switched phones years ago and forgot he even still had the footage. Kim Ye-jun keeps digging himself out. Back in the day they only ever passed the clip around inside their own little circle, never anywhere else. "Passed it around, you say?" Seung-hyun repeats, looming over him. Ye-jun stammers that just to their group, just the once. He swears up and down he never sent it anywhere else, never even considered being that stupid with Seung-hyun's name attached to it. Seung-hyun isn't buying a word of it. He grabs him by the hair and demands to know why he should believe any of this. Phone in hand, the article glowing on his screen, he asks flat out, why should he believe him when the proof is right there for the world to see? Ye-jun's crony starts begging too, clearly not enjoying this reunion. "Just let me go home," one of them pleads. All Kim Ye-jun can manage is a broken "I'm sorry." Seung-hyun actually looks a little disgusted with himself afterward, muttering that he must be way too soft-hearted for letting them off that easy. Then, in a genuinely bizarre pivot, he tosses Ye-jun a stack of cash. "Use this for hospital bills," he says, like beating a guy up and then covering his copay evens things out. A flash of red hands bound above someone's head, a voice screaming Seung-hyun's name, a quick, ugly glimpse of whatever happened to leave those scars on his own face. Then Ye-jun suddenly perks up like he's just remembered something useful. I know," he blurts. He recalls a hacking attempt on his automatic backup site a while back. It wasn't him who leaked the clip, he insists, someone else got into his files. "Oh really?" Seung-hyun says, dangerously calm. Ye-jun nods fast, yeah. Seung-hyun's mind is already racing ahead. If they can just catch this hacker, this whole mess gets a lot more interesting. That new lead doesn't buy Ye-jun and his buddy any mercy, though Seung-hyun lays right back into both of them in that warehouse. By the time he's finished, one of them is a bloody heap on the concrete. So much for soft-hearted. Seung-hyun straightens his collar and walks it off like he just finished a light workout. The hacking story gets repeated back to him one more time for emphasis. Somebody out there broke into Ye-jun's backup and pulled that video specifically to expose Seung-hyun. Now he's got a hacker to find. "I got it now," he mutters, dragging Ye-jun back up by the collar. He's connecting dots nobody else can see yet. The warehouse goes tense and quiet. Whatever conclusion Seung-hyun's reaching, it's not a good one for somebody. His own face and neck are streaked in blood by now. Whether it's his or somebody else's is honestly unclear at this point. And then he just smiles, wide, bloody, and deeply unsettling. In his head, one name keeps surfacing: that asshole is capable of doing this easily. Someone specific just became his prime suspect. He drifts for a second, replaying faces from his memory. He's quietly building a hit list. Aerial shot of him walking off alone through the complex, one of his guys jogging to catch up. Where are you going now? Now that things are like this, it has to be now, Seung-hyun decides, watching leaves scatter in the dark. Whatever plan he's cooking, it's happening tonight. He catches up to his real target from behind and says the name flat out, Kang Na-hyuk. Close on his face, cold as ice. He treated me like a complete fool. This just got personal. Surrounded by broken glass and wreckage, he makes it very clear this isn't a favor he's asking for. Do you think I'm asking you as a request? Na-hyuk's face says it all, pure fear. The message lands loud and clear. It's an order, not a request. Seung-hyun calmly adjusts his tie, like he didn't just threaten someone into submission. Cut to a private meeting. Na-hyuk, clearly cornered, starts talking, actually, about Baek Si-yeon's weaknesses. He finishes. A nearby aide can barely hide her nerves, murmuring that Si-yeon seems very sensitive about his past. Na-hyuk keeps feeding him intel, admitting Si-yeon still hasn't fully moved on from everything that happened to him. He's particularly sensitive about his past, Na-hyuk adds, sweating through the whole confession. Seung-hyun scoffs. Si-yeon already went public with his own past on the radio himself, so what exactly is there left to hide? Are you kidding me? Complaints and stuff are useless, Seung-hyun mutters, already moving past that objection. A long, loaded silence. Then, got it. Actually, I knew it a long time ago. He's not surprised. He's been planning around this for a while. And there it is, the actual plan, said with a smile. If I can just find them, I can make Baek Si-yeon submit as well. There are people around him and he cares a lot about them. That threat just stopped being about Si-yeon. Then the coldest line of the chapter: killing him immediately isn't fun. At least he should suffer half as much as I did before he dies. Somewhere else entirely, a pale-haired figure clutches their own head in obvious anguish. Whether it's a warning, a memory, or just bad timing, it lands hard. Someone finally pushes back, asking why Seung-hyun dragged Na-hyuk into this at all. If he gets involved now, things could get a lot worse. Seung-hyun's answer is short: I don't care about that, and... Meanwhile, Na-hyuk, alone with his thoughts, is already plotting his own exit strategy. I need to at least have a way to escape. Seung-hyun, uncomfortably close, isn't in a negotiating mood either. When I make a move, you'll need to come along too. Aren't you bored anyway? Na-hyuk finally snaps, panicked. You clearly told me to just tell you about him and stay out of it. Are you planning to frame me? Somewhere across town, a familiar pale-haired figure slips off alone into the night. I have somewhere to check first. Whatever it is, he doesn't want his mom finding out. Keep this a secret from mom. Later, in a much warmer scene, someone recalls being surprised when a certain someone suddenly showed up at the cafe. It's Si-yeon and Jeongmin sitting together on a bench. She points out how many more people recognize him these days now that his movie's a hit. But she catches something in his face that doesn't quite match the easy conversation. What's wrong? She asks. Turns out Si-yeon's been quietly tracking the scandal fallout for days. No movement, no legal response from the other side at all. If they're not going after this properly, something else must be coming. He can feel it. Something's happening behind the scenes that he's not being told about. And there's one thing he's absolutely sure of: he never once mentioned Jeongmin's name to anyone involved, just in case. The fear he won't say out loud sits right under the surface. What if Jeongmin gets dragged into this too? She says his name gently, trying to reassure him. There's no concrete evidence against them yet. He tells her not to be too anxious, just to stay calm. She manages a small, unconvinced ah. They agree to just head home quickly. She starts to ask but, before trailing off. He admits there was a car earlier that caught his attention, just parked there, watching. It might still be around. She goes quiet, turning it over in her head while he casually floats a new plan. So, should we walk today? So they go full incognito, baseball cap pulled low, the works. We can't get caught, he says, all business. Jiangmin can't resist teasing him, dating a celebrity is really tough. Then, with a smirk, but you must have it the hardest. That lands exactly as intended. Sion practically melts behind his own cap, thoroughly flustered. She floats an idea with a little too much innocence. How about we not go home today and just rent a room somewhere to hang out? His says it all. She's already ahead of him, quit her weekend convenience store shift, plenty of free time tomorrow. This was clearly the plan all along. All he manages is a quiet, very willing okay. The two of them walk off together into the night. Honestly, good for them. Someone in this chapter deserves a nice evening. Eventually though, business calls. He drops Jiangmin off at the hotel and heads straight for the company. Inside, staff are already in damage control mode, someone insisting they can report all of this as defamation against the company. Sion strides in, looking way too composed for a guy about to walk into a confrontation, fixing his hair with a confident little smirk. The staff practically jump out of their skin. Beak Sion, why is he here? And there's the reason for the panic. Seunghyun Yu is already standing right there because awkwardly someone on staff tipped him off the moment Sion made contact. Sion doesn't even blink. I will not negotiate with this guy, he says flatly. What's the point of talking to someone who doesn't understand? Seunghyun just smiles, unbothered, and lobs the challenge right back. I have something to say on my end. Should we discuss it here now? A staffer tries to diffuse things, warning that pushing this further in public will only make it worse for everyone. Seunghyun isn't backing down either. If you treat me like this, he warns, I might still have more to reveal. Sion's expression doesn't crack. If anything, he looks almost amused by the threat. Sion just packed up and checked into a hotel out of nowhere, and Jiangmin is not having it. Does that even make sense? She presses him over the phone. Rich family or not, she reminds him, pulling a stunt like that in this day and age still blows up in your face. All he can manage back is a sheepish yeah, I guess so. She chews her lip, genuinely worried. If he is really this anxious, there is only so much she can do from her end. And there is something else weighing on her mind too. What on earth were you thinking doing something like that? She asks again, still not letting it go. It is not just you dealing with the fallout, he tells her. There is plenty on his own plate right now too. I know, he mutters, bracing for whatever comes next. He admits he was ready for backlash going in, but honestly, way more people ended up taking his side than he expected. Cut to the real story behind that phone call. Sion has his old agency boss by the collar, calling him out to his face. You think I cannot do anything to you? The man spits back, still defiant. Do you know how hard I worked to get here? The boss snarls, refusing to back down. I am going to sue you, he threatens, playing his last card. Sue me? Sion scoffs. You really think that is going to work? He pulls out his phone, recorder already running. Want to hear it played back for you? Fine, the boss finally grits out, cornered. Move out of the house by today, the boss snaps, trying to reclaim some control. Let me stay a little longer, Sion asks, and gets an immediate flat no. Besides, the boss adds with a sneer, you will never win against Yu Seunghyun's family. Remember one thing, the man growls, getting right up in his face. Everything that happened stays with you until the grave. Sion fires back, gripping his collar tighter. Got it, Sion says coolly, and now we see why. He has been recording this entire confrontation. The tension boils over into a shove, both men refusing to back down an inch. A sharp crack rings out as the fight turns physical. It escalates fast, fists flying, years of resentment finally boiling over. UFC king bastard, the boss snarls, bloodied and furious. Delete it, he demands, then screams it again. Delete it, you bastard. Sion just stares him down in silence. One last violent clash, and the fight finally burns itself out. Arg, the boss cries out, grabbed by the collar again. Do you really think erasing it here makes it disappear? He demands. For good, Sion finishes for him, eyes blazing. Haha, he laughs bitterly, walking off. Funny enough, I got this trick from one of your own agency celebrities, worked like a charm. Keep hovering around me without owning what you did, and I might just leak this too, he warns. My parents are already furious enough as it is. And I am barely holding them back from doing something a lot worse to you, he adds, so keep your mouth shut, old man. Unless you want to die, he says flatly and walks straight out the door. He leaves without a backward glance, the door swinging shut behind him. Left alone, the boss just stands there, stunned and shaking. All he can do is laugh, bitter and defeated, nursing his bruises. Meanwhile, across town, a different kind of trouble is brewing on a quiet night street. A blonde stranger sits parked in his car, watching the entrance of a building with cold, focused eyes. Someone in a red jacket steps out and he tenses, clearly recognizing them. The figure slips off down the sidewalk, footsteps fading into the dark. He does not move yet, just keeps watching, patient and calculating. Ha, he mutters bitterly to himself in the driver's seat. Wait, did he seriously just get away, he realizes, staring at the now empty street. Somewhere inside, footsteps rush off down a dark hallway, whoever it was long gone. Back at home, Sian finally walks through the door, wrung out from the whole ordeal. He collapses straight into Jiangmin's arms, done pretending he is fine. She pulls him in close, and for a moment the whole ugly day just melts away. One thing leads to another, and let us just say the two of them find their own way to unwind. We will spare you the play-by-play. Let us just say the night is far from over for these two. Wrapped up together, she cannot help but smile against his shoulder. She goes still for a second, noticing something in the way he is holding her. Quietly, she puts it together. Sian must have had one hell of a stressful day. He just lets out a soft breath, finally letting his guard all the way down. In the quiet after, she just says his name, soft and grounding. When it is just the two of us, she tells him, you can actually be honest. But you still seem so anxious, she points out gently. Since we found our way back to each other, he admits, honestly, I was fooled too at first. I thought you had changed so much, she says, but bit by bit I started noticing things. How do I put it? It is like you, she starts, trailing off as he waits, unsettled, to hear the rest. For a second his smile cracks, something haunted flickering underneath it. I did not change me, he repeats to himself, almost in denial. No, he decides. It is okay now, he tells himself, I promised. I will not make things hard for her anymore, right? I can stay by your side, she says simply and means every word. What I meant, she clarifies, is that you have just gotten better at hiding it. I never noticed before. Do you love me so much you are going crazy, he teases, leaning in close. That much, he presses, flustered when she does not immediately answer. You really do have a way of driving people crazy, he admits, half embarrassed. Of course I do, she teases back, then turns serious. I will not cause harm to others like before, not to you either. If there is something you want, I will make sure you get it, he promises. Just tell me the truth when we are together like this. There should be times you are honest too, she tells him, so you can actually breathe a little. If you are jealous, say you are jealous. I deserve to know that stuff too, do not I? She is not going to fall apart over it like before. I have grown to like you way too much by now, he admits quietly. There is nothing to worry about. Why do you try so hard to understand everything, she asks, thinking of all the harm he caused to her and to everyone around her. You should be tearing into me for it, telling me never to do it again, he thinks bitterly. If you know I am trying, he says, you could just let it go, pretend you do not notice. I do not know, he admits. I do not even know what I want to do either, she confesses. But there is one thing I do know, she says firmly, I do not want you suffering anymore. I do not want you hiding anything from me either, she adds, because to me, you matter more than I do, she tells him, more than anyone else around me. So haha, yeah, he laughs, a little overwhelmed. I do not even know what I was trying to say anymore. I just wish we could have actually talked, really talked, that one night, he admits. I did not mind it, she says softly. It was a little rough, she admits with a small laugh, thinking back. Be careful with me, she teases, pulling him close again. The two of them settle into each other, quiet and content. But I liked it, she adds, so you really do not have to hold back. As the night winds down, the apartment finally goes still around them. He pulls her close and comes clean. Acting's just a paycheck to him. Hate it or not, he figures becoming a celebrity was basically his destiny. He shrugs it off, it's not like he's good at much else. Jiangmin isn't having it though. People in showbiz usually have some ego, she says, but he's the real deal. She gets quietly reflective. Glad they found each other this early, but a little sad that fame might mean seeing a lot less of him. Celebrities, she reasons, aren't actually that special. It's the same messy world everywhere, and hey, there are plenty of jerks out there just like Kang Nahyuk. She goes quiet for a beat, then decides she just has to ask him something. What is it? He asks, pulling her in closer, so she comes right out with it. You don't have any dreams of your own. He hangs on the word dream like it costs him something. Yeah, he finally says, I chose to become an actor fast just so I could find my way back to you. Truth is, I don't even like acting. Quite the confession. Then he turns it right back on her. What do you want to do from here? Half asleep, she mumbles something that sounds suspiciously like marry you, then catches herself. Wait, can that even count as a dream? You're basically doing that anyway. He just smiles. I'm being sincere here. Close and quiet, he tells her flat out, my dream is you, now and forever. She's clearly floored, eyes glassy, hand pressed to her own head like she needs a second to catch up. Always having me by your side, he adds, and honestly the whole scene practically glows. The two of them pictured walking off into a soft pink sky, side by side like it's just natural. For a lifetime, he says. Happily, he murmurs, completely content, if possible I want to be with you like this, even in the next life. My choices will always come back to you. He admits he used to see that as a bad habit and tried to shake it, but honestly, being with you is my greatest happiness. Guess it's inevitable, he laughs. Whatever I decide, I'll pick whatever's comfortable because you're the one I'm with. Jeongmin warns him she's about to get busier, meaning less time together. He tenses for a second, then relaxes into a grin. Honestly, that's kind of a relief. Cut to Seon behind a studio mic, headphones on, clearly in his element, while Jeongmin's voice drifts over the scene admitting he was pretty reckless back then. But that recklessness, she says, was his own choice, and she watched him hold onto loyalty for a friend maybe for the first time in his life. He goes a little red hearing it. I felt like you've really grown, she tells him. Curled up together, she laughs. She never could have pictured this before, though he's still plenty impulsive. Back then you were just obsessed with me. You blame yourself for never changing, she says, gentle, but you're wrong. You've changed plenty, she insists. Besides, we're still in our early 20s. Why are you trying to do absolutely everything at once? You're allowed to take it slow, she tells him. He sighs, half joking. I tried to act more mature, I really did. Guess I still can't keep up with you. Pillow talk takes a cheekier turn. She teases him about having unexpected tastes and he sputters, mortified. What me? We'll leave the rest of that to your imagination. Cut to him lying there groaning. Why does it have to turn out like this? While she needles him from off-frame that hey, isn't that exactly what he meant? But the mood is about to flip hard. Outside a coffee shop, a cold voice lays out a plan. If that woman comes out alone, drag her and make sure nobody's watching. Inside a car, a lookout confirms the coast is clear and gets an even uglier order back. If she fights, keep it quiet, and whatever you do, don't let her die. All right, comes the grim reply, and the car just sits there in dead silence, waiting. One of the guys assigned to this can't stop shaking, silently asking himself why he even has to be part of it. His thoughts spiral. Did you Seung-hyun know about her too? This is getting way bigger than he signed up for, and yeah, he admits it, he did once wish Seon would just disappear, just not like this. Guilt creeps in as he crouches in the shadows. He never actually wanted things to go this far. Elsewhere, a sharp blonde voice barks over the radio demanding to know if they are actually watching her closely. A nervous yes comes back, good. He turns the screws on the jumpy lookout. Mess up the report again like last time and he'll be the one in trouble too. The guy fidgets with his own collar, clearly rattled. One of the watchers stiffens up, catching sight of something he really wasn't expecting. And there it is, wait, Baek-seun is here, total panic sets in. Another watcher grumbles from his car, of course that guy's with her again today. He's been staking her out for days straight and has never once caught her without Seon glued to her side. He starts to wonder, uneasily, if Seon clocked them from the very start. Meanwhile, oblivious to us but maybe not to him, Seon walks with Jeongmin and mentions he wrapped up his errand as fast as he could, like something told him he needed to get back to her. The watchers duck behind a parked car, hearts absolutely pounding. Cap pulled low, Seon suddenly stops mid-step. Wait a minute, he says, he's noticed something. Back in the car, a fist slams down in a panic. I think we've been made. Worse, Seon is literally knocking on their window right now. Damn it, someone hisses. Just act like nobody's in here, he can't see inside anyway, one whispers. Alright, the other squeaks back, not at all convincingly. Cool as ever, Seon turns to Jeongmin. You sure there's actually someone in there? She nods, she'd clocked this exact same car nearby before, same plates and everything. Something is definitely off. In the shadows, a gloved hand passes something off quietly. Should we test it? Someone murmurs. Jeongmin glances back over her shoulder, feeling eyes on her she can't quite place. Someone gets grabbed hard by the collar and a bystander nearby can only gape. What the hell? Seon's had enough, hey, he shouts, hauling the guy right out into the open. He plays it cool with a cover story, loudly accusing the guy of messing with someone's car, and the man practically chokes on his own excuse. Seon doesn't let go. Why were you pretending you weren't even here? He presses. The guy stammers something about it looking really suspicious, which, yeah, is Seon's exact point, and he can't even finish his own excuse. Jeongmin steps in cool as anything. Oh, are you doing this? The guy tries the old just a concerned citizen line. She's not buying it, she's got a great memory, thanks for asking. She lays out the receipts. This exact car's been sitting around for 2 days straight, same plate and all. His story about being just a regular at the cafe is falling apart fast. Seon finishes him off. Funny because I actually work here and I've never once seen your face. Busted completely. The guy goes dead silent, cornered with nowhere left to run. Cut to a plush library somewhere far nicer than a stakeout car, and somebody in charge is furious. Damn it, seeking idiots. He's tearing into a groveling underling for letting Seon march him straight to the police. I'm sorry, the guy whimpers, he was just too strong, nothing I did worked. The man in charge, blonde, cold, unmistakably a rich kid used to getting his way, complains what a hassle it is to handle this personally. Not one person around him, he mutters, is actually trustworthy. And then the name lands like a gut punch. Kang Nahyuk, because yeah, it's him, sweating, rattled, and very much in the room. The blonde guy, Seunghyun Yu, of course it's him, lays down the ultimatum. Get rid of Baek Seun too, no hesitation, or end up looking just like the guy who already failed him. Nahyuk can only exhale. Nahyuk rubs his face, exasperated. Does this guy seriously never leave her side for even a second? So maybe, Seunghyun suggests, they deal with Seon himself first before the girl jump him as a group and he won't stand a chance. But even he admits that's the last resort. Way too reckless. Nahyuk mutters to himself, chewing over another option. What if there's a way to just pull the two of them apart instead? Then he says something that stuns even Seunghyun. Let's just admit it and apologize. Officially, sorry, comes the baffled reply. Nahyuk sets his jaw. I'll go straight to him myself and apologize. But don't let the nice gesture fool you. In his head, the real plan hasn't changed one bit. Make Baek Seun suffer exactly as much as he did, no matter what it takes to get there. We open on a rattled Seon lying totally still, like he can't even move, while someone at the door quietly asks if he's okay. Turns out it's Jeongmin and she's the one who's not okay. She chokes out that she hates this world so much right now. Alone in the dark, her face says it all. This whole situation is unfair and she knows it. Cut to a police station where the guy Seon just worked over is putting on the performance of his life, whimpering that he didn't do any crime. Rewind a bit and you can see exactly why Seon dragged him down the street begging for mercy before absolutely wailing on him. He's got the guy by the collar mid-beatdown, and it's very clearly not a fair fight. Someone tries to warn Seon off, insisting there's no evidence so nothing will stick, then flatly points out, I'm the witness, aren't I? Back at the station, Seon lets out one long, exhausted breath. He rounds on the officer, demanding to know if the victim actually has to get hurt worse before anyone will act. Shouldn't they at least detain the guy? The cop just shrugs him off, asking why he's making such a fuss over nothing, while Yejun quietly looks thrilled to be getting away with it. Seon snaps back that from where he's standing, the cop should be looking in a mirror, he's the one who let the real culprit walk. One of the officers leans in, squinting at Seon like he recognizes that face from somewhere. Jeongmin grabs his arm and pulls him toward the door, insisting she's fine and telling him to just hurry up before this turns into a bigger scene. They slip onto a train platform together, and all Jeongmin can think is what a chilling thought that was. She forces a smile, but the sweat on her brow gives away how rattled she still is by what she just saw in him. Seon's face goes distant and unreadable, like his head is already somewhere else entirely. In his head he's replaying it coldly. He should have tortured the guy for information, but he slipped away hiding behind the cops. Jeongmin's eyes stay fixed on him, quietly unsettled by just how far he's willing to go for her. Later, alone with his thoughts, Seon goes quiet in a way that feels heavier than usual. He just stares off, clearly still chewing on everything that happened. Jeongmin asks if she's still headed to her part-time shift. I have to, she says, there's just no getting out of it. She worries that bailing without notice would dump extra trouble on her boss and coworkers. Seon cuts her off, none of that matters more than her actually being okay. He goes quiet, then says it low and serious, don't go. He grabs her face and pulls her in close, and Jeongmin can only manage a startled what? I said don't go, stay home with me. He presses, actually forget it, just quit today and don't go anywhere at all until she's steady again. Jeongmin can't believe what she's hearing, demanding to know what he's even talking about all of a sudden, while somewhere behind them someone's shouting his full name. His phone won't stop buzzing on the table, and neither of them is in a hurry to grab it. I know, Seon mutters, while Jeongmin tells him to just hurry up and answer it already. He finally reaches for it, grumbling that he's talking to her right now, thanks very much. Jeongmin softens it, she knows he's anxious, but just let her go in today and she'll tell them she's quitting. Seon isn't buying it, she'll say that, then pull a full shift and come home late anyway rather than inconvenience anyone. He wants her calling to quit right now. You're quitting, he repeats flatly, but first he tells her just answer that call, it might actually matter. She holds her ground fine, but only after he actually answers her. The phone just keeps buzzing away on the floor, while neither of them budges an inch. Finally Seon caves. All right, he's picking it up. The caller ID says it all, President. He answers with a flat hello, then a clipped yes, President. Whatever he's just been told, it stops him cold. What? Jeongmin catches the name being said and her whole face changes. Yoo Seung-hyun. Her hand curls into a fist just hearing it, and Seon's expression goes cold and unreadable. The president keeps talking, and Seon just grips the phone tighter. The president drops the bomb. Yoo Seung-hyun wants to make an official public apology to Seon in front of reporters tomorrow. The articles already live, hasn't he seen it? He's admitting to everything, the president says, which means like it or not, Seon's expected to show up tomorrow. Seon's answer is immediate. With that many reporters descending on the place, there's no way he's going. Jeongmin can't hide her shock, listening in on the whole exchange. He fires back at the president. Is he serious right now? Whether he accepts some public apology or not should be his choice and his alone. The news is already everywhere. Even the president admits he's a little stunned it went fully official, though he still says he gets why Seon hates the idea. He warns Seon that no matter how much he hates it, the Yoo family's influence is too strong to just brush off. Can't he play along just a little for the camera's sake? Seon won't budge, he still can't go, and the president practically groans at how stubborn he's being. Jeongmin quietly checks in, is he really sure he'll be okay, skipping something this big? Yes, I'll be all fine, he tells her, easy as that. Because honestly, he says, he doesn't care about any of it. The only thing that matters to him is her. Everything he's doing, he tells her, is to protect her, then turns it right back around. What about her, is she okay? She doesn't answer right away, just looks at him quietly. Then he just says let's go, since, as he reminds her, she's still got that shift to get to. From that point on, Jeongmin says, Seon didn't leave her side for even a second. Business at the cafe carries on as usual around her, except for the very unusual bodyguard parked in the corner. Sure enough, there he is, hood up, quietly watching over her the whole shift. He doesn't so much as look away. Meanwhile, across town, the press conference venue is packed wall to wall with reporters and cameras. Yoo Seung-hyun stands there with his handler, visibly on edge about facing the cameras. For a second, his composure just cracks, the old scar from his run-in with Seon still plainly visible. The crowd keeps swelling, all of them waiting on the guest of honor who still hasn't shown. People start murmuring, wasn't Baek Seon supposed to be here? Is he really not coming? Spoiler, he's not coming. His phone lights up with a wall of guilt-trip texts from the president about lawyers' responsibility, and you've been ignoring me lately. Seon barely glances at it. He's got exactly zero interest in that conversation right now. When Jeongmin's shift finally wraps, he's right there asking, "You're done." She steps out to meet him, shift finally over. The president's messages are still sitting there, completely unanswered. The two of them just stand there together for a moment, quiet. Then they head off together as evening settles over the street. It's a rare, quiet moment for the two of them after a genuinely brutal day. Then out of nowhere, someone grabs Seon from behind. He whips around in shock, demanding to know who the hell just grabbed him. Still wound up from earlier, he's convinced it's another setup. "I'm not falling for this again." Jeongmin scrambles to stop him, insisting this person didn't mean anything by it, while the stranger starts frantically apologizing. Turns out it's just a case of mistaken identity. They thought he was somebody else entirely. The poor strangers just keep apologizing their way out of there. Once the dust settles, Seon and Jeongmin's hands find each other again. They keep walking on into the evening together, like nothing happened. But the night isn't done yet. Somewhere else, a lone hooded figure walks off into the dark, a heartbeat pounding under the silence. Something's clearly gone wrong. There's blood and that thumping just won't stop. He's stumbling down a grim, empty street completely alone, hood up, totally checked out from the world. In his head, it's Paranoia City. It feels like enemies are lurking around every single corner now. He even wonders if he should just tip off Song Yeju and get rid of Yoo Seung-hyun for good, then immediately admits if that were actually possible, he'd have done it a long time ago. He spirals further, replaying just how many enemies he's racked up, the memory flashing back to him grabbing some guy hard by the collar. Revenge aside for a second, he asks himself, would actually killing Seung-hyun even solve anything? He tears into himself, wondering why he keeps acting so recklessly and wishing he'd just picked the boring, normal life instead, since he apparently still can't even protect the people around him. Then out of nowhere somebody screams his name, Baek Seon, and we get a gut punch close up of him, bloodied and shaking. All he can manage is a resigned ah, right, like he's just accepted whatever mess he's in. And then he's off again, walking alone into the dark like the night personally owes him an apology. Cut to Seung-hyun seething, cursing that bastard under his breath while insisting to himself he only ever tried to pull the two of them apart a little. How could Seon just ignore everything going on and mess things up again like this, he fumes. Does this guy seriously not care what the public thinks anymore, Seung-hyun wonders, glaring at the thought of Baek Seon. His logic gets twisted and possessive from there. The worse he acts, he tells himself, the more that girl will realize just how much she needs him. His endgame slips out plain and simple, he's going to steal her away. Right on cue, his mother storms in shouting his name, horrified at whatever she's just walked in on. She lays into him, why would he drag this out and make it even bigger, and why the hell would he admit everything without the family's permission? He just goes quiet, jaw clenched, refusing to give her an inch. She tries the gentle route instead. It's better if he just stays quiet for now, and once things calm down he can slide back into the company. He snaps back that she doesn't need to go this far, that from now on he'll, and then he grabs her wrist hard enough to make her cry out. She stares him down, cold. Does he not remember what she already told him? Flat and final, she just repeats it, stay quiet. He grits out a vow all his own instead. He's going to deal with that bastard Baek Seon himself, and she is not taking this away from him. The confrontation clearly breaks something in her. She crumples in the hallway while an aide rushes over asking if she's okay. All she can get out is a broken "how dare he treat his own mother like this," quietly wondering where she went wrong raising him. Meanwhile, Seung-hyun's already plotting his next move, vowing he will absolutely get his revenge. Down the phone he gives the order, pull every last stalker off Seon and Jeongmin, effective immediately. For now, he says coldly, let's just wait until that bastard's guard finally drops. Cut back to domestic life. Jeongmin's wrapped up cozy with Seon at home, mentioning she just finished her cafe shift. But even she can tell Seunghyun has no intention of backing down anytime soon. She chews it over privately, not sure what to even do, though lately things have genuinely felt suspiciously quiet. She says it out loud to Seon too, it's been quiet these days, right? And he blinks back a surprised huh. He brushes it off as just a feeling, then jokes that maybe the guys developed some kind of mind-reading power. He tells himself they'll solve things one problem at a time, sighing about how frustrating it must be for everyone stuck worrying about him. But who really knows what could happen the second he's not around to watch her, he thinks, letting out a long sigh. Jeongmin's phone lights up mid-cuddle, and Seon leans in curious about what's got her attention. It's Sora asking when she's free and floating the idea of grabbing Yoonju too, since she wants to know how Seon Oppa's doing. Jeongmin pipes up, reminding him he once said he'd treat Sora to a meal. Oh right, he says, deciding he really does need to properly meet her friends and floats meeting up sometime this week. Ever the overprotective boyfriend, he tacks on a condition, forget going out in public, can they just come to the house or he'll book a private room instead. Subtle, buddy. Jeongmin just laughs it off with an easy okay. Next thing you know, there's a full spread of delivery food on the table, and everyone's drooling over how good it looks. Seon waves off everyone's concern with a quick I'm fine, though nobody at the table looks fully convinced. Sora can't resist bringing up Yoo Seunghyun's big public apology, needling Seon about skipping an event he was supposedly invited to. Seon sets the record straight. There's an article claiming he was definitely going to show up, but he never had any intention of going in the first place. Sora's jaw drops, so he's just straight up lying that Seon bailed on him. What a trash human being. Right then his phone buzzes and he excuses himself, telling everyone to start eating without him. The group shrugs an easy okay and keeps eating while he steps off to take the call. Yoonju leans in on Jeongmin instead, gently asking if things being quiet lately is actually a good sign. Jeongmin admits the truth, he's actually completely slammed with work, he just isn't leaving the house because of her. Yoonju blinks, confused, because of you, why's that? Jeongmin lays it out, if the guy tailing them really has been caught, it makes total sense. Oppa's still on edge. She gets both sides, she admits, but staying alert every single second is exhausting, and she's pretty sure he hasn't been sleeping right in a while. All she wants is for him to actually work in peace for once and rest properly whenever he can. She trails off, the worry clearly still sitting heavy behind her eyes. Sora jumps in with an idea, why not go on a trip with her old college friends for a change? There's already a solid group interested, she promises, and sure there'll be some guys along too, but it's a big enough crowd that nobody's forcing weird drinking games on her. Someone asks if Jeongmin even drinks these days, and she admits yeah, for now. Somebody quickly backpedals though, specifically warning her off getting too drunk. That's exactly when Seon strolls back in, smirking, wanting to know what everyone's been gossiping about. A trip, he repeats, clearly caught off guard. Jeongmin quickly jumps in to explain, they're going with her college friends, practically bracing for his reaction. She tells him straight, it shows how much he genuinely worries about her, but he's got his own life to keep living too. She pushes him not to let down the people rooting for him and to actually stay connected to his work instead of hiding away. Sure enough, his phone lights up. It's the company president, messages piling up about lawyers, scheduling, and not so subtle guilt trips about him going quiet. Jeongmin's take is simple. He should accept the goodwill of people trying to help him because the longer he keeps everyone at arm's length, the more enemies he's going to make. All he can do is let out one long, tired sigh. For a second, we're right back in that opening dread, that same feeling that enemies are lurking everywhere he looks. And funny enough, somewhere else Seunghyun's hearing that exact same warning that making more enemies never ends well. His answer, not a chance. Back with Seon, he finally caves, alright fine then. Jeongmin and Sora practically explode with excitement. Of course he can't just let her go without conditions. He'll use the time to catch up on work himself, but she has to stay in touch, tell him the second anything happens, and hand over the exact trip location. And the hotel too, apparently, plus a full list of everyone attending. Jiangmin can only think he sounds exactly like a teacher chaperoning a school trip. Sora just laughs it off, promising to video call constantly so he doesn't have to worry. Privately though, Xian figures it's probably for the best that she's traveling with a whole group. Realistically, he admits to himself, it'll actually be safer that way. Then we cut to a chaotic night outside a building, reporters swarming and shouting that someone already admitted to the facts, so are the rest of the allegations true too? Security's shoving people back, screaming that nobody's getting inside, total chaos in the crowd. Back with Seung-hyun stitched up and ice cold, he tells someone on the phone to just come in for a moment. An aide steps into the office, snapping to attention with a crisp "yes sir." Seung-hyun gets straight to it. Does he remember roughly what the woman with Baek Seun looks like? The aide answers, long straight hair, and Seung-hyun adds, about 160 centimeters tall. He runs a finger along his own scar, thinking it over, then decides flatly, let's make it. The aide, startled, asks him to repeat that, but Seung-hyun's already moving on, insisting they need to work faster. He notes, almost proud of himself, that there are more eyes watching him these days. His mother apparently leaned on his father hard enough to get him reined in a bit too, but he brushes right past it. Let's just build a rough model, good enough to actually fool him into falling for it. And the chapter ends on a gut punch. Something or someone made to look just like her drops straight into the dark, right into the trap he built. All packed, he says he just needs to grab his charger and earphones before heading out tomorrow. He promises he'll rush right back if anything happens, but Jiangmin just laughs it off. What could possibly go wrong in 2 whole days? She smirks that he's the one who'll cause trouble while he's gone. Plenty of people out there who'd love his attention. He murmurs that he already misses her, and he hasn't even left yet. She tells him he'd better call her too if anything happens on his end. Fair's fair. Got it? He asks softly, close enough that the question barely needs an answer. He swears he'll run straight to her the second she needs him. She just smiles and answers with a quiet "MHM." Words already gotten around. A friend teases Jiangmin about getting back together with her boyfriend, which explains why she's been so hard to pin down lately. The boyfriend's name apparently rings a bell for her friend, though she can't quite place why yet. Baek Seun, right? She asks, testing the name out loud. Another friend nearly tackles Jiangmin. Why died isn't that the exact same name as that rising actor everyone's been talking about? In a hazy flashback over dinner, someone murmurs the same name to herself, Baek Seun. That sounds familiar too. One of them practically lights up. She used to be a huge fan of DJX, Seun's old idol group back in the day. That's probably why the name rings a bell, she decides, thrilled with her own detective work, blissfully unaware just how right she is. She admits she's not even that big a fan, honestly, but what a wild coincidence the names match, and hey, that Kang Na-hyuk's pretty impressive too. Jiangmin just smiles and says nothing. The scene cuts away to a grim, half-lit warehouse, a much darker story quietly waiting in the wings. Inside, a sharp-featured man in a vest and tie orders his subordinate to use an unconscious woman as reference and make it well. The implication is stomach-turning. The blonde subordinate just nods along, clearly unsettled by his own boss. The boss casually suggests they just gouge out the eyes to save time. On the face said with a grin, like it's nothing at all. Rattled, the subordinate mutters to himself that his boss is a straight-up psychopath. The boss adds coldly, leave it undressed, it'll catch more of Baek Seun's attention that way. Whatever they're building, it's meant as bait. Cut to sunshine and open water. Jiangmin and her friend arrive at the beach, thrilled. It's been so long since either of them visited. Her friend teases her for snacking the entire ride over. Jiangmin's already dreaming about sashimi and soju once they're settled in. Jiangmin takes in the view, quietly moved. She's never actually been somewhere this beautiful before. She snaps a selfie at the railing, already promising herself she'll bring Seun back here the first chance she gets. Back home, a text lights up Seun's phone. I've arrived. The beach is so pretty, let's come here together next time. Seon reads it over, quietly relieved she made it there safe. Before he can even set the phone down, it buzzes again with an incoming call. He steps toward the window to pick up, already halfway into an apology for something. It's Song Yeju on the line, and despite the interruption, he can't quite hide a small smile at hearing from her. She's frantic. Why hasn't he been answering? She's been worried sick, especially with Yoo Seung-hyun suddenly acting up out of nowhere. Seon's expression hardens instantly at the name. He can already tell this isn't going to be good news. Yeju admits she's been shaken up herself the past few days too, but she knew this was something she had to tell him. He presses her voice tight to just tell him what's going on. Seon's guess is that Seung-hyun is quietly plotting something behind the scenes, and he's willing to bet Jeongmin is tangled up in it somehow. Yeju's stunned, as Yeren's own family, Seung-hyun never once came after her like that. Seon reasons grimly that he was the one who drew the spotlight first, so of course he'd be the bigger target, and Jeongmin's already had a stalker to deal with recently. Yeju reveals she's spotted suspicious cars parked around the cafe where Jeongmin works, more than once. How did she even know to call them suspicious, he asks. She explains she memorized the plates after noticing one parked oddly, and a few kept circling back near the cafe again and again. She has to ask, does Seung-hyun really have that much reason to hate Seon personally? Seon admits it's only natural. Seung-hyun would be furious after everything he exposed on the radio, but something else is nagging at him. For Seung-hyun to know about Jeongmin and target her in advance, someone would have had to feed him that information, and the thought turns his blood cold. Working from the shadows like this doesn't sit right with him at all. He recalls Seung-hyun recently summoning reporters out of nowhere, publicly promising to apologize. What's the real angle there? Right, he thinks bitterly, there's no point pretending he's forgotten a thing. His mind drifts back to the violence he once dealt out inside people's dreams. The people who were hurt by it, he knows, still remember every second. Dark, bloodied flashes underline just how far that old vengeance really went. If that's true, then Seung-hyun's grudge against him must run every bit as deep, not something to brush off. That's exactly why he's been circling the people close to Seon first, instead of coming straight at him. Resolve hardens on his face. If that's how Seung-hyun wants to play it, Seon's ready to fight like their lives depend on it. Still, one question nags at him: why would Seung-hyun even go this far? On the other end of the line, Yeju goes quiet for a second. I saw it, she admits. In his face she finishes, clearly shaken by whatever she means. The scene shifts to a sleek glass office tower somewhere. Seon's now heading, determined. He strides down a stark hallway, phone still in hand, jaw set. From above, a boardroom sits ready, two shadowy figures already waiting at the table. He rides an elevator packed with strangers, blending into the crowd despite the storm building behind his calm face. He keeps working the phone as he moves deeper into the building, piecing together what he can before he arrives. He nears a meeting room door. Sunlight, a potted plant, a deceptively calm setting for whatever's about to happen next. Back in the warehouse, a subordinate bursts in with news. Director Baek Seun has arrived. The blonde henchman's head snaps up. What? That means Seung-hyun himself won't be around right now, he reasons out loud. He grins. Is God really on his side? The timing couldn't be more perfect. The director's voice turns ice cold. Get the car ready, he's going himself. The henchman panics, grabbing for him. No, director, didn't the president say to stay put? The director shakes him off without a shred of hesitation. Are you talking back to me? He asks, hand raised, voice flat and terrifying. The henchman shrinks back instantly. No, sir, all resistance gone. In his own head, the director's true intent is laid bare: kill Seon, and kill anyone stupid enough to get in the way. He turns back on his shaken subordinate, daring him, cold and quiet, to try objecting again. Elsewhere, another face hardens with purpose. It's the day of reckoning, he decides. He orders someone to call Kang Na-hyuk in as well. He wants him there for whatever's coming. A line of men fall into step, boots hitting pavement. Yes, sir, the operation's already moving. A car idles in the dark as the city looms overhead, the whole plan closing in. Someone reacts with dawning alarm. This is, realizing exactly what's being set in motion. A hooded figure walks alone toward a familiar building, muttering under his breath Baek Seyoon's agency. He wonders uneasily where Seunghyun himself even disappeared to, after calling everyone together like this. Walking alone, Nahyuk reflects that Seunghyun's done all kinds of despicable things fueled by envy before, but even he's always drawn a line somewhere. This time, Nahyuk's sure Seunghyun's about to blow straight past that line and keep going. Especially with Jeongmin dragged into it now, the stakes just shot up, and so has the danger. If he lets himself get tangled up in this mess, Nahyuk realizes with a chill it's only a matter of time before it costs him his life. Shaken, he makes his choice and walks away, refusing to get caught in the crossfire. We open on Kang Nahyuk creeping toward a building he clearly does not want to be caught near, muttering to himself under his breath. A car sits idling on the empty street. Somebody out here is stalling before going in. He forces his feet to keep moving anyway. Turns out he is standing right outside Baek Seyoon's agency, and he clearly wishes he was not. He grumbles that Yoo Seunghyun dragged him all the way out here, and then just vanished. His jaw is clenched so hard you can practically hear his teeth grinding. He admits to himself he has pulled plenty of trashy stunts before, all driven by his own inferiority complex. But even he thinks Yoo Seunghyun just blew way past any reasonable limit this time. He reminds himself this whole mess only exists because Choi Jeongmin is tangled up in it, and if he carelessly gets caught between these two guys, he is not sticking around to find out how it ends. Someone like him, he figures, is one wrong move away from losing his life, and right now two very dangerous men are sizing each other up. All he can do is watch it unfold from a distance. Inside, someone steps up behind the white-haired man and offers a quiet hello. Seon looks him over with a razor-thin smile and asks if he really came here alone. The scarred blonde ribs him about always rolling with backup, then claims with total fake innocence that this time he only left his guys waiting outside. "We are not kids anymore, right?" he adds, and Seon just stares back, completely unimpressed. He asks if Seon is also the type to live and die purely for pride, the old slang for it being gazelgajuk. Alone together now, Seunghyun studies him and comments he looks awfully relaxed for the occasion. Seon cuts straight to it, asking if Seunghyun called him here on purpose, fully knowing what it would set off. Seunghyun just smirks, wondering aloud if Seon really thinks he can mess around with him now. Seon admits it outright, he genuinely wants to know what is going on in this guy's head. Seunghyun glances around the empty room and grins. No witnesses, just the two of them fair and square. Watching from afar, Nahyuk cannot get over how calm Seon looks, considering who he is standing next to. Even Seunghyun has to wonder what is really going on behind that calm face. He needles Seon. Does he not even remember the face he made for him, or does he just not care anymore? He wonders if Seon walked in here with some kind of conviction, or more likely, a weapon. Seon's own thoughts are ice cold. He is confident he could take Seunghyun down even if a blade got involved. Seunghyun suggests they go somewhere quieter, needling that Seon has probably got plenty to say to him anyway. Surprisingly, he grins. The two of them get along better than you would expect. Seon mutters that Seunghyun has an annoying habit of reading his mind before he can even ask, then wonders aloud what might have happened if Seunghyun had not been such a jerk back in high school. Maybe he thinks they could have actually ended up friends instead of enemies. Seon just laughs in his face, calls it the single most ridiculous thing he has ever heard. The two of them keep walking, deeper into the empty building. Outside, Nahyuk mutters to himself, wondering where the hell those two are even headed. He is still asking himself why Seunghyun even summoned him here when a voice suddenly calls his name, and he jumps like he has been caught red-handed. A staffer tells him the executive director will call for him later, and all Nahyuk can do is silently ask himself how he ended up in this mess at all. Elsewhere, Seon catches Seunghyun off guard, demanding to know if he noticed he had been watching this whole time. Seunghyun just smirks that Seon is the only one who has not caught on yet, then Seon turns it right back on him. Why exactly did he drag Nahyuk into this? Seon asks flat out if the two people most eager to kill him have finally decided to team up. The pair keep walking side by side, the tension between them thick enough to cut. Privately, Seung-hyun just rolls his eyes. Why does Seon keep pushing this angle? Nahyuk is useless to him anyway. Seung-hyun settles back, turning something over in his head. Whatever it has put a slow, unsettling smile on his scarred face. Something clicks, he remembers exactly what he wants to say next. Seon leans in close and murmurs that this is not the place, catching Seung-hyun completely off guard. He nods toward a camera mounted on the wall. Ah right, they are being recorded. Seung-hyun just shrugs it off. Is not that better for him anyway? What if he decides to just stab Seon right here? His hand tenses at his side, ready for anything. Seon coolly tells him the same threat cuts both ways. He finishes the thought cold. This time he might just tear the rest of that face right off. Seung-hyun does not even flinch, he just lets the threat hang in the silence. Then out of nowhere, things turn physical in a heartbeat. Someone is genuinely caught off guard by how fast it escalates. Footsteps, then a sudden crack of impact rings out through the empty building. Seung-hyun gets thrown backward, the fight fully underway now. He groans, dazed, barely processing what just hit him. Teeth grinding, Seung-hyun has to grudgingly admit Seon is stronger than he expected. Seon just smirks down at him. He gets that Seung-hyun came here to kill him, but a flash of memory cuts in, a car at night, a scarred face watching coldly from the shadows. He is also more than a little pissed off himself, and it shows in that unsettling grin. He straightens his tie, cold and composed even mid-fight. Seung-hyun just scoffs through the pain, refusing to back down. Bloodied and still smirking, Seung-hyun sneers and asks if Seon is still hung up on that girl. He taunts him about how protective he has been of his girlfriend this whole time. He goes further, bragging he had actually considered going after Seon's parents next, knowing how attached he is to them. Turns out Seon already saw that coming and shipped his parents overseas. Grudgingly, Seung-hyun calls it impressive. Seon just stares at him, wondering if this guy has completely lost it. Seung-hyun pulls out his phone with a grin. He has got a gift for him. He calls this whole game a genuinely tough win to pull off, and Seon just narrows his eyes, confused. Then he asks out of nowhere why Seon and his girlfriend ever split up in the first place. If they had not, he says, they would still be together right now. Seon's heart starts pounding. What is he even talking about? Something about that kid now. Seung-hyun says he just spoke to her himself, and tells Seon to check the phone's photo gallery. It's a gift, he says again, savoring every second of it. Seon's hands are visibly shaking as he takes the phone. On the screen is an image implying the woman he loves bloodied, while Seung-hyun needles him that no matter how clever he is, this is how it all ends. He cannot win against him, Seung-hyun says flatly, while Seon just stands there, head bowed, gutted. Something in Seon's face breaks, shock curdling fast into pure rage. His voice drops to a growl. Then why the hell did he mess with him at all? He stares down at that smug, scarred face, barely holding himself together. Seung-hyun spits back that he just returned the favor for what Seon did to his own face. Seon's whole mind goes completely blank. Seung-hyun claims she is dead because of him, but that cannot be right. Seon thinks he was just on the phone with her. They had literally just talked. None of this adds up. Still, doubt claws its way in anyway, no matter how hard he tries to reason his way out of it. This is not anyone else's business to weaponize, he tells himself. It is Choi Jeongmin's life and his. But he cannot string together a single rational thought right now. He can barely breathe, his whole mind gone numb with panic. If any of this is actually true, there is nothing left holding him back. Something dark and formless closes in around him. For one aching second, all he can see is her smiling face. A memory of holding her hand flickers through his mind, then it is gone, swallowed by blood-red rage. His fist connects before he even decides to throw it. He grabs Seung-hyun by the collar and does not let go. Seung-hyun crashes to the ground and Seon just looms over him, breathing hard. Even bleeding on the floor, Seung-hyun just grins up at him. Is he finally getting it now? Seon hauls him up by the collar, snarling. Who exactly did he think he was messing with? Seung-hyun just laughs through the blood. This, he says, is all Seon's own karma coming back around. The two of them stay tangled close under the sheets for a beat before the bickering picks back up. Seon's caught her off guard and she yelps, flustered, stammering that it's not what it looks like. He just shrugs it off with a smug little confession, he's had the ring the whole time. Jiangmin practically sits up in outrage. If he had it, why didn't he just hand it over? Cool as ever, Xian admits he was just waiting for her to notice it missing on her own. He trails off with an actually, there's more to this ring story than she thinks. Turns out he'd been quietly planning to get a matching couple ring made for the two of them. Jiangmin blinks in surprise, she genuinely thought she'd lost the thing for good. She rounds on him, laughing despite herself. If it was gone, why was he still wearing his half, guilt-tripping her every time she saw it? He just laughs it off, and one solid pillow smack later, Jiangmin decides she's not mad anymore. Xian stretches out, thoroughly pleased with himself, watching her settle back down. She holds the ring up to the light, smiling. You must really love me, she teases. He offers to just buy a shiny new one with his own money. She shuts that down flat. Nope. This time, she says, she wants to be the one to buy it for him. With her own money, she insists, pulling in closer. She really means it, and Xian finally caves with a soft all right. I'll wait, he tells her, content just to let her have this one. And then the mood flips completely. Xian's somewhere else entirely now, his collar spattered with someone else's blood. He straightens his tie like nothing happened, rain hammering down around him. He crouches over some guy he's clearly just worked over, spitting out a backhanded compliment. You're really a tough guy too. He needles the guy further. How is he not even screaming with his ribs broken? That's not the reaction I wanted, Xian mutters, almost disappointed at how little the guy's giving him. His expression's unreadable under the rain, cold and distant. The alley empties out, just rain hammering the pavement where he left him. Damn it, Xian grumbles, stepping out into the downpour, clearly not done for the night. Somewhere else across town, rain streaks down the glass of a sleek office building. A nervous guy lingers outside in the rain, saying nothing, clearly dreading whatever's about to happen. Inside, someone barks an order at a vice president. Bring him over, and gets a clipped yes, sir back. Out in the rain, the vice president mutters to himself that he knows the drill, keep his mouth shut for life. No exceptions. Follow the orders no matter how reckless they get, that's the deal he's stuck with. Meanwhile, Xian, smiling in that unsettling way of his, wonders aloud if turning into a murderer would break his own parents' hearts, then decides he's got to carve out at least some kind of opening. Escape, he finishes, cold. The vice president just looks lost, muttering what's happening. The vice president keeps narrating his own dread. He knows exactly what happens to people who don't fall in line or even flinch at what this guy does. None of them, he says, get a good ending. Doesn't matter if they're his own people either. One misstep and there's a real chance you get ruthlessly beaten for it. Especially if you're someone holding leverage over all that corruption underneath. And the ones who were supposedly unrelated entirely, nobody's even sure where they are anymore. They just quietly vanished. The vice president winces, figuring this next guy is about to be equally unlucky. He can't help but wonder how the poor guy even got tangled up with Yu Seunghyun in the first place. A car horn cuts through the storm outside as the building looms in the downpour. Cut to Jiangmin staring out at that same gray weather with a friend who shrugs it off. It's totally gloomy anyway, pancakes and macchioli. Her friend lights up at the idea, already itching to round everyone up for a hangout. But Jiangmin's mind keeps drifting. Is Xian actually okay being alone right now? She can't quite shake the worry, even with plans forming around her. A news alert catches her eye. Xian just went public about the school violence he survived, in a press conference of his own, and she quietly wishes she'd gone with him. She worries he's too shaken to even focus on work. His trust in people cracked all over again. It's only been 2 days and she's just praying for some kind of resolution. She remembers how it all ended, with him giving that interview after all. Her friend calls her back to the present through the rain-streaked window. Choi Jiangmin, come quickly, and she snaps out of it. She grabs an umbrella and heads out to meet the others, worry tucked away for now. Back with Xian, still soaked in that alley, a new idea crosses his mind. He gets on the phone with a chillingly casual request, get him an oil drum. The battered guy on the ground lets out a pained, mocking little laugh of his own. Xian leans in close. You know what? He asks, almost conversational. A lighter flicks to life in his hand. The greatest pain a human can feel is, he says, holding the little flame up like it's nothing. Being burned to death, he finishes, dead calm. Somewhere close, wide, terrified eyes catch the light. Seon figures the guy's too broken to even run at this point, closing in through the rain. He lights up a cigarette instead, letting the guy stew in it, slumped and shaking. The guy's arm is a mess, blood running with the rain. Seon just stands there in the downpour, unmoved, unhurried. Across town, Seung-hyun-yu goes still, something clearly not sitting right with him. Whatever he's just pieced together, it hits him like a jolt. Don't tell me, he snarls, bolting outside into the rain, this lunatic bastard. Something crackles through the dark, raw and unnatural, like the air itself is tearing. The strange energy keeps building, humming under the rain. Then a heavy thud lands somewhere close, final and ominous. Seon's cracked phone sparks blue in his fist, tiny fractures of light spidering across the glass like something in him just won't stay contained anymore. Rain hammers down on a lone figure standing dead still in the dark, and you can already feel something's about to break. Somewhere close by, a sharp-dressed stranger straightens his tie, watching, waiting. Don't tell me, someone gasps in horror, don't tell me this lunatic actually did it. Fear floods across a pale, soaked face. Whatever's happening here, it's already gone too far. A body hits the ground with a sickening thud, swallowed up by the storm. And through the downpour, unhurried, silver hair soaked flat against his skull, he just keeps walking closer. Rewind a bit, someone hands off an order in the rain, take this and get into that alley. Just wait there, they're told once the director calls, they'll come running. What kind of mess is this, he grumbles to himself, soaked to the bone. Posting on that community was the dumbest mistake he's ever made. If they hadn't sniffed out his 1 weak spot, he wouldn't be stuck doing this at all. He edges further into the alley and suddenly freezes, spooked by something just ahead. His voice catches, Beak, Seon, of all the people to run into here. There, at the end of the alley, a body crumpled on the ground and Seon standing right over it like it's nothing. Blood streaks across a familiar profile in the rain. This isn't the Beak Seon anyone remembers. A jolt of pure shock rips right through him at the sight. He gasps out loud, unable to process what he's looking at. His legs just give out, he drops right there in the rain. Chest heaving, he starts backing away, one shaky step at a time. His feet keep sliding backward across the wet pavement, he can't get away fast enough. But footsteps close in from above, unbothered and patient, closing the gap. Seon steps forward drenched in someone else's blood, and it barely even seems to register with him. Blood drips steadily from his hand as he keeps closing in footstep by footstep. See Seon, he stammers, barely able to get the name out. Back down that same alley, the storm just keeps pouring over the whole ugly scene. Someone's gasping for breath, throat and collar soaked through, bound and going nowhere. A new face slips into the alley, hiding something under his jacket, nerves written all over him. Gasoline sloshes out onto the wet ground, and the sound alone tells you exactly where this is headed. Wait, what are you doing? Someone blurts out, catching sight of it. I was just told to bring the gas can, the nervous new arrival stammers. Don't tell me, he mutters, the realization creeping in. Beak Seon, he yelps, recognizing exactly who he's dealing with. Looking down at it all from above, even he can't help but think, this really isn't right. He stumbles off through the rain, completely rattled, barely holding it together. He bolts, I need to call the others right now, he thinks, breaking into a sprint. For Beak Seon to act like this, he can hardly believe the man he's watching. Choi Jeongmin, he blurts, panic rising, did something happen to her? He'd figured Yoo Seung-hyun backed off after putting him on watch duty for her every single day. Guess not. Did he actually do something to her? He thinks, dread creeping over his face. He keeps moving, trying to outrun his own thoughts. I have absolutely nothing to do with this, he insists to no one, tears mixing with the rain. This can't go any further, he tells himself, if this ever gets out. I never wanted things to end up like this, he cries out, the guilt finally cracking him open. His mind drags him back to school, back when he'd quietly admit that he actually admired Beak Seon. If only I could be even half as great as him, he remembers thinking, watching from the sidelines. Back in the present, he's shaking, soaked through, and completely unraveling. With trembling hands he pulls out his phone, tears already falling. The call rings and rings while he waits, praying someone picks up. Oh Nahia Kayung, comes the surprised voice on the other end. Turns out he's caught his friend mid-dinner, chowing down with a buddy over fried chicken. "Nothing, just wondering how you've been," he says warmly. "Are you eating well?" "I'm a bit too soft to just say it outright," he whines, apparently about a debt he's too nice to collect. "And what does being soft have to do with getting your own money back?" comes the teasing reply. Then the tone flips instantly. "Wait, what's going on? Nahyuk Hyung, are you crying?" "Saeol," he chokes out, something terrible has happened, Beek Siyun. "What, Siyun Hyung, what happened? Tell me everything right now." Somewhere in that same rain, someone crouches down, bloodied and shaking, biting back a sob. Blood runs off his fingers and pools with the rainwater at his feet. Meanwhile, the man Siyun's been hunting jolts awake, gasping, bloodied and disoriented. "Why am I? How much time has even passed?" he shouts, completely lost. He screams in raw frustration, the scars on his face twisted with panic. Face down on the pavement, he realizes with horror that his hands are tied behind his back. Why can't he feel his feet? They're bound too. A lighter flicks to life right in front of his face. His whole body locks up in silent terror. The little flame just hovers there, getting closer. That smell, he realizes. "Oh no, don't tell me. This isn't right," he pleads. "Beek Siyun, please, this isn't right. I'll take it back, I'll say it was all a lie about your girlfriend," he screams right before Siyun slaps the excuse straight out of his mouth. He can only choke out muffled groans as Siyun grabs hold of him. Siyun's fist tightens around his collar, cutting off whatever he was about to say next. Through it all, one word slips out under Siyun's breath: Jiangmin. His mind drifts back years to a memory that still stings. "Why did you always give me another chance?" he silently asks her. He remembers himself back then, bloodied in his school uniform, convinced he didn't deserve any kindness at all. That kindness, he thinks, was what actually convinced him it might be true, that someone like him could actually belong somewhere. That he might actually have the right to stay by her side for once in his life. And he knew better than anyone how rare a chance like that really was. But being tangled up with him, he thinks bitterly, has only ever brought her misfortune. Across town, Jiangmin picks up her phone, her expression unreadable as she listens. The party spilled into the hallway, empty soju bottles lined up like a scoreboard nobody wants to admit to. Jiangmin's mid-drink with her friends when she excuses herself for just a quick call. We all know how that promise usually goes. Across the room, one of her friends freezes mid-scroll, staring at her own phone like it just bit her. Later, alone in her apartment with rain hammering the windows, Jiangmin can't shake the feeling that something is very wrong. She dials Siyun, it just rings and rings. He always picks up for her no matter what, so the silence hits like a gut punch. She tells herself he's just busy, that it's a hectic time, anything but the truth. But the thought won't leave her alone. So she calls the one person who might actually know something, Yeju, the reporter covering Siyun's case. Yeju picks up and Jiangmin can hear it immediately in her voice. Something's off. "It's nothing, really," Yeju says, the kind of nothing that is very clearly something. Yeju turns it back on her, asking if Jiangmin isn't supposed to be the first to know about Siyun, and then drops the real bomb. Even she can't reach him right now. Yeju tries to soften it, calls him probably just busy, but Jiangmin's already spiraling. "Wait, you can't reach him either." The last solid update Yeju has is from an interview with Siyun earlier that same day. Word from his old company is that he stepped away for a moment during that interview and simply never came back. Jiangmin goes completely still. "What?" Then Yeju says something that makes her blood run cold. She got a look at the face of the man who might be behind all this. A shadowy, scarred stranger flickers into view, the same one who's been lurking in the dark for chapters now. Yeju's convinced there's a lot more going on behind the curtain than anyone's letting on. No wonder Beek Siyun is the #1 trending name online right now, after exposing his own school bullying at a live press conference. That interview footage is genuinely the last anyone's seen of him since. Something clicks into place for Jiangmin, and just like that, her mind's made up. She has to go. She snaps back into the room, already halfway to the door. "I have to go to him, right now," she says, already moving. She's up and out the door before anyone can stop her. Her stunned friends barely get a what out before she's telling them she's leaving immediately. She turns to Sora with the only question that matters. Do you have a car? I need your help. Doubt creeps in the second she's in the car. What if showing up just makes things worse for him? But her body's already made the decision. Her head hasn't caught up to yet. It's moving toward him, and she can't stop it. So she decides to just trust the instinct. Because when she was the one in danger, once upon a time, he was the one who saved her. That debt never really left her. So now that it's his turn to be in danger, there's only one thing she's going to do: save him right back. It's not really a choice anymore, it's just who they are to each other. Somewhere else in that same rain, Seyun's own thoughts are spiraling toward the exact same apology. I keep worrying you'll get hurt because of me, he thinks, replaying an old conversation with her in his head. Back then she just laughed it off. Why worry so much, never knowing how much weight that little question was carrying. He's never once let himself believe he's the one hurting her. Even stumbling again and again, he tells himself it's fine. Even with his hands shaking, even falling apart at the seams, his one promise never wavers: he'll always save her. Back in the present, that same promise is exactly what's breaking her heart right now. I'll do the same for him, she vows, as the car cuts through the pouring rain toward wherever he is. The whole city's drowning in the downpour tonight. Down a dark, rain-soaked alley, something has already gone very wrong. A fist drips with someone's blood. Another blow lands hard in the pouring rain. Whoever's still standing feels it in their own bones. Seyun's hitting like a man with absolutely nothing left to lose. How is he even still moving, after everything he's taken and everything he's dished out? It almost looks like he's trying to take them both down together, like some part of him came here ready to die. This stopped being just a fight a while ago. This is revenge, and he came prepared to pay for it with the worst pain imaginable. That's why I lost, the other voice admits, badly shaken. The rain just keeps hammering down on both of them. Then Seyun's down on the ground and someone's shaking him, panicked. Hey, wake up. You can't black out yet, they beg him. There's something he still needs to do. Stay awake, keep feeling every bit of this pain for as long as he possibly can. That, somehow, is supposed to be the whole point. And I too, someone else's voice cracks in, unfinished. He needs to suffer too, Seyun thinks through the haze, barely holding onto consciousness. It was the right call, letting her go that day, he tells himself, the old thought resurfacing through the pain like a wound reopening. He remembers holding her once and actually believing, for one dangerous second, that someone like him got to be happy too. Believing that, he decides now, was the greatest sin he ever committed. A lone figure walks away down the rain-slicked street below. Her name is the only thing left in his mouth. Jiangmin, I'm sorry. Can he really follow her again this time after everything? He doesn't know, he's just sorry. He's sick, he realizes, of always being the one apologizing, always following behind and never quite catching up. And then cutting straight through the storm, her voice screaming his name. A group of shapes closes in through the dark, rain-blurred street. It's his old bandmates finally catching up to him, begging him to just calm down. Then someone else arrives and every one of them goes rigid, the director. He doesn't even raise his voice, just a flat warning that if they come any closer, he can't promise they'll walk away. Someone else shoves past all of them, shouting his name like it's the last thing they'll ever get to say to him. Don't do this, the bandmates plead, caught in the middle of something way bigger than they ever signed up for. All Seyun can manage is another whispered apology. And then the confession nobody saw coming from Nahyuk himself: I'm the reason you're like this. I was jealous of you. Jealous enough, it turns out, to ruin everything. Seyun coughs up blood as the weight of that confession lands somewhere deep in his chest. I ruined your life, Nahyuk sobs, collapsing to his knees right there in the rain. Seyun can barely make out the words anymore, his mind's already slipping away. He can't hear a thing, the whole world's gone fuzzy and impossibly far away. Blurred shapes close in around him through the static creeping over his vision. None of it matters anymore, he thinks, finally letting go, after all. Someone's screaming his name again, closer this time, refusing to let him drift any further. Jiangmin and Yeju sprint the last stretch through the rain, toward whatever's waiting at the end of it. They both stop dead, staring at something just out of frame. And there he is, Seyun. She can barely get his name out. Somehow, through the blood and the rain, he still manages to say her name right back. And then he just breaks, sobbing in a way that has absolutely nothing held back anymore. She's not holding it together much better. Every ounce of fear from this whole night finally spills out of her too. A passerby tries to warn them off it's dangerous here, but Jiangmin just says it's okay. She isn't going anywhere. She marches straight past the wreckage of the night toward the man still standing over it. "Give it to me," she demands, hand out, done asking nicely. Then Siyun collapses into her, finally letting himself fall apart completely. Even half broken, the first thing out of his mouth is a scolding. Why didn't she dress warmer for this? He's worried about her catching a cold, him right now. So she wraps her coat around them both, and they walk on together. Step by step, she gets him up and moving out of the wreckage. Her face has gone completely steady now. Whatever's coming next, she is not backing down from it. Her grip tightens around his hand as thunder cracks the sky wide open behind them. Through the downpour, Sion's silhouette closes in, soaked and grim, every step landing heavier than the last. Blood soaks through torn fabric at his shoulder as he keeps walking, jaw clenched, not stopping for the pain. Jiangmin's rain-soaked face fills the dark, her expression somewhere between fear and disbelief. And there it is, a bloodied Sion scoops her up off the ground and holds on for dear life. Feet pound through the dark as he carries her, choking out her name like it's the only word he remembers. Someone begs no through tears, blood crusted over one eye, barely holding it together. "Don't do it, no," the pleading keeps coming as Sion cradles her close, refusing to let go. "I'll kill him," Sion snarls, blood on his knuckles, before dropping to his knees and choking out her name. Jiangmin can barely speak through the pain, admitting that the second she saw him, her whole body just gave out. Sion, barely standing himself, just holds her, the silence between them saying more than words could. An ambulance screams up through the rain outside a looming building, sirens cutting through the storm. As paramedics rush past with a stretcher, Sion sits crumpled on the wet pavement, demanding through tears, "Why did you do this?" Jiangmin, bloodied and exhausted, admits she panicked, convinced something terrible had happened to him. She should have checked first. Sion apologizes, admitting that when it comes to her, he loses every ounce of rational thought. "I can't breathe, I can't think straight," he confesses, wondering out loud why the two of them keep ending up like this. He takes the blame outright. Every problem between them, he says, traces back to him losing control again. Jiangmin, cradling his bloodied head, starts to protest, then softens into a quiet "Is it okay?" Face bruised and rain-soaked, Sion asks the question that's clearly been eating at him. Is it really okay that he still wants to be with her? He apologizes again and again for wanting her, for constantly apologizing, admitting life without her felt unbearably empty. The two of them just sit together in the rain, spent, saying sorry with nothing left to fight about. Looking into his eyes, Jiangmin tells him she never once blamed him for how hard their life together got. Tears streak down her face as she admits the 4 years apart left her feeling completely hollowed out. Cut to a cozier moment down the line, curled up together on the couch, Sion tells her flat out that his life only feels complete when she's around. Back in the rain, bloodied but grinning faintly, he thanks her for choosing to stay. It's really over now, they tell each other, holding on tight like they're both afraid to let go first. The embrace lingers, blood and rain mixing on both their clothes, but neither one seems to care anymore. Wide shot, the ambulance finally arrives on scene, sirens flashing through sheets of rain as bystanders scatter. Time skips ahead. Over at the hospital, Yoo Seung-hyun takes his sweet time waking up in the ICU. Somehow, even after everything Sion did to him, public opinion still leans in Seung-hyun's favor, though Sion's own injuries were serious enough to back up his side of the story. Most people end up calling it self-defense, and Sion gets walked out of the hospital, supported by friends, still bandaged head to toe. Meanwhile, reporter Song Yeju gets to work, digging up and exposing Yoo Seung-hyun's corporate corruption piece by piece. Between the scandal and the exposes, Seung-hyun's company takes hit after hit until it finally starts to crumble. Not everyone's cheering, though plenty of online chatter still paints Sion in a bad light. Cut to something lighter. Sion leans in and takes a big, dramatic bite straight out of an apple Jiangmin's holding. Both of them banged up and bandaged, he insists on peeling the fruit himself. She just tells him flatly not to touch a knife in his state. "I'm fine now," he insists, though she's clearly not convinced he should be anywhere near a blade. He clutches his chest like she's wounded him personally, wailing that her lack of trust cuts deeper than any apple corer. She shoves a hand over his face mid-performance, unimpressed. "Don't overact, I'm still a patient, you know, treat me gently." He just laughs it off and feeds her another bite anyway, teasing that she's a patient, not a baby. Then he pulls out a small box and she blinks at it, caught completely off guard. "Is this a proposal?" she asks, and the grin spreading across her face says she already knows the answer. She jokes that with her arms still bandaged up, she can't even put the ring on herself fair enough. He agrees. "I'll just wear it alone then," he teases, wiggling his fingers, and she gasps right on cue. I want to wear it too," she blurts, and he melts instantly, telling her to just hurry up and heal. He goes bright red just thinking about the two of them wearing matching rings. In her head, Jeongmin decides if she just puts in enough loving effort, Seon's bound to heal up in no time. Meanwhile, the wreckage of Seon's old talent agency, PS Entertainment, already notorious for mismanagement, stops signing new trainees entirely after the Baek Seon incident. Once the surviving stars in Kang Na-hyuk's contracts run out, nobody sticks around. They all walk out the door for good, one by one. And just like that, the company quietly shuts its doors forever. Flash forward again, a busy street, business as usual until it very much isn't. A massive promo poster looms overhead as a crowd of girls comes sprinting. Here he comes. A wall of screaming fills the block. This is not a subtle arrival. A car pulls up curbside, tires practically smoking from how fast the fans are closing in. The crowd goes absolutely feral, phones out, signs waving, screaming that he's finally getting out of the car. And there he is, Seon, flashing that same cocky smirk at a sea of fans begging him to look their way. Somewhere in the crush, someone just about faints. "You're so handsome." He laughs it off, waving them back with a "don't come too close," clearly enjoying every second of it. Somebody mutters what everyone's thinking: even actual idols don't pull fandom this unhinged. Cut to the office. Turns out Seon's getting a new manager since the CEO says the workload's gotten out of hand, news that clearly catches him off guard. "She's introducing him to you today," his current handler explains, arms full of welcome gifts. They arrive at the CEO's office, gifts and all, greeted warmly. "Welcome Tilda, you brought so much again today. Come say hello, Seon," the CEO says, waving him over to meet the new guy. The new manager, dark-haired and a little nervous, greets him politely while Seon leans in with a look that's a little too knowing. "I'm Baek Seon, looking forward to working with you," he says, flashing that unmistakably sly grin. The new manager's smile falters just slightly, something clearly nagging at him. He just stares, quiet, a question forming he can't quite place. Then it hits him: wait, I've seen him somewhere before, and a violent, half-formed memory flashes through his mind. Later, alone, Seon exhales, smirking to himself. Everything really has gone peaceful these days. "I can actually stand tall," he admits, and for once it sounds like he actually believes it. "In front of the people who hurt me," but the thought trails off into something heavier. Back in that tense meeting room, the new manager sits across from Seon, silently wondering what on earth he's supposed to do in this situation. Breakfast at home, and Seon's watching Jeongmin eat like something's on his mind. Out of nowhere he asks if she had a middle school classmate. Jeongmin blinks. "Yeah, why?" Turns out that classmate just became Seon's new manager. Talk about a small world. Jeongmin can barely process it. She's left wondering if this new manager and Seon have crossed paths before. This feels way too coincidental. Her mind drifts back to a rough night on a dark street years ago. Could this guy have been there for it? Seon just nods. Yeah, him. Jeongmin's racking her brain trying to remember the guy's actual name. Yun Taeyong, that's the guy. Jeongmin cannot believe the odds. Cut to the man himself bowing stiffly in an office. "I look forward to working with you." In his head though, he's spiraling. There is no way Seon forgot him. None. He works up the nerve to ask outright, "You recognize me, don't you?" Seon just tells him not to worry about it. Taeyong practically swears an oath on the spot he will never tell a soul. Please, just trust him this once. He vows to work himself to the bone to prove it, while Seon quietly clocks exactly how terrified this guy actually is of him. Next week's schedule lands on him and Taeyong immediately short-circuits. panicking over what he's even supposed to do. A quiet beat before the storm. Seon, unreadable as ever, sizing up the manager he just inherited. Filming day, the car rolls up to a red carpet, cameras ready and waiting. Someone clocks him instantly, even through the mask. Yeah, that incognito look was never fooling anybody. Seon barely reacts anymore, he's used to being spotted. Taeyoung fires up the car with way too much enthusiasm. Then let's go, buckle up. He asks if Seon's eaten. The answer, a simple not yet, is somehow enough to send this man into meltdown mode. You're not hungry, I'm sorry. He's so busy apologizing he's basically stopped watching the road. Cue panic in the backseat the car, red light, eyes on the road man. Seon's face says it all pure, wide-eyed we are about to die energy. Somehow they survive, Taeyoung's a wreck apologizing through heavy breaths. Both of them just sit there catching their breath like they ran a marathon instead of driving a car. They finally make it to set in one piece, straight into hair and makeup. Taeyoung's already hovering, offering coffee, snacks, anything at all. The guy cannot sit still. The crew can't help but notice the over-the-top energy, though they'd honestly just like him to fetch water on breaks. Someone asks about his resume. I've worked with a few actors before, he insists a little too defensively. He hypes Seon up before every single take like he's cheering on a championship game. Seon, for his part, just goes quiet and locks in the moment the cameras roll. Cut, let's pick it up again in 10 and Taeyoung's already buzzing, asking how it went. The verdict from the room, that take was damn near perfect. Taeyoung nearly combusts trying to wave off his own praise. Not at all, I wouldn't dare say that. Later, alone with his thoughts, Seon admits it, he felt that effort all day long, snacks included. Then out of nowhere Seon drops a bomb of his own, feel free to quit. He lays it out plainly, he thinks Taeyoung's still carrying trauma because of him and whatever happened that day was on him, not Taeyoung. He even offers to sort it out with the agency himself, no excuses made for what happened. A quiet I'm really sorry and Seon just walks off, leaving Taeyoung standing there. Taeyoung's face says it all, he did not see that coming. He bolts after him and grabs his sleeve before he can disappear. Wait, if I made things awkward, I'm really sorry. The guy's panicking harder than during that near crash. Then the real confession, I can't go anywhere else anymore. Yeah, you're scary, Beek Seon, I won't pretend otherwise. Turns out he's been fired like this over and over, and his reputation in the industry is already shot. He begs for a real shot, tell him what to fix, and he swears he'll actually fix it. Seon just stares back, unreadable, letting it all sink in. Cut to the news. PS Entertainment, Seon's old agency, is in deep trouble. Unfair contracts, buried violence, the whole ugly playbook finally out in the open. The court isn't buying any excuses, calls it systematic, ongoing abuse, and locks the agency's rep up for 6 years. Seon just lies there afterward, quietly wrecked, thinking he only made things harder for Taeyoung by pulling him into his orbit. Jeongmin finds him like that and asks straight out, is this about Yeon Taeyoung again? They just walk it out together for a minute, no easy answers on hand. She gives him a small, steady smile anyway, the kind that says they'll figure it out. Their talk turns serious if the person he wronged actually forgives him. And things between them genuinely mend, sincerity alone might actually be enough to turn it around. Though let's be real, the odds of that are still brutal. Seon can't help but wonder out loud if it could actually work out that cleanly, for once. He goes quiet, chewing on the thought. It stirs up an old memory of Jeongmin's own way back when she and Jaehyun were still just kids, long before it all fell apart. Which gets Jeongmin wondering the same thing herself, how's Jaehyun actually doing these days? She stands there a beat, turning the question over. Then she just picks up the phone and pulls up Sora's number. Across town, Sora's phone buzzes on the couch and she jumps a little. Jeongmin's on the line with a cheerful little hello tilde. What are you up to? Sora asks. Just chilling at home, Jeongmin says a little too casually. Sora's not buying the small talk for a second. Okay, what's actually wrong? You only call when you need something, you know that, Sora teases, already onto her. Caught red-handed, Jeongmin finally asks what she really wants to know, how's Ha Jaehyun doing? Sora's caught off guard. Jaehyun, why the sudden curiosity? Sora admits she'd kept quiet about her on purpose, not wanting to stir things up. Jeongmin owns up, yeah, he may be a little Then Jiangmin drops her own reveal she actually ran into Jaehyun recently. Sara's floored. The update comes back simple and good. Jaehyun's doing great. Better than that, actually she's been even more curious about Jiangmin these days. We catch a glimpse of her walking down a sunny street, clearly in a good place. Genuinely more curious about Jiangmin than she's ever let on before. Looks like some old wounds might actually be healing. The judges lay it all out. He used his position and power to bury his company's corruption. And that's not even the worst of it. What he did back in school wasn't just misconduct, it got someone killed. The judge finishes the explanation and gets ready to read out the sentence. Defendant Yoo Seung-hyun, I hereby sentence you, and that gavel comes down like a verdict 4 years in the making. Watch her face, that's not shock, that's years of waiting finally landing. Cut to the after party, glasses up because apparently justice calls for a round of drinks. Everyone worked so hard for this, someone toasts and honestly nobody's arguing. One of the old crew wonders out loud if he even deserves to be celebrating here, admitting Seon and the reporter did the real heavy lifting. The table gives credit where it's due without the reporter, this trial doesn't go nearly this well. Nahyuk waves the praise off towards Seon instead, insisting Seon was the one who really stepped up and worked hardest of all. Someone finally asks the question everyone's been dying to know: how exactly did the reporter get her hands on that video? Cue some classic table chaos. Somebody groans about Nahyuk still growing taller, while Seon's busy playing waiter and pushing food on Jiangmin. Nahyuk is not amused. Ugh, Hayoung, seriously? Seon just blinks back, all innocence. Later, the party winds down and the reporter slips out alone into the night. One last drink before she goes, though her mind's clearly already somewhere else. Walking home alone in the dark, she has no idea someone is quietly following a few steps behind. In her head she's replaying the one wish she's carried her whole life: put Yoo Seung-hyun behind bars. Maybe she thinks that's exactly why some higher power handed her this strange ability in the first place, an answer to a prayer nobody else could hear. She lights up a cigarette alone in an alley, decompressing after a very long day. Then a voice cuts through the dark. What are you doing here? She practically jumps out of her skin. She squints through the smoke and realizes exactly who just caught her beak: Seon himself. She fires right back with her own question: does he smoke too? No, I quit, he says flatly. She's impressed. Quitting is never that easy. Walking together now, he asks her something more personal besides her twin Yerin. Does she have any other family, any friends at all? Her answer comes quiet: family's complicated. Her parents haven't been around in a long time. They died in a car accident when she and her twin were just kids, so their grandfather set the two of them up in a house of their own. Money was never the problem, loneliness was. All that comfort under one roof and it still felt hollow. Under that big house it was really just her and Yerin, nobody else. Maybe that's exactly why the two of them got so attached to each other. Friends, on the other hand, she never really had any. After graduation she threw herself into studying and part-time jobs, one purpose driving every hour of it. That purpose was simple: expose Yoo Seung-hyun's crimes. She was certain there had to be other victims out there just like them. She's carried that single goal the whole way here, and it finally paid off. In her head she rehearses the words she wants to say to her sister. I did something for you, Yerin, I actually achieved it. We fought together and made it happen, she tells herself, and the weight of it all hits harder than she expected. It's a lot to sit with, honestly. But now that the fight is actually over, she's not totally sure what comes next. The purpose that carried her for years just ran out, and that's its own strange kind of loss. She looks up at the moon, quietly sitting with the empty space where her mission used to be. It feels a bit empty, she admits, then instantly worries she sounds ungrateful for even saying it out loud. Ridiculous saying this on such a happy day, she laughs at herself. It's not that I'm not happy. I really am happy, she insists. Seon just nods. I know, he gets it more than she realizes. He tells her plainly, losing someone precious to you never really gets easier, no matter how much time passes. He calls her incredibly strong for carrying all of this for as long as she has. He admits he doesn't think he could have pulled off even half of what she just did, and he understands exactly why the wind still feels hollow. She goes quiet for a second, something clicking into place in her head. Seon tenses up too, like he can already feel exactly where this conversation is headed. "There's something I'm curious about," she says carefully, watching him like she's testing a theory. "It was a pretty famous case. After all, whoever disfigured Yoo Seung-hyun's face years ago vanished completely without a trace. If that person is Baek Seyoon," she says slowly, "could you also have that dream?" The silence that follows says more than either of them wants to admit. Seon finally breaks it. "I can't anymore," he says. Her jaw drops. "So you mean you used to use this ability too?" "Yes," he admits, "but I didn't use it for good like you. Unlike you, I wasn't righteous about it." He crosses his arms, bracing for the part of the story he clearly hates remembering. He didn't believe justice would ever actually win. On top of that, he was drowning in hate comments at the time. Betrayed by the people around him, he used that pain as an excuse to go after Yoo Seung-hyun, and eventually he ended up hurting innocent people along the way too. Once he started, it got easier every time after that, and I had no other choice, he tells her flatly, is just a pitiful excuse. It's a rare moment of him being brutally honest about himself. Then he turns it around on her. She got her justice without ever resorting to violence, without making a single new enemy along the way. He admits there was a brief moment when he wavered too, almost went and used it on her behalf. But he's glad he didn't make that mistake this time. "I'm relieved this ability got passed on to you," he tells her, confirming out loud what she'd only ever suspected. She admits she's not sure what to do with herself now that the mission's over. He tells her not to worry, he believes she'll figure it out. Then, ever the mood killer, he adds, "The others are waiting, so hurry up and finish that cigarette." She laughs it off, looking lighter than she has all night. Sometime later, she's somewhere much quieter, a memorial hall, old family photos lined up on a shelf. She walks the long row of memorial niches alone. This is where her sister rests. And then, impossibly, she sees her, Yerin. There she is, young, smiling, exactly as she remembers her. He. "It's her, it's really her." "Want to go grab some coffee at our cafe?" Yerin asks, like no time has passed at all. "You only ever drink that coffee after all," Yerin teases. Yeju just blinks, stunned, "Huh." And just like that, they're walking to the cafe together, like old times. They sit down at a table together, and for 1 second it feels completely real. "Thank you," Yerin chirps, sweet as ever. "Here, drink up." Yeju takes a sip, savoring every second, and then something makes her pause. It hits her all at once. This has to be a dream. What gets her is that this dream is unfolding completely on its own, without her steering a single second of it. Ever since she got this ability, nothing like that has ever happened before, not unless she was the one controlling it. Could it be, she wonders through tears, that deep down this is exactly what she'd been wishing for all along? The vision fades and she's alone again, just her, an empty chair, and a cup of coffee going cold. We open on a dream. Two familiar faces meet again at a quiet cafe table, and something about it feels a little too real. One of them can barely believe her eyes, but the other just smiles and pours the tea like nothing's wrong, telling her sister to drink up. She sips, laughing through tears. It's been forever since the two of them just sat down for coffee together. But even as she says it, a colder thought creeps in. This has to be a dream. Because dreams like this one don't just start on their own, not without her steering them, and that thought scares her a little. Ever since she got this strange power, nothing this vivid has ever just happened by itself before. She just sits there quietly, staring at the sister she isn't supposed to be able to see anymore. And somewhere deep down, she has to wonder, is this what she'd secretly been wishing for all along? The dream drops them right into an old memory, a theme park, a roller coaster twisting through a pink sky, just like the ones they used to ride together. "We used to ride this all the time, remember?" One of them grins. Of course she remembers. Then the mood shifts. She wants to try something different today, something with her sister, not just a replay of old rides. They set off in a direction that isn't even toward the coaster anymore, straight for the Ferris wheel instead. It rises slow and quiet over the whole beautiful, fake little park. "Wow, it's higher than I thought, kind of a thrill." Actually, she laughs from the gondola. But her sister's smile cracks for just a second. She knows it's only an illusion, and that doesn't make it hurt any less. Even in a dream she can't fully control, some feelings slip through exactly as they are. Up in that gondola, the apologies start pouring out before either of them can stop them. "I'm sorry I couldn't help you when things were at their worst," she chokes out, fists shaking in her lap. "If I could have done anything for you, maybe you wouldn't have had to go through all that alone." Her sister can only whisper you, before the ride jolts and reality threatens to break back in. She grabs her hand tight. None of what happened was ever her sister's to carry alone. "I've always been grateful for everything you did for me," she says, her voice cracking. "I've been watching over you this whole time. I saw you struggling and I just wished you could forget it all and finally live." It hits her like a wave. Is this genuinely what she's always wanted to hear from the sister she lost? Tears and relief mix together on her face, some words you wait years to hear. No, is this really? She can't even get the thought out loud. She reaches out like she's testing whether her sister's hand will actually be solid this time. "Yeren." "Yeah, it's really me," Yeren says, smiling like no time has passed at all. Not some illusion Yeju cooked up on her own this time somehow, the real thing. They collapse into each other, sobbing her name over and over. "Yeren, Yeren. You've been through so much, unnai," Yeju manages between tears. Yeren just laughs it off. "Yes, I know, already working on lightening the mood." "Did you know Siyun still comes to visit you all the time?" she teases. "He still looks so cool. Honestly, I think he's gotten even more handsome," Yeren gushes like the fangirl she always was. Yeju bracing for bombshell. "Wait, what do you mean?" "Siyun, he has a girlfriend," Yeju blurts out, half expecting heartbreak. Yeren just blinks and, "So what, weren't you the one in love with him?" Panic breaks out on both sides. Do you seriously think fans fall for their idols like that? Wait, was it not like that? "I don't like him that way. I'm just a proud, pure fan of Beak Siyun. If he's happy, I'm happy," Yeren insists. "Sure, it stung a little at first," she admits, "but now, Siyun needs somebody else more than he needs me." "You really did admire him, Yeju says softly. Yeren just smiles. "Yeah." And then it clicks for Yeju, this whole dream visiting power she's been using this entire time, she got it from Siyun too. "Honestly, I'm not totally sure how it works," Yeren admits, walking beside her under the blossoms. "But I do know it only shows up in people who genuinely need it, and it'll keep happening for as long as you do." She reaches out to brush the cherry blossoms drifting past, savoring every second of this borrowed little world. "How you use it after that, though, that part is entirely up to you," Yeren adds. "But once it matures and settles, it disappears for good. That's going to happen to you too." "How do you even know all this?" Yeju asks. "You just pick some things up once you get to this world. People call it a miracle when someone turns their life around. I think this is one of those." She walks in silence for a moment, just letting that settle. "Unnai, I'm doing okay here too, you know, I really am fine now. Thanks to you, I don't have any regrets left. You keep apologizing for not being able to help me, but remember when I wanted to be a musical actress? You backed me the second I said it, no questions asked. You sent me to that academy, working yourself to the bone to cover it while you were still in school. You had dreams of your own too, though, didn't you? I'm the one who should be sorry, I still regret that. But it's your turn now. Go live your life, Unnai," she says, pulling her close under the falling petals. "My Unnai really is something else," she beams. "Whatever you decide to do, you can absolutely pull it off." "Yeren," she says quietly, feeling the morning already creeping in. "I think it's about time I head out. It's morning, Unnai. You'll still be watching over me, right? You'll always be right there?" Yeju asks, tears welling up again. "Of course I will," Yeren promises, smiling through the light. She lingers there a second longer, just soaking her in. "Eat well, sleep well, go see your friends, get outside more, okay? Just do those things, and I promise we'll meet again." The cherry blossoms scatter into light around her, the dream already starting to dissolve. One last word floats back to her, "Goodbye." And just like that, she's back alone in her own room, hands still clasped like she's holding onto something already gone. Usually no amount of sleep touches the exhaustion she's been carrying, not today though. "I actually feel refreshed," she says, stretching like a weight just lifted clean off her. She remembers the warning, though once this power matures and settles, it's gone for good. That includes her. Sure enough, she checks, and just like that, the ability's gone. No more dream hopping. Because the life that needed it is finally complete, no more unfinished business haunting her sleep. Cut to Baek Si-yoon, out grabbing a meal with a friend, looking way too stressed for someone just eating breakfast. His buddies staring down his phone in full crisis mode, apparently replying to his own manager, is somehow harder than anything else in his life. I cannot screw this up talking to this guy, he mutters, sweating over a text message. The message is a completely normal scheduling update. The meltdown is entirely self-inflicted. Do I just say got it, isn't that kind of awkward? Si-yoon, unbothered, just shrugs, say yes, I understand, or alright if you want to sound formal. His friend loses it anyway, that's too short. What if he thinks I'm overcomplicating it? Scrolling through his phone, his friend's smile fades fast. Hi Young, have you seen Nahyuk's SNS? Pretty sure that's an apology post. Sure enough, a stiff, formal public apology, clearly drafted by somebody's PR team. Tusk, why does that even bother me? Si-yoon mutters, thinking about how much of this traces straight back to Yoo Seung-hyun. Guess his deal with that other company isn't going well, can't say that's a shock, and Nahyuk's tangled up in it too. Si-yoon goes quiet, staring at his phone. Come to think of it, it was Nahyuk who brought you two around the day I got hurt, his friend says. Ah, right. Then a message lands that stops everyone cold, something terrible has happened. Baek Si-yoon, wait Si-yoon Hyung, the phone starts ringing. Flashing back just a little, to right before all that panic even started. Si-yoon's already on the phone, sweating, why are you even asking about her? His friend dead serious, I'm coming there right now. Do you know what happened to Choi Jeongmin? He demands. Why are you asking about her? Si-yoon practically shouts, blood draining from his face. Okay, hang on, what is even going on here? Fine, I'll just call Jeongmin myself. The call connects. Hello, yes, first. Choi Jeongmin, are you okay? Si-yoon blurts out only for Jeongmin to sound completely baffled. Why, what would have happened to me? Turns out Jeongmin had been trying to reach him too, so his friend just handed over his location. False alarm. When it comes to her, you really do just act without thinking, huh, his friend teases. Later that night, Si-yoon's walking alone down a quiet street, hood up, deep in thought. The path leads right past his old stomping ground, the PS Entertainment Building, lit up in the dark. He slows down for a second, just staring at it. Whatever business dragged him out here tonight, it clearly isn't sitting easy with him. Then something catches his eye down a side alley. A figure slumped against the wall, completely still. Who's that? Is he drunk? Si-yoon edges closer, cautious. Hey, are you okay? You can't just sleep out here, he calls out, reaching for the guy's shoulder. Evening settles over the city as a hooded figure walks alone down a quiet street, no rush, no destination, just killing time. He stops outside the looming PS Entertainment Building, the agency that used to run his whole life, and just stares up at it in silence. He keeps walking, cap pulled low, blending in like just another guy heading home. Something catches his eye down a side alley and he stops mid-step. There is someone slumped in the alley. Who's that? He wonders, watching them stagger. Is he drunk? He walks over and crouches down. Excuse me, are you okay? You shouldn't sleep here, he says, taking a closer look at the stranger. He reaches out to haul the guy up, checking he has still got his wits and his wallet about him. The drunk stranger isn't going quietly. He thrashes and yells that he doesn't want to go home. Let me have one more drink, he wails, clinging on for dear life while our hooded guy hauls him along anyway. Where's your house, huh? He demands, dragging his new problem down the street. Hee, my house, Tilda. I won't tell you, Tilda. The drunk guy giggles and immediately gets smacked for it. Are you trying to get hit by a rock, walking around like that? You're not even covering your face, he snaps, a warning that's about to look pretty ironic. They stumble on down the street together, one very drunk, one very done with this night. If people who know us see us like this, we're going to stand out, he thinks, suddenly nervous about being spotted. They duck into the first place that will still have them, a bar. Two people, he tells the host, and in they go. Down the hall to a table, the two of them looking like the world's most mismatched pair. The staff clucks the cap and the flushed drunk friend and just goes, alright. Drinks get poured. Puha, Tilda, so good, Tilda, his drunk companion sighs, like he's just been reborn. Do you like it? Didn't know you had a good side, you even bought drinks for me, he teases. I didn't say I bought it for you, comes the deadpan reply. Sigh, here, he adds, fixing the guy's messy hair anyway. The drunk guy just blinks, thrown off by the sudden gentleness. Wear this when you go home, he says, handing over his cap. Then what about you? You stand out with your hair color, the guy fires back, and there it is underneath stark white hair. This is Seon. You've always been like this, the drunk friend murmurs, but you really do heal fast. I'm jealous, why are you being so nice to me? He asks, guard finally dropping. Seon just looks at him. What, don't you hate seeing me? You were the one who called Jeongmin that time, the guy says quietly. You stopped me before I hit rock bottom. Haha, I guess I just miss having people care, he admits. I don't even mind Baek Seyoon's pity anymore. Might even make me feel a little better, he finishes, sitting with his own thoughts for a moment. Something in him finally cracks loose. I was jealous of you from the start, Baek Seyoon. You just receive love, you've always had decent people around you. And those relationships last. You've got this way of turning everyone around you into an ally. A memory rises up unbidden. I was compared to my older brother since I was young. And even after joining the company, I got compared to you too, he says, remembering the trainee days surrounded by rivals. I guess I was especially sensitive with you. No one ever saw me for who I really am. I've always lived as someone less than everyone else, he admits, staring into his drink. Seon doesn't let him off easy. You were once hated by people, but now it's the opposite. These days all I hear is praise for you. I'm really jealous of you, Baek Seyoon, he confesses, and for once he actually means it. A small bird following a stork, he says bitterly, tearing its own legs off just trying to keep up. Seon just watches him quiet. You're just like the old me, Seon finally says. That way Seon continues, arms crossed, unreadable. That's why I couldn't help but end up like this, the guy mutters. You get stuck in self-pity and it just makes you more frustrated. He sits with that hair falling over his face, clearly not loving what he's hearing. A hand gestures across the table. Seon's not done yet. You need to get out of that, Seon tells him flatly. That's the first step. I'm not living like that anymore, Seon adds. You said you're jealous of me? Fine, but if you're going to follow every step I take, remember this. I'm really not that great of a person, you know, not like you think. Seon's mind drifts somewhere darker for a second. I didn't get much attention from my parents either. And I was bad at giving it back, which made things hard on the people around me, he admits, scrolling through a call log full of missed names. I wasn't any different from you, Seon says. I wanted love too. Don't use that's just how I am as an excuse for your choices, Seon warns. Keep doing that and nothing changes ever. What's even the use now, the guy mutters bitterly. I'm done in this field. Seon cuts right through it. Is being a singer even what you actually want? Or is there another reason deep down? Something flickers behind his eyes. The question lands harder than he expected. A memory surfaces, a kid getting praised in the schoolyard. Nahyuk sings really well, I think he's the best in our school. His own mother brushes it right off. His brother can't sing at all his talent went into studying, while another parent chimes in that a kid gifted at sports or art is rare. There are more opportunities nowadays. I envy you, Nahyuk's mom, someone says, and young Nahyuk just goes quiet. Another face flashes through the memory, one more old rival who never saw him as anything but competition. Nahyuk drags a hand through his hair, shaking the memory off. I'm not sure either, he admits quietly. I don't want to admit it, he thinks, but we definitely have some things in common. And I'm going to move past them, Seon says simply. Even if we run into each other again, let's just pretend we're strangers, Nahyuk says. Seon only asks, is that really how it works for you? You started it, but I've got my part to play too, so let's call it even, Nahyuk says. I'll get the drinks. Drink in moderation and go home, Seon tells him, standing to leave. Oh, one more thing, let me give you some advice. If people who like you show up again, Seon smirks, don't go acting so arrogant about it. A grainy memory surfaces of someone else entirely, a girl who once mattered a great deal. Don't regret it later after you've already lost that person, Seon warns him, walking on ahead. That's the real problem, Nahyuk admits quietly to himself. Left alone at the table, Nahyuk just sits with it for a minute. I won't care whether he makes the right choice, he tells himself, stepping out into the night. Or if he repeats the same mistakes. Not my problem anymore, he insists, watching Seon walk off ahead of him. Honestly, I don't have any supportive or hateful feelings left for him, Nahyuk decides, right as his phone rings. Yes, Mina Tilda, I'm on my way, he answers, heading off into his own night. Seon is thinking it over too. We agreed to go back to being strangers, but I still believe people can change even a little. Well, I'm sure he'll turn out fine, Seon smiles into the phone just like I did. Cut to breaking news blaring from a TV. Celebrity Kang Nahyuk is under investigation for allegedly using illegal drugs. Police opened the investigation after a tip that he'd taken illegal substances at a business meeting, the anchor reports, while someone off-screen can only sputter. Across the room, Seon and the women with him react with a chorus of oh and oh dear, as the report adds that other celebrities might be involved too. Seon just sips his coffee completely unbothered. He's really done for this time, he says, tusk. Words already spreading. Entertainment news teases that Seon's old group is due for a big leap forward, -1 member. Someone's clearly moving on with their life. Boots hit the floor, thud. Someone's making an entrance and they're not being subtle about it. A door creaks open and there's Seon, sunglasses on indoors like he's dodging paparazzi in his own hallway. He flashes open his coat like he's smuggling contraband and just goes, look, real subtle, Seon. Is anybody home? He calls out and immediately gets clowned for the ridiculous indoor sunglasses. His old bandmates light up the second they spot him, Shi-yoon. They needle him about how busy he's supposedly been, admitting an article about his return was reason enough to drag them all over. Seon thanks them for showing up but warns them it's still way too early to start throwing out congratulations. One dry friend mutters that Seon's grin isn't about missing them, it's because somebody in this room has news to brag about. Sure enough, it's not Seon at all. One of his old groupmates lights up and announces he's finally landed himself a date. The room reacts with a flat huh, before he repeats it louder, milking every last second of the brag. Seon just goes quiet and red in the face, clearly not even listening. He's buried in his own phone. He keeps scrolling, tuning the whole room out completely. He finds what he was actually looking for. The 15th, that's this weekend, I can make it. Cut to a quiet cafe, empty tables waiting for the day ahead. Someone still can't get over it. Getting married right after landing a job, didn't see that coming. Two women share a laugh over it. Married life probably won't look much different day to day, but saying it out loud still feels strange. At the cafe, Jeongmin's friend gushes over her own crush, sighing that she wants that someday too with Soo Bin, apparently. Jeongmin's eyes go wide. Wait, what now? A friend fills her in like it's old news. Wait, you didn't know? Sora already has a boyfriend. Sora, giddy about it, spills that she got close with him after a few drinks with Seon's crowd. Jeongmin can't believe she's the last to find out. What? Why didn't you tell me? Sora shrugs it off. It's not that she was hiding it, she just never had the time. Elsewhere, the guy in question looks worn thin from work. Someone waves the group over. Jeongmin spots a familiar face walking in. Oh, Ju Hyeon. Jaehyun greets her with that same easy, composed smile she's always had. It's been a while, Jaehyun says, settling into the booth across from her. She asks how Jeongmin's been doing lately. Jeongmin blinks, caught a little off guard by how normal this all feels. I'm doing good, she answers, wondering if the stiffness between them is just from time apart. Jaehyun calls it out anyway. Why are you stiffer than before? Jeongmin only manages a well. Because I was surprised, Jaehyun admits. You got prettier than before. Really? Jeongmin asks, and Jaehyun leans right into her personal space. Am I pretty? Jaehyun teases back, inches from her face, clearly enjoying this. Jeongmin just freezes up, completely speechless. A phone starts ringing and startles the entire table. The screen lights up. It's Seon. I'm taking this call, be right back, she tells the group, stepping outside. Hi Shi-yoon, she says, I'm out with the girls. He asks if he should stop by later, since it's just Sora and Yoon-ju anyway. Ah well, she hesitates. Actually, there's one more person here today, she admits. He asks who. She says the name plainly, Ha Ju Hyeon. Behind his sunglasses, Seon goes completely still. Jaehyun, blissfully unaware of the panic she's causing, just flashes that same sly little smile. Seon repeats the name back like his brain physically can't process it. Ha Ju Hyun. Stay there and wait for me, he snaps and hangs up before she can even answer. Jeongmin jumps, completely blindsided by the sudden click. She just stares at her phone, baffled. Back at the table, someone asks if the call's already over. Hey guys, can Shiyun come join us now? Jeongmin asks. The friends trade nervous looks. We're okay with it, but will Ju Hyun be fine with that? Jaehyun, for her part, looks completely unbothered by any of it. I heard you're getting married, Jaehyun says plainly. Jeongmin admits, yeah, words clearly already out. Are you doing well these days? Jaehyun asks. Yeah, Jeongmin says, I'm good. She adds with a small smile that she's genuinely happy. I'm glad then, Jaehyun says. It's fortunate, she adds, but at the same time, Jeongmin doesn't follow. It's a shame, Jaehyun finishes, leaving it hanging right there. Jeongmin waits for her to explain what exactly is a shame. But Jaehyun just watches her, expression unreadable. Why the long face? Jaehyun laughs it off. It's a shame, but there's nothing you can do about it anyway. The moment gets cut short. Seon comes sprinting up the street, completely out of breath. He lands at the table. You're fast, someone teases, snagging his drink before he can. Mine now. Why'd you come running like that? Look at you, sweating, the friends laugh. Because I wanted to meet everyone soon, he mutters, dragging a chair over. He plants himself right next to Jeongmin, and Jaehyun's expression flickers just slightly. Nobody says anything for a moment, the air's gone a little tight. Seon just smiles, smug and satisfied. Jaehyun stays quiet, watching. Overhead, the sky drifts along, and the tension slowly eases into something calmer. Later, outside the cafe, the group finally breaks up. Goodbye, see you at the wedding. Yay, goodbye, Tilda. Everyone scatters off down the street. Jaehyun lingers a beat longer. I'm heading home too. It was really nice seeing you today, Jeongmin. She squeezes Jeongmin's hand. Let's meet again before you get married. Okay, Jeongmin agrees. Left alone with Seon, she goes quiet, something clearly turning over in her head. What's wrong? He asks. Oh no, it's nothing, she brushes it off. Seon watches Jaehyun's retreating back, caught somewhere between wary and thoughtful. He looks up at the sky, lost somewhere in his own head. Ha Ju Hyun, he thinks, I'm sorry. A memory surfaces. Jaehyun once, reacting with a startled what? The memory holds a beat longer before it plays out. The two of them side by side somewhere in the past. Jaehyun, that same wry little smile in place, even back then. In the memory, Seon tells her plainly, I'm sorry I hurt you. The moment sits between them, quiet. It's fine, Jaehyun had told him, just be good to Jeongmin instead. If she ever cries again, I'll be the one who comes to take her away. Back in the present, Seon steps into the light, the old memory fading behind him. Footsteps echo down the walkway, the mood settling into something heavier. Something clearly rattles him. Jeongmin stays close, watching his face. She can't help but wonder if Jaehyun was always this awkwardly sincere underneath it all. Relax your face, Baek Shiyun, Jeongmin teases, smoothing out a scowl with her hand. Are you jealous of women too? She needles, wrapping her arms around him. He goes completely silent, cornered, and he knows it. Phew, he finally exhales. She just laughs it off. Let's go. Footsteps echo down the quiet street as the two of them walk on together. Side by side, the evening settling in around them. Something up ahead catches their attention. Oh, Jeongmin perks up. The crosswalk light's already blinking. Green light, let's run. Seon grabs her hand and they bolt across, laughing the whole way. Their feet pound the pavement, making it across just in time. The scene fades, drifting somewhere further back. Night falls and the moment slips quietly into memory. A flashback, a teenage Jeongmin stares down at her phone, puzzled by something. A younger Seon reacts, spotting something across the street. The crosswalk light blinks, just like it will years later. The green light is blinking, young Seon calls out. Jeongmin, let's run, he urges her on, same as ever. What for? Teen Jeongmin deadpans, there's nothing urgent anyway, he begs her to hurry up regardless. Come quickly, he waves her over, impatient as always. Grown-up Seon, mid-step in the present, looks caught off guard by the memory hitting him. Teen Jeongmin stands alone on the empty street as someone calls her name from a distance. I'm waiting for you here, Tilda, young Seon calls out, completely undeterred by the noise around him. Teen Jiangmin grumbles to herself in the crowd, damn that guy. Grown-up Jiangmin, remembering it all now, can't help but wonder why he always lived so exhaustingly earnestly. I still can't understand him, she admits even now. The memory of that old crosswalk blurs past, half forgotten. Young Jiangmin crosses the street, with no idea yet how much this small moment will end up mattering. Teen Sion's face lights up, eyes glassy. He used to think misfortune was just permanently baked into his life. The thought lingers, warm light spilling over the old memory. He never thought he'd get to dream of something as impossible as a miracle, and yet here they are. Present day, the two of them walk past an old storefront under a golden afternoon sky. But back then, the thought continues, I met her. It wasn't an easy time, he admits looking back. They keep walking, that old crosswalk now just a memory behind them. At least I wasn't unhappy, he reflects. A quieter, darker memory flickers by the rough patches neither of them dwells on out loud anymore. I'm truly grateful, Sion says now, present day, at peace with all of it. Jiangmin's hand brushes against flowers, something tender passing quietly between them. And the thought trails off, the scene shifting into something brand new. The two of them stroll down a sunlit street past a little storefront, just an ordinary afternoon together. Cut to their wedding day, his hand closing gently around hers. If we're together even in the future, she says, glowing, laughing, any journey becomes worth taking. A quiet close-up beat between them, nothing needing to be said. Please take care of me, Sion says, voice thick with feeling. The scene lingers on the quiet street a moment longer. Wrapped in flowers, the two of them lean into each other, wedding finery in full view. After everything, they made it here. Their hands meet over the bouquet, rings catching the light. The veil catches the light one last time as the two of them close this chapter of their story together. We open on a quiet morning after Jiangmin, hair a mess, just staring off into space like she's replaying something in her head. Sion's right next to her, scrolling his phone like nothing's wrong while she just stares him down. She settles onto the couch beside him, muttering to herself that she needs to play this one carefully. Someone's warning her that if she doesn't reply soon, it'll only hurt more, so maybe she should just read it and leave it on read. Cut to someone pacing the floor in a full-blown panic, going, wait, what do I even do? We've been staring at this for 2 hours already. Back with our girl, she blinks in confusion while the guy across the room practically yelps out loud. Turns out it's just a work text, a shoot's booked at some restaurant for 6 in the morning, and he'll swing by to pick her up around then. She frowns at the timing, a 6 a.m. call time is rough, and she's not totally sure it's okay for him to come by that early. Sion just gives his phone a flat look and mutters you idiot under his breath, clearly not the first dumb text he's gotten today. She just watches him spiral over his phone, arms crossed, silently judging every second of it. Her eyes well up a little as she reads a name off the screen. Young like it means more than it should. All she can think is this actually going to be okay? The scene fades into an empty, dimly lit kitchen, late at night, not a soul around. She's crying quietly now, just whispering now, like she's finally letting herself feel something she's been holding back. The camera lingers on a photo of the two of them framed on the wall in the dark, proof of how far they've actually come. Fast forward, she's curled up close to him, murmuring that neither of them has anywhere to be tomorrow, so maybe they could stay up a little longer. He double checks, you're free tomorrow, and she just says yeah, like that settles it. Then today, he says, and honestly, that's really all the setup this scene needs. Let's just say playing late turns into exactly what you think it turns into. Somewhere in the middle of it all, she just lets out this long, satisfied sigh. He teases her for clearly not being nearly as sleepy as she claimed. All she gives him back is a sly little laugh. At some point she just admits, flushed, that she likes this, and yeah, we're leaving the rest to your imagination. He tosses out one last playful ultimatum, are they doing this, or is she going to sleep? And her silence says everything. She just sighs and tells him to do whatever he wants, famous last words. Morning rolls around somewhere else in the city, sunlight cutting across the skyline. Birds are chirping outside some apartment building, life going on as normal for everyone except the guy we're about to meet. A guy's sitting alone at a restaurant table, picking at his food, half listening as the TV flips over to the news. The anchor's talking about actor Baek Si-yoon blowing up lately. Yep, that Baek Si-yoon. Apparently, it's not just his acting fans are eating up how openly affectionate he's been with his new wife since the wedding. The anchor wraps it up predicting nothing but good press ahead for him. Our guy just exhales, long and tired, staring at the screen. He mutters that Baek Si-yoon isn't nearly as scary as he'd built him up to be in his head, but trails off and you can tell there's a but coming that isn't good news for him. Turns out this guy works with Seon, and right now he's just trying to enjoy a quiet meal by himself. His phone buzzes with a call from a coworker he's saved as Hayoung, and he hesitates before picking up mid-bite. He answers with his mouth full, playing it cool. The voice on the other end asks if Si-yoon made it home okay, if he's on his way somewhere, and our guy just goes blank. What do you mean? He asks, and the question that comes back, where are you right now, makes his stomach drop. He admits sheepishly that he's just eating. That answer does not go over well. The voice on the phone practically explodes. Turns out today's the day Si-yoon was supposed to read the script for his new project, and somebody forgot to pass along the memo. He frantically pulls up his phone, insisting it's clearly Tuesday, this can't be right. And then it hits him, he marked the wrong day on his calendar. He shoots straight up out of his seat, absolutely panicking. He bolts for the door, shouting back that he's left cash on the table to cover the bill. And just like that, he's sprinting off down the street. Meanwhile, across town, a phone is buzzing itself right off a nightstand. A hand reaches out from under the covers, not exactly in a hurry to deal with it. Jiaomin groans and stirs awake first, clearly not thrilled about it. She squints at the screen, reading the name out loud like she can't quite believe someone's calling this early. Beside her, Si-yoon just groans into the pillow about how sleepy he still is, no help at all. She sits up, phone in hand, still trying to make sense of what's happening. The caller ID reads Yoon Tae-young, his manager, apparently calling like it's an emergency. She glances over at Si-yoon, figuring he must be wiped out after last night to be sleeping through all this. He's completely out, shirtless and dead to the world, not budging an inch. She figures there's no getting around it now, everyone knows they're married anyway, so she just answers his phone herself. Hello. The manager on the other end goes dead silent, clearly wondering if he dialed the wrong number, so she jumps in before he can hang up. Tae-young, it's me, Jeong-min, Choi Jeong-min, do you remember, she says, trying to smooth things over. He nearly drops his phone in the middle of the street, completely blindsided. It clicks for him, oh right, she's the one who actually married Si-yoon. He nervously asks if Si-yoon's doing okay, and she just shrugs it off. He's fine, sleeping right next to her. He can't help but think back, it's been a while, he's only met her a handful of times before, but she definitely left an impression back then. He half jokes that he heard from Si-yoon, so is she the one running his schedule these days, picking up his calls and everything? She asks, a little nervous, whether Si-yoon said anything about him. He stammers that Si-yoon feels guilty about something, then catches himself. Actually, it's about him, not her. Then it hits him all over again, he's wasting time chatting when he's actually got an emergency to relay. She explains he's still fast asleep, that's the only reason she picked up, then goes quiet, listening as the manager finally spits out the actual reason he called. Meet Baek Si-yoon, mid-panic sprint past the vending machines, blurting out, we're not starting yet, right? Someone yells right back down the hallway after him, hey, you guys. He and a buddy duck around a corner together, peeking out like a couple of kids playing hooky. His manager's not having it. Aren't you headed to the salon, Si-yoon? Today's the script reading, and Si-yoon's already wincing. Turns out he hasn't even showered yet. Rough start to the day. He barks his manager's name, gloomy and dead-eyed. The whole room flinches. His buddy forces a grin, see you later then, while silently panicking, this is bad. Somehow he still finds time for a mirror selfie, skipped the salon, visuals still flawless. His manager is not impressed. Cut to later, he's the last one to show up, and everyone lets him know it. So tired, he mutters, then plasters on the usual I'm fine tilde, sure he is. Rehearsal finally wraps, good work, everyone tilde echoes through the room. Someone's stomach growls loud enough for everyone to hear, guess who's starving. More good works as the crew files out, finally ready to actually eat something. Then, out of nowhere, a fist clenches tight around the sheets, nerves creeping back in. A calm, faintly unsettling voice invites him over. Come talk to me for a bit. The other guy looks like he's just seen a ghost. Whatever that was, it snaps him right back to attention. Shaking it off, he's suddenly starving. Let's go eat, he announces. Dinner turns out to be a humble box meal. Enjoy your meal indeed. Wait for me a bit, he jumps up, already declaring it's finally time to rest. He tries to rope his manager into a break too. The answer's an instant why should I? Because you're the manager, obviously. Cue the outraged what kind of logic is that, echoing through the office. Later, strolling together, he's fishing for opinions on a new outfit he's eyeing. The verdict lands hard, doesn't suit you at all, didn't you already ask me this? Ouch. The day finally winds down, tired goodbyes, drive safe, everyone heading home. Someone reassures a still grumbling junior that their coworker Hee Seung forgets his anger in a day. Don't worry too much about it. In the car afterward, his quieter companion sits with his own thoughts, so that's why. Si-yoon looked really tired today, he thinks, while Seon just shrugs it off again with I'm fine tilde. Seon checks his phone. Oh, looks like he's got somewhere else to be too. Let me take you, his companion offers, happy to drive him. The car pulls off down the road. Inside, Seon's glued to his phone while his companion quietly studies him from the driver's seat. His thoughts drift back to a huge incident recently and how Seon never said a single word about it. He's not as scary as I thought, is he? Quite the reassessment. Feels like he's changed a lot since back then, he admits to himself. On the phone, Seon brushes off someone's worry me. I'm fine, this level of stress I can handle. His companion's on his own call too, I'll be home soon. Seon asks after someone dear to him, Young-min's still doing okay, right? I heard about Young-min, comes the reply from the driver's seat. Turns out everyone's checking in on the same person. Someone even floats the idea of the two of them meeting up soon. No pressure if he's busy. He decides to hold off. I'll visit next time. Si-yoon should rest today. Seon offers a quiet thanks for today. Feel free to talk to me casually, comes the reply. Just think of me as your younger brother. Seon can't help the smug little smirk that follows. Later it flips entirely. Call me Hayoung because apparently rank's negotiable when you're this close. Even with everything that went wrong between us before, maybe I can just try trusting him, he thinks, and gets a shy oh okay Hayoung back. The resolve settles in over the skyline as the van rolls on. Across town, another car makes its way down the road. A door slides open. It's Jeongmin, stepping out to greet her friends for a girls' night. Have we arrived? Someone calls out as the group piles in. Did you guys just get here? Jeongmin asks. Turns out two of them went shopping together beforehand. Someone immediately asks the question of the night, what about Ju Hyun? Drinks are barely poured before someone's already asking, so what's next? You really keeping this up? Turns out it's story time for Jeongmin's benefit. I've heard this one 100 times, but since it's her first time, I had to really sell it. Jeongmin's already blushing into her cup. Boss, 1 beer and 1 soju, please. Tilde the orders just keep coming. Youngmin, are you drinking too much? Someone worries. Totally fine, I can drink even more. Tilde, she insists. Famous last words. Sora rounds on Yoonju for trying to slow her down. Why do you keep stopping her? Yoonju just shrugs. Let's drink more. Tilde, and the table erupts in delighted chaos. Yoonju tries a gentler tactic, reminding her Seon was worried sick last time this happened. Jeongmin waves it off. She knows her limit apparently. Reader, she does not. Talk drifts back to that incident from before. Doesn't matter now, someone shrugs. Yup, that incident, Jeongmin agrees, flushed and giggling. Then a familiar older friend sneaks up and covers her eyes. Guess who? Are you already drunk? Who was it? Tilde. Jeongmin sing-songs, clearly past the point of caring. Somebody scans the room. Don't see them. Ju Hyun. Tilde. The mystery guest pulls Jeongmin in close. Come here, are you already drunk? Someone tries to make Yoonju give up her seat for Ju Hyun. Yoonju's not budging. Why should I? I've heard things. Enough about your stories. Someone cuts in, then leans in. Do you actually have Si-yoon's number? Is that true? In full chibai chaos mode, someone suggests just calling him to come pick up Jeongmin already. Not everyone's thrilled about how the night's going. I'm really uneasy about this. The guardian coos over her. Youngmin, you're such an adorable drunk. More laughter, more offers. Want to order more? It's already too much, someone protests, while the guardian offers to pay and get her some soup to soak it up. Jiaomin just stares, dazed and glassy-eyed. So pretty, she murmurs, completely entranced. Then the drunk logic kicks in. Baek Si-yoon might be the most beautiful man alive, but honestly, Ju Hyun's basically a celebrity too. Bold take, Jiangmin. Baek Si-yoon, someone repeats, she stammers, caught out. I really miss him, she admits softly. What's he doing right now? Across the table, Sora's got her phone out, watching the scene unfold with growing alarm. Jiaomin's expression shifts, she's about to do something. And there it is, she plants a full kiss on her guardian, murmuring Si-yoon like it's the most natural thing in the world. Bless her heart. The kiss lingers just long enough for everyone to fully process what just happened. A kiss they actually kissed, Sora gasps, wait, who even was that? Sora scrambles for the phone, already dialing in a panic under Jiangmin's name. Across town, Xian's phone lights up. He answers with a puzzled, no idea what he's about to walk into. Right now he starts to think, caught somewhere between amused and worried. Cut between a tightly clenched hand back at his place and Jiangmin sitting alone at home, lost in thought. Flashback kicks in, her friends are practically shoving fried food at her, telling her not to be shy and order more. She just blinks back, already 3 drinks deep and completely lost, what? Somewhere in the haze, someone leans in gushing about how gorgeous a certain someone is. The verdict from the peanut gallery, Baek Si-yoon might be the prettiest one in the room, but Ju Hyun's basically a celebrity too. Her brain short-circuits on the name alone, Baek Si-yoon. Wait, what? Oh right, she remembers him now. The gears are finally turning. Blitzed and directionless, the group starts arguing about what to do next. Somewhere in the fog, a very confused slips out of her. Cut to a familiar-looking, silver-haired guy lounging at home with that same easy, teasing smile. You know the one. Wandering a convenience store aisle, Drunk Brain does what Drunk Brain does best. Mutters his name at a total stranger's back. The dinner table view from above reveals the real math problem here. Wait, 3 people. Oh look, there's apparently another Si-yoon sighting at the bar too. The chorus repeats itself at the convenience store. There's Si-yoon here too, buddy, pick a lane. She freezes, hands up, completely blindsided by whatever just happened. Then she's stumbling, the whole scene tipping sideways with her. The memory blurs into something a lot more intimate than a convenience store run. Everything goes dark and still, like the dream itself is holding its breath. Back in the real world, she stirs awake, pulling the blanket tighter. A soft voice checks in, did you wake up? She's groggy, still catching her bearings in the morning light. He asks gently if she's feeling it in her stomach, the hangovers written all over her face. She trails after him, still half asleep, letting out a confused Stomach, she echoes, only just processing the question. Ugh, the hangover fully announces itself with a dizzy groan. She admits it outright, she drank way too much yesterday. Turns out he already reheated her favorite soup just in case she got hungry. She's stuffed, but touched. He can't help but smile, quietly charmed by her disheveled morning after self. Rest a bit longer, he tells her, nothing but soft mornings and soft light. Yeah, she murmurs, sinking back down. But her face tightens, something's clawing back up from last night. The memory snaps into focus, drunk her, leaning in and actually kissing that silver-haired guy from the group dinner. Oh no. Her whole body goes cold, eyes welling up as the horror fully lands. Somewhere in the memory, someone's shouting at her to wake up. Sora rounds on him furiously, I told you not to let her drink that much, while he can only admit he never expected it to get this bad. In the memory, a worried friend leans over her passed-out body, keeping watch. She jolts fully awake in the present, shaking, sweat and tears mixing. What was that? What kind of memory even is this, she wonders, spiraling. Meanwhile, out in the living room, Si-yoon sits quietly by the window, waiting. Footsteps thud across the floor, she's up, and she's moving fast. Park Si-yoon, she yells, bursting in, what did I even do yesterday? He nearly jumps out of his skin at the sudden entrance. Or not, she second-guesses herself, deflating a little. He just says it's oddly quiet today, no idea what's actually brewing behind her eyes. Fun fact for the audience, Baek Si-yoon gets suspiciously calm exactly when something's actually bothering him. They walk through the kitchen hand in hand, and he tilts his head, something's off with her. Out of nowhere, he drops down to a crouch right in front of her. "That, I did tell you not to drink so much," she starts, guilt creeping into her voice. Her excuse, "The vibe was just really good, okay. I'm sorry," she finally chokes out, tears threatening to spill. He just goes quiet, and somehow that silence is louder than any accusation. Without warning, he drops all the way to his knees in front of her. "Why are you kneeling? The floor's freezing," she blurts, thoroughly confused. "Don't worry," he says smoothly, "I'm not angry." That smile of his is doing a lot of heavy lifting right now. "Hold on a second," he muses, "it is kind of a shame. Your kiss belongs to me." "Wait, that's it," she sputters, bracing for way more drama than she got. He leans in and presses a playful kiss to her forehead instead, hearts practically floating off the panel. That's good enough, he decides, pulling her in close. She melts a little, his ring catching the light against her cheek. "Okay, I'm back to normal now," she tells herself. "Now get up, and are you really, truly not mad?" Later, alone at the stove, he quietly wonders to himself, is she just pretending to be fine, Si-yoon? Really though, he presses himself, unconvinced. Back on the couch, they sit close together, the morning's tension finally easing. "It's fine," she tells herself again, but her mind keeps replaying that dark, blurry memory of the two of them laughing over a phone screen. After all, she reasons, we're just friends. Maybe he doesn't even think much of it either, she hopes. "I'll try putting myself in his shoes," she decides, replaying the kiss one more time in her head. Here's the thought experiment. What if Baek Si-yoon got drunk, mistook someone else for her, and kissed them instead? Her verdict, gender swapped or not, absolutely not. Yeah, this is uncomfortable. She spirals into a full imagined Si-yoon outrage. She dared to drink that much without asking me. I can't forgive this. Her hypothetical jealous boyfriend fantasy is really getting away from her. She sneaks a sideways glance at the real him, trying to read what he's actually thinking. Turns out his actual thought is simpler. He'd almost rather she cried or complained like she used to. Because staying this quiet, pretending nothing happened, only makes her feel more guilty. "Si-yoon," she starts, he replies, caught off guard. He pivots, all warmth again, hungry, want to order something to eat. He wanders off toward the window, quietly gathering his thoughts. He pulls her into his arms by the chessboard, starting a sentence he can't quite finish. "I just want to sit here," she says instead, settling into him. "Quick," he murmurs, pulling her in closer. "Let's go eat," she deflects, cupping his face, and he blinks, caught off guard again. "Do you want to stay like this a little longer?" he asks, grinning like trouble. "1 hour," he bargains. She counters, flustered, "How about 30 minutes? "Ugh, I'm acting like a pervert again," she groans, all from a little physical contact. He just chuckles to himself, watching her fluster over so little is honestly adorable. "Si-yoon," she calls again, softer this time. He answers, drawn right back in. "I love you," she says quietly. I love you too," he answers back. The scene fades into something a lot softer, and a lot more private. A soft gasp, a settling weight. "I really," she starts and doesn't finish. He just murmurs that he has no idea where all this cuteness of hers came from. The morning quietly folds into something much closer, the rest left tastefully off-panel. Maybe I would have actually been mad back in the day, he thinks to himself. Is it really the same as it used to be, he wonders. Bonus chapter time. We open on a quiet street, nothing dramatic going on yet, just some scene setting before the chaos starts. There is Jaehyun, hair like moonlight as always, staring off into space with that unreadable look on her face. Her mind drifts back to an old memory, a kiss faded down to black and white like it happened a whole lifetime ago. One single tear slips down. Yeah, that old memory still stings more than she lets on. A quiet dinner from the past flickers through her head, and all she can manage now is a hollow little laugh. Then she shakes it off with a smirk. Anyway, she says, that is not our business anymore. Because, her words, that guy is still dangerous no matter how much time has passed. And right on cue, there is a couple cozied up under a cafe umbrella like nothing in the world is wrong. Things get a little too handsy for comfort in that memory, and Jaehyun just watches. Make of that what you will. Cut to Jaehyun bumping into a familiar face on the street, our cafe boy Subin, caught totally off guard walking with his girlfriend. Just heading out on a date, he stammers. Jaehyun leans in for a friendly hello, already sizing up exactly who this girlfriend is dealing with. The girlfriend goes red and flustered under all the attention, laughing it off awkwardly. Jaehyun just laughs it off, that is dating for you, waves them along and heads back inside like she never saw a thing. Once she is gone, the girlfriend cannot resist fishing for a compliment about her own friend. Subin just shrugs, sure, yeah, why not? He tacks on that she is beautiful too, real smooth, but something about the way he says it makes her go quiet. And there it is, the thought she cannot shake. From day one, Subin's heart was already somewhere else with someone named Jeong Min. His own guilty face does not exactly help his case. Whatever this relationship is, it is about to go dark fast. Cue a sudden, desperate hug right there on the street. She is holding on tight and Subin looks completely stunned by it. What are you doing? We are in the middle of the street. Subtle much. She just clings tighter. You know I only have you, she says. Neither one of them looks convinced. Got it, he mutters. She laughs it off with a joke a beat later, but the two of them walking away like that says otherwise. New scene, new energy. Subin is point blank asking a total stranger out mid-meal and she is absolutely not having it. Later, alone at a bar, nursing a drink and clearly replaying the whole disaster in his head. Just vibes, awkward beer-soaked vibes. Turns out this is his recap of the actual blind date. She insists they just met, he does not care one bit, says she is exactly his type anyway. Apparently she called him tall, handsome, a little younger, kind of like a big puppy. Subin, humble as ever, must be the looks. He just keeps drinking, looking pretty pleased with himself. His friend and the woman behind the whole matchmaking scheme, Sora Choi, is not buying the modesty act one bit. Not much different from me, she deadpans. He rambles that the second he saw Jeong Min he was hooked, and honestly he still cannot believe she actually showed up to meet him. Embarrassment aside, he swears she felt like she was from a whole different world. Is she some kind of artist or something? Sora has had enough of the love-struck rambling. Are you even listening to me right now? Cut to a proper dinner, just Subin and Jeong Min this time. He says her name, she says she already knows where this is going and admits the whole thing feels sudden but she likes him anyway. Back at the bar, he tries out a little wisdom on her, birds fly, birds return or something like that. Even so, he admits he still cannot forget what is in his heart and that honesty might end up hurting her too. She has had it. Why are you so persistent? It is so annoying, I just want a drink and go home. He just nods, fine, take your time to sort your thoughts out. He reacts with a startled little snap, clearly not expecting that reply. She snaps a quick photo instead and just says, let us be friends. Ouch. He pushes back, talk to me a few times and if we really do not click, I will drop it. She is left wondering what exactly is with this guy. For now, he decides he will just go along with whatever she says. Real reason though, he just wants to go home too. Click. Cut to a coffee shop storefront, because apparently that is where round 2 of this whole thing happens. Meanwhile, Jeong Min is venting to Sora at the bar. This is literally the first time in 23 years she has met her actual ideal type. Drink in moderation, Sora warns. Her ideal type is right in front of her, she gushes, and she got way too excited about it. Already crashing into things, Sora notes dryly. Well, since she has already started down this road, might as well give it an honest try. Sora does not hold back either. You fell for him at first sight, and if you let a guy like that slip away without trying, you will regret it for sure. That is exactly right, Jeong Min admits, though she is still baffled how she even got his number in the first place. No matter what, she decides, she is at least going to try flirting with him properly. Back with Subin, staring at his phone, still stunned she kept up with his rambling better than he expected. He is scrolling a chat with a very familiar name, Choi Sora, clearly playing wingwoman on both sides of this whole setup. She fires off a random funny video out of nowhere. He mutters, unimpressed but definitely smiling. Later in a locker room, phone in hand, Subin lets out a little laugh to himself. We actually get along, do not we? Cut to a very familiar-looking PC gaming cafe. Definitely not ripping off a certain coffee chain's font, definitely not. Is it really okay to just hang out here, he asks, walking in together with her. She likes games too, apparently, and talks about them more than anything else, which catches him completely off guard. He starts wondering if she is only sticking around to team up with him in-game. Then she absolutely wrecks him mid-round, cut, and he is left speechless. See, I carried this whole round, she crows, absolutely thrilled with herself. Victory, she jumps up celebrating like she just won an actual championship. Then she grabs his hand. Unnai, I have a favor to ask. Help me level up so none of my friends can ever surpass me again, she demands, grabbing his face for emphasis. He is frozen, a little terrified, a little charmed. Fine, but then buy me noodles this exact place, she negotiates without missing a beat. Playing games with Sora is honestly just fun, he admits to himself, clearly enjoying every second of this. Someone reaches over to pet his hair with a fond little Sue Bin, and just like that, we finally get his actual name. He goes quiet for a second, caught completely off guard by the gesture. Cue the single most dramatic reaction possible, full cartoon devil horn startle included. Why are you so jumpy, she asks. Nothing, he mutters, definitely lying. She just laughs it off and keeps walking beside him, hand still lingering near his hair. He presses a hand to his own chest, stealing one more glance her way like he cannot quite believe this is his life now. And we close out on Subin alone with his thoughts. What else can I do, he wonders, already completely and hopelessly in it. Blind date turned matchmaker crush works every time. Somewhere across town, Subin's phone is blowing up. Turns out someone's got a crush on him and his buddy can't believe it. You've never been hit on by a woman before, please. Subin just shrugs it off in the hallway. Being wanted, he laughs, beats being ignored any day. Easy for him to say right now. Alone with his phone though, the smile slips a little. Truth is, he barely knows this girl and he already knows exactly where this is headed. His friend isn't letting him off the hook either. If he's not interested, why keep answering every single text? That's just cruel to the poor girl on the other end. Subin winces, fair point, honestly he knows he's been dragging this one out. Honestly, you look like you're juggling a whole harem, his friend needles him. Subin's got no comeback for that one. He just goes quiet, staring at the ceiling, not exactly a denial. Cut to a calendar on someone else's desk, entirely November 11th, circled like it's a national holiday. This day has finally come. Meet the girl behind that circled date, Subin's cafe coworker, grinning ear to ear because things between them have felt awfully warm lately. So naturally she's done exactly what any sane person would do, bought an entire stack of how to confess books like she's cramming for finals. She's in the kitchen testing recipes too, because apparently the fastest way to a man's heart is still through a pot on the stove. A friend on the phone is baffled why crack open a book when there's a whole YouTube tutorial for literally everything these days. She tastes her cooking anyway, not bad, maybe the books know something after all. She's convinced homemade food reads as pure, heartfelt sincerity, and she is fully buying her own hype right now. Her friend's advice takes an unhinged turn, hurt your hand and he can't say no to you, and even she draws the line there. Are you crazy? Back at the stove, something is very much boiling over. Oh my, indeed. Someone at home clocks the nervous energy radiating off her and quietly asks what's wrong. Confession day arrives. She's outside a flower shop way earlier than she needs to be, admitting she barely slept a wink last night. She psychs herself up, today's the day so they can spend Christmas together as a real couple. Right on cue, Subin shows up and greets her, Nuna. She's practically vibrating with excitement. No games today, she says, because she's already booked them an entire restaurant. Subin thanks her politely, but something heavier is sitting on his mind. He's got his own thing he needs to say today too. The two head out together, and from the outside it looks exactly like a couple on a date. They duck into a shop along the way, browsing shelves like it's the most natural thing in the world. The street outside turns out to be packed. Guess everyone else had the same idea for tonight. In the crush of the crowd, Subin grabs her hand to keep her close, a small gesture that clearly means a lot more to her than it does to him. She goes red instantly, stammering out a thank you she barely gets through. They keep walking as the sky turns gold behind them, picture perfect at least for now. She's still riding that high, cheeks burning, replaying the handhold on loop. He reaches for her hand again to guide her toward the restaurant he picked out. Subin fumbles his words a little, clearly more nervous than he's letting on. Inside, the restaurant is warm and quiet, the kind of place you pick when you want the night to actually mean something. He talks up the menu and how hard it was to snag this reservation, laying groundwork or just stalling. Hard to say which. His eyes give him away, though somewhere behind the small talk, he's bracing for something. And here's a twist she didn't plan for. She catches herself getting swept up in the romance of it all, scolding herself for not staying cooler about the whole thing. Turns out Subin's losing his own composure too, admitting to himself he's getting carried away, when he's supposed to be building up to something else entirely. He clocks the mystery bag she won't put down and asks what's inside. She just about jumps out of her skin. It's not ready to be revealed yet. For a moment, they're just two people enjoying a nice dinner, no rejection speeches in sight yet. Dinner wraps up fast, time flies, he admits, and he asks, casual as anything, if she's headed home now. He keeps the small talk rolling, fishing for how far she actually lives from here. She points him toward her place, just a short walk away. He offers to walk her home, citing the dark streets, but inside he's spiraling. What is he even doing, dragging this out even longer? She insists he really doesn't have to bother. He walks alongside her anyway. His face says it all. He's steeling himself for whatever he actually came here tonight to say. He shuts down her protest. It's not chivalry. He admits he's got something he genuinely needs to tell her tonight. They finally reach her building, streetlights buzzing overhead. She lets it slip. This is actually the first time she's ever gone out one-on-one with a guy like this. For a second, hope flickers. Could tonight mean what she thinks it means? Subin just exhales, not exactly the reaction she's hoping for, though she doesn't clock it yet. She finally pulls out the gift she's been guarding all night, something homemade, made with her own two hands. Subin unwraps it slowly, already dreading exactly where this is going. She beams, insisting he'll love it. Everyone likes sweets, right? And there it is, a big red heart-shaped box of chocolate, about as subtle as a confession ever gets. Turns out it's Pepero Day, she explains, even though her gift skips the actual Pepero. Subin freezes because he came here tonight for the exact opposite reason. Of all the days to plan a rejection, he had to pick this one. Rough timing, buddy. At the elevator, he finally finds his voice and calls out to her, "It's time." And there it is, blunt and out loud. He came today specifically to turn her down. He's gentle but clear about it. He's tried, and no matter how hard he looks for it, he just doesn't feel that spark back. He braces himself, silently guessing she's about to be furious with him. Instead, she just goes quiet, then turns the question back on him. Then why bother with any of tonight at all? Why the reservation? Why the walk home? Why make it feel like something it clearly wasn't? Fair question. He knows exactly how this looks from her side, like he was just leading her on for fun. And honestly, he doesn't really have a defense for it. But instead of blowing up at him, she just smiles and thanks him for being upfront instead of stringing her along. She owns it completely. She's the one who planned this whole night, so she's not about to pretend she regrets trying. She even lightens the mood, joking that this is only the second crush she's ever had in her entire life. The first one, she admits, was technically her friend's boyfriend, so maybe that one doesn't even count. Which makes Subin, technicalities aside, her actual first love. Softened, he holds her chocolate back out, not as a couple, just as thanks for a genuinely fun night, if she's willing to let it stay that way. She lets him take it, holding onto the moment for what it actually was instead of what she'd hoped for. They shake on, staying friendly. After all, she still works the same cafe shifts as his co-worker Young Min, so awkward silence really isn't an option. Walking off, Subin admits he'd misjudged her completely. He figured she'd need coddling, but she just handled that with way more grace than he expected. Genuinely impressed by how maturely she took it, he lets out a breath. Crisis averted, awkward chapter closed. He heads off with a wave and a little bag in hand, clearly relieved it didn't end in tears. And just like that, both of them walk off into their own separate nights. As for her, she's just relieved the not knowing is finally over. Starting tomorrow, she can actually breathe easy again. Meet our guy for tonight? His phone will not stop buzzing, and his friend is roasting him over text. Getting hit on is lucky enough, let alone rejecting them. He just laughs it off like it is nothing. Sprawled out in bed, thumbs flying, he fires back that he barely even knows this girl yet. Slow down, ladies. His friend needles him harder. If he is not interested, why keep replying to everyone? These girls must be losing their minds waiting on him. He just blinks, huh? From the outside, sure, it looks exactly like he is stringing along half the city. Smooth operator or oblivious mess, you decide. He just clicks his tongue and lets it go, pretending none of this bothers him one bit. Cut to a calendar with the 11th circled in red and someone practically shouting this day has finally come. Remember that date, it matters in about 15 minutes. Enter our other lead for tonight, bright, bubbly, and quietly convinced that things between her and this guy have never been better. Turns out she has been doing her homework, literally stacking up how to flirt books like she is cramming for a final. A friend teases her for going full academic about it. Why crack open a book when YouTube exists? She is clearly testing out a move from the book and getting genuinely delighted at how well it lands. She has got her whole strategy mapped out, convinced this approach screams sincere. Her friend just nods along, not totally sold but far too polite to say so. Then she floats a truly unhinged idea: fake an injury so he cannot say no. Her friend's face says it all. Are you crazy? Yeah, maybe a little. Somewhere in all this scheming, dinner is boiling over on the stove. Priorities, people. Someone catches her zoning out mid-plan and asks what is wrong. Just kidding, she laughs. Nobody is buying it. She shows up early outside a flower shop, stomach in knots after a sleepless night, gripping her resolve. Today is the day she is confessing, Christmas together or bust. And right on cue, here he comes. She lights up the second he arrives, already changing the plan. Forget hanging out casually, she has booked them a proper restaurant. He plays it cool on the outside, but in his head he is steeling himself for something. I have to say it today. Spoiler, it is not the words she is hoping for. Off they go together, and he is visibly flustered the whole way, though not for the reason she thinks. They wander through a little shop together, browsing like any normal couple would, which technically they are not, yet. The date spot turns out to be packed. Apparently, this place is the hottest thing going right now. When the crowd presses in, he instinctively pulls her close to keep her safe, a small gesture that means way more to her than it does to him. She yelps about how packed it is, getting swept along in the crush, equal parts overwhelmed and thrilled to be tucked this close to him. Cheeks burning, she manages a quiet thank you. Oh, she is in deep. They stroll off into a gorgeous sunset together, exactly the kind of picture-perfect moment that makes a girl start planning a future. She fumbles something out of her bag and he catches her hand before it hits the ground. Smooth, if entirely unintentional. Now they are both flustered, hands still tangled a beat too long before anyone remembers to let go. He leads her into a genuinely nice restaurant. Clearly, he put some real thought into tonight. He plays proud host, bragging that this reservation was not easy to snag and the food is supposed to be excellent. But watch his face. Underneath the small talk, something is clearly weighing on him. Turns out he already promised himself he would turn her down tonight. So why does treating her to a nice dinner feel like the opposite of that plan? He catches himself getting swept up in her company again, mid-sentence, and has to yank his own brain back on track. He finally clocks the bag she has been clutching all night and asks what is actually inside it. Busted, she jumps like he just read her diary out loud. For a second, watching her fluster, his resolve visibly wobbles. The date winds down into a quiet, lantern-lit night. Time got away from them both, and now it is the walk-home portion of the evening. He asks where she lives and she points him toward her building, just a short walk away. He frowns, worried it is not the safest walk alone at this hour. Internally, he is spiraling. He is supposed to be letting her down easy, not playing the concerned bodyguard. She tells him he really does not need to walk her, but he does it anyway, footsteps falling in beside hers. He is still arguing with himself the whole way there, no closer to figuring out how to actually say the thing he came to say. He finally forces himself to focus, no more stalling. He came here with something to say and he is going to say it. They finally reach her building. She quietly points out this is the first time she has ever gone out alone with a guy like this. His stomach drops. Could it be she is about to say what he thinks she is about to say? She confirms it outright. He is the first. All he can manage is a strangled little ah. Then she pulls something out of her bag and he realizes, oh, it actually is for him. She proudly announces she made it herself, practically glowing over the effort she put in. Out comes a big heart-shaped box. She remembered he has a sweet tooth. Turns out it is Pepero Day, November 11th. Remember that circled calendar? And she went the extra mile making her own version instead of grabbing the store-bought sticks. Watching her light up over this gift, his internal panic hits a whole new gear. Why, of all days, did he pick today to do this? And there it is, the exact moment we teased at the very start, now playing out in full. Him, standing in that elevator, about to say the words he has been dreading all night. Her smile is still lingering on her face as he opens his mouth. And there it is, the gut punch. He cannot accept her feelings. He had fun tonight, sure, but no matter how hard he tries, there is just nothing there for him. All he has left is a weak "I'm sorry," and inside he is already bracing for her to explode at him. Her question lands quiet instead of angry. Why did he even agree to meet her today if this was always the plan? Why the fancy dinner, the sunset walk, all of it if he already knew how tonight would end? Fair question, honestly. He does not have a good answer for that one, and it shows. She lets him off the hook anyway, admitting there is probably nothing left to say about it. And then completely unexpectedly she smiles. "It's okay, Subin," she tells him. "Thank you for letting me know." Turns out our shy texter's actual name is Subin, and turns out she is a lot more graceful about heartbreak than he expected. She takes full ownership of it. She is the one who set this whole date up, so she is not about to make him carry the guilt. She insists he only did what she asked of him, then throws out a curveball about this being the second time, which naturally leaves him completely lost. Turns out she means this is only the second crush she has ever had in her life. No pressure or anything, right? The first one, she admits, was basically just admiring a friend's boyfriend from afar, so maybe that one does not even count. Which makes him officially her actual first love. Even mid-rejection, that lands somewhere in his chest. She still holds the gift back out to him, insisting it is not a bribe, just a genuine thank you for the time they have had. This time he actually takes it, gripping the box a little tighter than he needs to. And here is the twist that ties this whole side story back to the main one. She points out he and Jiangmin work the same cafe shifts, so this is far from goodbye. She asks if they can at least still say hi when they cross paths. He tears up a little saying yes. Turns out getting rejected gracefully hits different. Walking off, he cannot stop replaying how tough she was through all that. He had pegged her as someone who needed looking after, and she just proved him completely wrong. He admits, grudgingly impressed, that she handled the whole thing with way more maturity than he did. And with that, it is finally over. He gives one last wave, looking lighter than he has all chapter. And just like that, he heads off into the night, that weight officially off his shoulders. Meet Sora, hoodie up, eyes puffy and red like she has been crying for hours. She goes dead quiet, just staring off into space, still catching her breath from all that crying. Her friend Yoonju leans in and asks the obvious question, "Did you cry?" No, Sora lies and promptly starts welling up all over again. A groan, a sniffle, this heartbreak is not done with her just yet. Yoonju tries the classic pep talk. Don't cry, is he really the only guy in the world? Sora just sobs that he might as well be hands down the most handsome one she has ever met. Cut to a guy standing alone under the night skyline, muttering to himself, "It's all right, Subin, thanks for telling me. Someone just got some heavy news." In her head, Sora replays it. Getting rejected was mortifying, so she played it cool. Real smooth, except it was obvious to literally everyone. Her friend teases with a little laugh, "But you still keep in touch with him, huh?" So what if she does? Sora snaps he doesn't even see her as a girl anyway. Yoonju isn't buying that for a second, you don't actually know that. Yoonju tries a change of subject. How about a blind date? Her college friend wants one too. Sora hesitates, blind dates are kind of a big ask. Too artificial, Sora scoffs, only he can make her heart flutter. Oh really? Yoonju teases, don't worry about it then. Oh, there's a new profile picture from Youngmin, Yoonju says. What's wrong with him? He just keeps updating. Sora grumbles, clearly still keeping very close tabs. And there it is, a very loved up selfie of a very happy couple, hearts and all. Both girls go dead silent staring at the photo. That is one enormous gut punch of a happy couple. You evil thing, Sora finally erupts. You got to be happy all on your own. Somebody is just a little bit jealous. One last jab lands before we cut away. Didn't she say she wouldn't like anyone if it wasn't him, no matter who it was? Buckle up, this is where it gets interesting. We jump to a cafe where a barista looks up as Sora walks in. You're here, what are you getting? Iced Americano, she answers. Okay, comes the easy reply. Meet the barista behind the counter. That's Subin, cap on, apron on, very much on the clock. Sora watches him work the register, thinking to herself, as expected, so handsome. She is not nearly as over this as she claims. I don't want things to be awkward, she tells herself, so let's just stay friends. Famous last words if we've ever heard them. Later, outside the cafe at night, she calls back a quick thanks for the drink. Ah yes, Subin replies, watching her come right back to the counter. He is clearly not bored of seeing her. So you just got off work, huh? Yeah, I know, she says. Anyway, I just came by the cafe. Is it that awkward looking at me? Subin teases. Sora sputters, when did I ever? Look, I can't even see your eyes right now, he says, tugging playfully at her hair. Hey, that's enough, she protests. I just wanted to meet you normally. Don't feel too sorry about it, she smirks. It didn't hurt that much. Tough crowd, this one. And you haven't been gaming so well lately either, Subin needles. How do you even know that? She demands. Your score's gone downhill, he grins. No, she admits, it's because I've been out with my friends. Subin just laughs it off. Let me help you out, he offers. Really, she asks. Yeah, he says, easy as that. She smiles, remembering something small, like that time we got ramen together. Off to the side, arms crossed, Subin reminds himself of something a lot quieter. I made a promise. That night, headsets on, the two of them are deep into an online match. Oh, she mutters, impressed. We played 10 rounds and won 7 of them, Subin brags. Sora just grunts. Heemp, are you secretly a pro gamer or something? Why are your skills so good? She demands. I can't do any better than this, he shrugs. It's not that pro. Subin catches himself thinking, have I ever had this much fun just talking to a girl before? No awkward topics that don't fit, no conversations that just die out of nowhere. This is rare and he knows it. The two of them end up curled up together over a phone screen, way closer than two people who agreed to just be friends. Quiet, comfortable, cheek to cheek. This does not look like the friend zone anymore. It's never boring when I'm with her, Subin thinks to himself, clearly, hopelessly smitten. A few days later, Sora comes at him with her phone out. Hey, do you know about this? Youngmin's boyfriend is secretly an actor. It's absolute chaos out there right now. Back on the headset, Sora is still going. Honestly, I wasn't sure if it was just the circumstances. But you saw it too, right? She presses Subin. His visual is honestly no joke. It's only natural. Youngmin's losing her mind over him, Sora muses. Even I'm a little blinded by that face, Subin admits, laughing it off. He's not just handsome, how do I even put it? An idol or something like that, she wonders aloud. Subin goes quiet for a beat. That silence says a lot more than he'd like it to. Honestly, I figured he'd win an idol award instead of an acting one, Sora adds, completely oblivious to what she's doing to him. Hey, did you go to the bathroom or something? She asks, noticing him drift off. No, he stammers. Do you like anyone? She asks out of nowhere. I'm listening, he says carefully. Oh, okay, he's just so cool, she sighs dreamily. About someone else, of course. Who's handsome now? Subin fumes internally, teeth gritted. Kind of pissed all of a sudden, isn't he? Somewhere between rounds, Subin's grabbing a drink solo, slurping away, stewing in his own head. The gaps between her replies have gotten a lot longer lately, he thinks, staring into his cup. She used to text back fast and sharp. These days it's a 2 or 3 hour wait for a reply. His chat with Sister Choi Sora proves it. He starts typing an invite to the PC room, then stops. She only ever replies fast when it's about gaming. She forgot my rejection that fast, he wonders, spiraling a little. If a guy's handsome, I guess everything about him is just fine, right? He mutters bitterly, clearly not talking about himself. For real? He blurts out loud, startled by his own thought, then immediately regrets it. No, saying that out loud is the actual worst. I have to tell her, he decides, gripping his cup like it personally wronged him. What is wrong with me? He groans, dropping into his seat. Out on the street, someone calls out, "Hey, Kang-soo Bin," he looks up HM. "Let's hit the PC room," his friend says, hauling him along. "Oh right, I still need to buy clothes today," the friend adds. "Can we swing by the store for a bit? I just need a skirt." "Why the sudden skirt?" Subin asks. "I have to wear it tomorrow," comes the vague reply. "Tomorrow? Where are you even going?" "Just meeting a friend Tilda," the friend sings way too casually. Subin narrows his eyes. "You said you were meeting a friend." That night, Subin spots someone very familiar sitting at a bar, and it is definitely not just a friend. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, two guys clock something off in the distance. "Where are you even looking all of a sudden? Did you see a ghost?" Back at his own table, Subin watches a cozy couple nearby and just sighs. Feeling very single all of a sudden. Alone picking at his food, he lets out a flat, hollow sigh. "Why do I even bother?" he mutters, slumping over his empty plates. He fires off a string of texts to sister Choi Sora. "What are you doing? Are you having fun? My friends gave me something I probably won't use. Want it? I'm sending a picture." Then a follow-up an hour later. "Hey there, I think I saw you earlier." Smooth, very smooth. He snaps a mirror selfie, smirking for the camera like it will somehow fix everything. "Is it really that fun that you can't even check your phone?" he grumbles right before a little kid next to him pipes up wanting choco milk. "Priorities, buddy." "Ugh, disgusting," someone groans at a nearby table, watching some overly sweet display. From above, we watch Subin walking alone down the street, completely unaware of what's coming. Then wait a second, his head snaps up. Down below, a couple is strolling along the street, his skirt-shopping friend, arm in arm with some guy. "But the more I look at you, the cuter you seem," the guy is saying, leaning in. "Kind of look like a squirrel, honestly." "Kaya, really?" she squeals. "What a coincidence," Subin says, appearing out of nowhere. Her whole face goes into panic mode. "Yua wawat Kang-soo Bin," she shrieks, busted completely. "Well hello, what are you doing here?" he teases. "Me, I'm just out for a walk," she lies badly. "I told you I was meeting a friend," she insists, dragging him off before he can get another word in. Cut to a totally different corner of the night, a woman glances over, caught off guard. "Cheers Tilda," someone offers, raising a glass. A guy grins wide, clinking glasses and knocking his drink back. "You should drink too Tilda," he pushes. Peer pressure, table for two. She downs a shot with a flat, unimpressed stare. Not exactly a party animal, this one. "Thanks for joining me, I was bored earlier," one guy says at the table. It's nothing," comes the reply, waving it off. "But why are you even sitting here?" someone whispers sharply, clearly annoyed by the company. "Go away, ugh, it's annoying to move," comes the grumble while someone else at the table notes out loud, "You two seem awfully close." "So how do you two even know each other?" "Just a friend of a friend, yeah," comes the too quick answer. "But why didn't you answer my message on Kakao?" Someone presses arm around her. "Did you hear a new character's coming out?" one of them asks. "What really? I had no idea they already came out," comes the reply. "Today, let's see," a guy says, scrolling through something with a lot of interest. "And that chocolate you like," he adds. She just goes quiet. Somewhere outside, under a dark tree line, a small sigh escapes into the night air. "It's all ruined," she says flatly, walking off alone. "He must be exhausted, he left early," someone remarks. "It's your fault," comes the blunt reply. "And on top of it all, he's my friend's friend. What am I even supposed to say to Yoon Ju now?" She groans. "So he's a friend of a friend, huh?" "I'm also just a friend of a friend who hasn't known you very long," someone else chimes in on the dark street. "This whole friend group is a mess." Back with Subin, "I'm so annoyed right now," he mutters, trailing Sora down the street at night. "You didn't read my messages, and you said you were meeting a friend. Was that guy really just a friend?" "I don't think he is," he presses. What are you even talking about?" Sora fires back, genuinely confused. "What does it have to do with you anyway?" she snaps, hair whipping around. Subin visibly flinches at that, like it actually landed somewhere it shouldn't have. He grits his teeth, biting back whatever he really wants to say. Sora blinks, noticing something is off. "Wait, is he crying?" she gasps, stunned. "I know I'm being pathetic," he admits quietly. "I don't know," he says, voice cracking. "It's just seeing it with my own eyes did something to me." "I really hate this," she says softly. "I'm sorry," he answers back, "for rejecting you." At the time I wasn't sure, so rather than rashly saying yes, he explains, I figured it'd be better to just say no. Idiot, idiot, I feel like such an idiot, he mutters, crouched on the sidewalk while she just watches, stunned. Is he drunk? I feel this way about you right now, and honestly that's too bad, he tells her plainly. Oh, why are you saying so much all at once? She splutters. Then what do you actually want? She demands. I hate it when people beat around the bush like that. You were so hesitant before and now you're telling me you like me? She questions him, unconvinced. He manages, caught completely off guard by her directness. It's good, but do you actually believe me? She asks. I'll believe you if you're actually talking to me about it, she adds. No nonsense right now, he insists. Before dating, shouldn't we at least go out together to be sure first? If you're curious, try dating me properly, she finally says. Otherwise, don't bother at all. Why are you overthinking this so much? She asks, exasperated. Okay, he manages, visibly sweating through the moment. Sister, he says, reaching for her hand, please date me. I'm happiest when I'm spending time with you, he admits. I can't do this without you. Just give me one chance, he pleads. I'll do everything I can to make you like me again. Okay, she finally says, quiet but real. I'm giving you a chance, she says. Really? He lights up instantly. Let's go, I'm walking you home, he says, practically buzzing. So we'll meet again tomorrow too? I guess so, she smiles, and just like that, Subin finally gets his girl. Si-yoon is supposed to be reading over a new movie script, and from the look on his face he checked out 10 minutes ago, all his manager gets back is a distracted yeah. Turns out this next role needs him shooting overseas. His first question is not about the role, it is whether they can just fake it in a studio instead. Not a chance. Apparently technology has come a long way, but nothing beats the real thing. So exactly how long is he stuck abroad for? Just a short scene, they tell him. About 2 weeks. Si-yoon nearly loses it. 2 whole weeks away from his girlfriend is not the vibe he signed up for. You can watch it hit him in real time. 2 weeks suddenly feels like a life sentence. That is not going to work, he mutters, already scheming how to get out of it or at least how to survive it. He slumps, completely defeated. Turns out even a smooth-talking almost celebrity cannot argue his way out of a shooting schedule. Back home, Jeongmin takes one look at his face and cannot resist needling him. You look like you have already left and come back. That night on the couch he still cannot let it go, fishing hard for sympathy. Aren't you sad you won't see me for 2 weeks? He watches her reaction like his whole mood for the next 2 weeks hangs on the answer. Jeongmin turns away, and just for a second the teasing drops. She really will miss him. Si-yoon clocks it immediately and cannot help the smug little smirk that follows. Now that the tables have turned, he starts right back in on the pet names, needling her just as hard as she got needled. Then he just pulls her in close, quietly worried about how she is going to manage 2 weeks without him around. Lights out, and there is just enough time left for one more soft, half-whispered check-in. Has she packed everything she needs? Yeah, she says simply, curling into him for what might be their last quiet night together for a while. They lie there a while longer, and neither of them really wants to be the first one to fall asleep. Si-yoon finally breaks the silence with a promise he will call home constantly while he is away. It is a small thing, but it is exactly what she needed to hear right now. She nuzzles in closer, catching him a little off guard. You really like this spot, huh? He teases before admitting exactly why he likes it right back. Something is clearly about to escalate under those covers. Jeongmin freezes the second she realizes what he is actually doing, and no, it is not quite what you are picturing. He has got his face buried in her hair, grinning like an idiot, because here I can smell your scent the clearest. Are you a dog? She demands. His answer is a completely shameless, unbothered yeah, I'm a dog. Her response to that particular confession is a real threat. Maybe he should just get neutered. Si-yoon is, understandably, offended. Morning comes fast, and with it, the alarm that means it is actually time to go. 4:50 a.m. The alarm will not stop buzzing and somebody has to deal with it. A hand reaches out in the dark to silence it reluctantly. Packing up in the early hours, Si-yoon cannot hide how much he hates this part. I hate having to go, damn it. There is a beat of quiet before he glances back at her, still asleep. She stirs awake just enough to mumble a complaint about missing him for 2 whole weeks. Such torture. he agrees, only half joking. And with that, he finally drags himself out of bed to actually get ready. Fully dressed and looking every bit the movie star he apparently secretly is, Si-yoon braces himself for the goodbye. There is a flicker of hesitation on his face before he heads out to find her. Morning light creeps in through the window, there is no more stalling now. Jeongmin wakes up groggy, clearly not expecting him to already be up and dressed. She blinks at the spotless apartment in disbelief, somehow he cleaned before she even got the chance. Si-yoon, you should have woken me up, she scolds while he just looks smug about beating her to it. You're up already. She insists on handling the living room herself before he goes, she cannot let him do everything. At the door, all she can manage is a simple travel safely. He leans in for one last tease, skip the calls home, and she will not be getting off easy when he is back. And just like that he is gone, the door closes, and Jeongmin is left alone with her hand still on the wall. The apartment already feels bigger, half-packed moving boxes and all. She wanders the kitchen a little lost, wrapped up in a blanket like it might fill the silence. Coffee first, she decides, the cleaning can wait. 1 p.m. still parked on the couch, still not doing much of anything. Meanwhile at the airport, Si-yoon is, and there is no other word for it, sobbing, while whoever is with him is not handling it any better either. You crazy guy, stop crying. 3 p.m. Jeongmin is still curled up on the couch as, across town, Si-yoon gets swept toward the departure gate. 6 p.m. rolls around and the big question of the day is whether to even bother ordering dinner. Somewhere over the ocean, Si-yoon has got his head propped in his hand, looking just as miserable as she is. Back on the couch, Jeongmin is still eyeing the mess she promised to clean and doing absolutely nothing about it. She zones out, and her mind wanders somewhere it really should not. Because suddenly there he is, or a very convincing daydream of him draped over the couch with that same smug grin. Honey, you can't do it without me, Tilda. Dream. Si-yoon, ever the gentleman, offers to handle the cleanup himself so she can just rest. Then he ruins the moment completely by telling her to save energy for tonight. Subtle, this man is not even in her own head. A sudden shudder snaps her right out of it. She jolts upright with a startled ah. Nope, still very much alone, and the room is still very much a disaster. For a second she just sits there, processing exactly how far gone she already is. I miss him so much, she admits to absolutely no one. It has been what, a few hours. Cut to Si-yoon, finally landed and letting out one long, tired sigh in his new hotel room. He has got a plan, call her to say he arrived safe, but first, a shower, priorities. The room is quiet and unfamiliar, a long way from the apartment he just left. Back home, Jeongmin's phone starts buzzing away on the coffee table, completely ignored. She startles awake with an AH. She had dozed off again, no idea what time it even is. One glance at the screen and she is wide awake. It's him. Yeah, Tilda, it's me, Tilda, she answers, and he immediately wants to know what she has been up to. Oh, I'm just lying on the sofa, she admits, suddenly remembering the living room she still has not touched. She cuts the call short with a promise to talk more tomorrow after work. He needs the rest too. Did you think about me all day? He fishes, shameless as ever. Of course, she does not even hesitate. Can you sleep alone? He asks, gripping his own shirt like it is a poor substitute for the real thing. Sleeping somewhere new is not sitting right with him either. Then he takes a long, very obvious sniff of the shirt in his hands. She calls him out instantly. How did you know? He asks, busted. Your voice sounds sleepy, he says. She gets flustered. Is it really that obvious? He just says it sounds cute. She goes quiet for a second, a little thrown by something happening on his end of the line. What are you doing? She asks, catching him mid-sniff again. I'm talking to you, he deflects badly. Half asleep, she almost lets it go, but then a thought pops into her head. Did you see the nightgown I was wearing yesterday? Si-yoon goes completely rigid. That is a very specific, very suspicious silence. I don't know, he lies badly while she insists she definitely left it right there. Cut to the actual truth. Si-yoon, alone in his hotel room, wrapped up in her stolen nightgown like a security blanket, saying absolutely nothing in his own defense. Busted and not even a little sorry about it. 10 days, 10 long days since Si-yoon jetted off for his shoot, and you can see it on Jeongmin's face at her desk, eyes hollow, patience thinner than the coffee in her cup. A coworker leans in with the classic Miss Young Min, could you help me with this tilde translation? Guess whose desk just got extra paperwork? A cubicle over, a coworker peeks up with a surprised oh didn't expect her to say yes that fast. She agrees with a tired shrug, what's the point of rushing home early these days? There's nobody waiting for her there right now. By the time she clocks out, the skies opened up typical. Rain always shows up exactly when you're already having a rough week. She lets out a long, defeated groan at the downpour, just add it to the pile, right? Umbrella-less and soaked, she trudges down the street solo while everyone else huddles under theirs. All she wants is a dry corner store to duck into for a minute's simple pleasures for a rough day. Actually, scratch the store, all she really wants right now is to hear Seon's voice, just for a second. She dials him up, already imagining how much better one hello from him would make this whole miserable day. Instead, she gets a cold, robotic the number you are calling is currently unavailable, phones off. Not exactly the pep talk she needed. She blinks at the phone like it personally betrayed her, since when does he turn his phone off? Her mind spirals through excuses, is he just buried in work, too busy to even text back? She lets out a long sigh into the rain, the worry creeping in right behind the loneliness. Shoulders sag, head down, 10 days of radio silence will do that to a person. Damn it, she mutters, stomping through the puddles, not her finest hour but honestly relatable. Home at last, she punches in the door code, dripping and done with today. Soaked to the bone, she beelines straight for the shower before she catches a cold. A quick rinse, then she flicks on the TV for some background noise, anything to fill the silence of an empty apartment. She towels off and throws on something comfortable, the apartment still eerily quiet around her. Hair still damp, she wanders the apartment in an oversized shirt, the kind of quiet night routine that feels a little too lonely lately. She mutters to herself, half annoyed, half fond, she's told him 100 times he doesn't need to chase every big project out there. The living room feels hollow without him in it, filming every single day, non-stop, no wonder the place feels this empty. She sinks onto the couch alone, the ache of missing him settling in for the night. Her mind drifts to an old inside joke between them, him teasingly asking if she's part dog, her deadpan "yeah, I'm a dog" comeback. Just remembering it gets a small, helpless smile out of her. She stands there a beat too long, caught somewhere between the memory and the empty hallway in front of her. Doing laundry, she pulls one of his shirts out of the machine left behind before he flew out. She just kind of stares at it for a second longer than necessary. She catches herself about to bury her face in it like some lovesick puppy and immediately backpedals, no, what am I even thinking right now, I'm not Baek Si-yoon. And then she does it anyway, betrayed by her own nose. One more deep breath in, okay, fine, it smells like him, sue her. Her whole face goes pink on the spot, peak lovesick behavior, and she knows it. She wraps herself up in his shirt anyway, giving up any pretense of dignity, it just smells that good. Meanwhile, across an ocean, Seon is humming to himself between takes, grinning for absolutely no reason anyone else can see. Turns out the reason is simple, he's finally on his way home. Rewind to yesterday, wrapping up his very last scene on set. The crew wraps for the day, and Seon's already halfway out the door in his head. Yeah, he answers flatly to whatever they're asking, his mind's already on a plane. Someone offers him a few extra days to rest up, maybe do some sightseeing before flying back. He shuts that down instantly, no sightseeing, just book him the very next flight out. He's not wasting one more day away from her. Back in the present, he's already outside their apartment door, keying in the code. The door clicks open. He steps in, grinning ear to ear, already calling out a cheery honey tilde surprise is about to happen. Suitcase still in hand, he wanders in looking for her. No answer, he pokes around the apartment a little confused. Then he peeks into the bedroom and there she is, fast asleep. He creeps closer, quiet as he can manage. She's out cold, snoring softly, curled up hugging, yep, that's his shirt she accidentally fell asleep with. He reaches out gently, hesitating just above her, taking in the moment. Honestly, the sight of her wrecks him a little, he has to cover his face just to keep it together. 10 days apart clearly did a number on him too. He grips the blanket, visibly fighting the urge to just scoop her up right then and there. She sleeps on, completely unaware she's got an audience. Then her eyes flutter, something stirring her awake. He's leaning right over her now, heart pounding loud enough you'd swear she could hear it. Her eyes fly open and she practically shouts his name. Is that really him, or is she still dreaming? Yeah, it's me, he breathes out, and something in his voice makes it very clear this reunion isn't staying G-rated. He half apologizes for waking her up like this, fully aware it's a little much, completely unwilling to stop anyway. One more half-hearted sorry slips out between them, nobody's buying it. 10 days of missing each other finally catches up to both of them, and let's just say the reunion gets a lot more hands-on from here. We'll leave the rest to your imagination. Let's just say the lights stay dim and the door stays shut for a while. At one point he actually pauses to ask if she wants him to stop. Her flat "what" says everything you need to know about the answer. Are you kidding me right now? Yeah, that's a hard no on stopping. She goes as far as threatening his life if he even thinks about stopping. Message received, loud and clear. He just laughs, hands over his own face like he can't believe his luck, and gives in with a soft okay. Bonus round. Sometime after, Jiangmin's holding up a very shredded piece of fabric, dead serious. Did he seriously bring this thing home with him? Turns out it's his shirt, and it is absolutely wrecked. She holds up the evidence, speechless, while he stands there shirtless and very unbothered. He just shrugs it off and casually helps himself to a drink from the fridge like nothing's wrong. We open on office worker Jo Yi-hyuk mid-shift when someone calls his name. Turns out something urgent just came up and he's got to bounce. A coworker corners him first though, begging him to copy a document real quick before he goes. Yi-hyuk agrees on the spot and practically shoves the guy out the door. Go on, hurry up. The coworker hands it over with a grateful thanks, and off he goes. The office settles back into its quiet mid-morning hum. Yi-hyuk's back at the printer, grinding through the daily grind like any other office guy. Before he can get too buried in it, a coworker swings by. Lunchtime, let's go. They skip the usual spot. Today Yi-hyuk's got a new restaurant in mind. His coworker's game for it, nice to shake things up once in a while, right? But mid-stride, Yi-hyuk freezes dead in his tracks. Something across the street just caught his eye. He can't look away. There she is, long dark hair, walking with a friend across the street. He'd know her anywhere, Jiangmin. Her trail leads him straight to a cafe up ahead. His coworkers keep right on walking, not even noticing their guy has fallen behind. Inside, Jiangmin's just wrapping up her order at the counter, waving off the receipt. No need. Yi-hyuk can't help himself. He calls out her name, and she nearly jumps out of her skin. Jo Yi-hyuk. Jiangmin blinks, stunned to find him standing right there. It's been a while, he says with an easy grin. Yeah, she manages, still catching up to the moment. Turns out they're both fresh into the working world now, trading notes like old classmates do. They settle into easy small talk on the patio. Both on their lunch break, as it turns out. Small world. Meanwhile, his coworkers keep strolling on, oblivious that their guy has bailed for a reunion. Yi-hyuk admits he's actually got a lunch date with a colleague who immediately clocks the pretty stranger and demands to know if he's got a girlfriend. Ever the responsible one, Jiangmin shoos him off. Go on, don't keep them waiting. Let's catch up sometime, he says, confirming her number hasn't changed. See you next time, I'll be in touch, he promises before jogging off. Alone with her thoughts afterward, Jiangmin just stands there, replaying the whole run-in. Cut to her apartment that evening, the quiet hum of home after a long day. The place sits dim and still around her. She's parked on the couch, totally zoned out, TV glowing away in front of her while her mind's clearly somewhere else. The question keeps nagging at her, should she actually tell Seon she ran into Yi-hyuk today? Then again, if that casual "see you next time" wasn't sincere, there's really no need to bring it up at all, right? Right on cue her phone buzzes. It's Yi-hyuk, already asking if they can meet up at that same cafe this weekend. Well, that settles that. Jiangmin blinks at the screen, caught a little off guard. Decision time, should she just swing by and pick Seon up herself? He mentioned wrapping up around 11. Might as well ask him about the cafe thing while she's at it, she figures. Night settles over the city. She pulls up right outside his studio, on time as always. Driving over, she's already rehearsing the pitch. Ease into old memories first, then slide Yi-hyuk into the conversation, nice and casual. Then just watch his face. If Seon's not okay with it, maybe meeting up isn't such a great idea after all. A notification taps in. He's on his way out. And there he is, Seon, right on schedule. I'm here, Min tilde, he calls out, sliding in all smiles. So what's the occasion? He teases that her picking him up out of nowhere is making his heart race. She just shrugs it off. The studio was close by, that's all. Then he clocks something else. Hang on, is that tinted lipstick? Did she dress up for him? Yeah, she says, playing it way too cool. She tries to actually bring up the reason for the pickup, but he cuts in with more teasing. The lipstick's just going to smudge anyway, so why even bother? He's cracking up at his own joke while she white-knuckles the wheel, so annoyed she's completely forgotten what she was even going to say. Just kidding, relax your face, he grins. Annoying her is apparently his favorite hobby. She just sighs. Right, so what was she going to say? This morning she finally admits, I ran into Yi-hyuk. Dead silence. Seon's whole demeanor just shifted. Did he seem to be doing all right? He asks, voice suspiciously casual. Nothing else really, she adds, just that he seemed to be heading off to lunch with coworkers. Oh, and he asked if they could meet up at a cafe this weekend. Would Seon even be okay with that? Seon, she catches him going quiet, clearly turning something over in his head about that guy. He doesn't still hold a grudge against me, does he? She laughs nervously. Behind that calm face, Seon's actually spiraling about the optics. What if this turns into some tabloid story about his personality? What's the damage control here? You already apologized for that years ago, she reminds him. Yi-hyuk's not the type to pull something like that. She figures things really did get resolved between them years back, though she can't help wondering why this is the one thing he's stuck on. Seon admits he was worried over nothing about the scandal, that is. She reminds him he used to hate it whenever she so much as talked to Yi-hyuk, and yeah, that definitely wasn't just PR concern back then. Besides, she reasons with a smug little smile, Yi-hyuk's not crazy enough to make a move on a married woman. You've changed a lot, Seon murmurs to himself before waving her on. Let's go. The car pulls off into the night. Traffic lights blur past as they cruise on. From above, their car threads quietly through the empty streets. Seon's gone weirdly quiet, hand pressed to his chin, deep in thought, and Jeongmin's already clocked exactly what that look means. He's chewing his nail, visibly rattled, that old restless energy creeping right back in. Damn it, he mutters to himself. Because here's the thing, he never used to have to worry about his wife like this before. He knows Yi-hyuk's not the type to cross a line, he knows that. So obviously this is just his own problem to sit with, which is exactly the kind of logic that leads a grown man to a cap and a surgical mask, lurking outside a cafe. In he goes, hand on the door, fully committed to Operation Incognito. The bell jingles overhead as our master of disguise slips inside. Jeongmin catches a murmur rippling through the cafe, everyone staring at some tall stranger. She glances over, confused. Looks like a handsome guy, someone whispers. Is he a celebrity? Not sure, can't see his face. Why are there so many handsome guys here today? Jeongmin mutters, no clue the mystery man is her own husband. 3 tables over. Drinks land on the table, and the catch-up carries on like normal. Meanwhile, Agent Cap and Mask is internally screaming, call me over, take me with you, do something. As if the two of them just innocently sitting there has zero ulterior motive attached, he grumbles to himself. Then Yi-hyuk leans in with a knowing grin. Jeongmin, isn't that your husband over there? Busted completely, Seon just about vibrates out of his chair while Yi-hyuk cracks up laughing, and Jeongmin, not even a little surprised. Of course, she says, totally deadpan, that's exactly how it should be. So here is where tonight's chaos starts. 2 empty soju bottles just chilling on the floor like casualties of war, and the apartment already smells like regret. That is Jeongmin nursing her own can, giving her boyfriend a look somewhere between suspicion and awe. She stares down at his hand wrapped around a bottle, absolutely stunned, muttering no. How like she just watched a magic trick. Turns out the mystery is Seon. Dude just downed an entire bottle and looks completely unbothered while Jeongmin is internally screaming, how is he not drunk? He just keeps drinking, robe slipping open, not a wobble in sight. Some men have superpowers. His apparently is an iron liver. She finally just asks him outright, why aren't you drunk? He blinks back at her, all lazy confusion like it never occurred to him this was weird. That stare he gives her is doing a lot of heavy lifting right now, half-lidded and completely unreadable. Meanwhile, the coffee table is quietly turning into a soju bottle graveyard. She matches him shot for shot, watching him like she is running a science experiment. Then she just tips a bottle back and chugs, and for once it is Sion who looks genuinely alarmed, yelping, "What are you doing?" Turns out he can dish it out but can't take watching her do it. He warns her that drinking soju like that will wreck her stomach, drunk or not. She waves him off with a flat no, don't, clearly not in the mood to be babied. He tries the classic move, pushing a snack her way so the alcohol does not hit as hard. "This guy," she grumbles, before flatly telling him she is too full to eat another bite. Watching him just sit there, totally fine, she can't help but wonder what on earth is wrong with his body that lets him do this. Something flickers behind her eyes, like she is putting a theory together. "Now that I think about it," she starts, "and you already know where this is going. Maybe he is upset about something," she wonders, glancing over at him. Her brain jumps straight to their earlier hangout. Could this be about running into Yihyuk? But he seemed totally fine right up until they said their goodbyes. Still, brooding in silence never sits right with her, so she just says his name outright, Sion. He glances back, casual as ever. "What? How's today going?" she asks with a teasing grin. "You're surely not in a bad mood, right?" He goes quiet for a second, that sharp gaze of his giving nothing away. Then slowly a smile creeps across his face. "Do I look like I am?" he shoots back. She admits it is just that he has been unusually quiet today. "I'm not mad at all," he says, pouring another round before turning it around on her. "So you're not used to me being quiet." And then he just knocks another shot straight back, no hesitation whatsoever. "Don't joke," she warns. "I'm not Tilda," he sing-songs right back, clearly enjoying himself. She jabs that she has been working out just so she can see him clearly enough to catch him flirting with her. "For me," he asks, and honestly the way he lights up is a whole mood. He backpedals with a smirk, admitting it is really for his own benefit since it is just good for him if he gets to flirt with her. She just sits there for a beat, quietly taking him in. They both go back to drinking, matching each other can for can. Then she puts him on the spot. "What do you like about me?" And she is not letting him off easy either. No generic "I like everything" answers allowed tonight. She wants specifics. So he actually delivers, starting with her eyes. He says her eye color is stunning, like the sky right before dawn breaks. And apparently her wanting to see him drunk in the first place is just as adorable to him. He keeps going, calling the way she frets over his health downright angelic. Then he clocks something she thought was subtle: how often she has been checking herself in the mirror lately, worrying over her height. "Then tell me to stop growing," she fires back, flustered. He just melts, calling her unbearably cute for it. He picks up her hand, marveling at how slim and long her fingers are, like a doll's. "No muscle, thin little bones," he says, which is exactly why they feel so soft when he holds them. He even confesses that having to hold back his strength around her out of fear of hurting her is somehow one of his favorite things. The compliments keep rolling downhill, literally straight to her legs, which he insists are beautiful right down to the toenails. And then the kicker: he admits he loses his mind every single time she wears shorts. Then he starts a sentence that gets censored mid-thought, something about what happens when they, and honestly we are just going to let that one stay a mystery. Even the footnote here basically admits this is not safe to say out loud at 15. Jeongmin is just frozen, speechless. "Yes," she squeaks, bright red and clearly bracing for whatever is coming next. "For example," he says, leaning in slow. He closes the distance, and things are getting significantly less PG by the second. "When I hover over you like this," he murmurs, boxing her in against the couch. Whatever he says about her expression right now also gets the censorship treatment. We can only imagine. "Look, you have no idea how cute you are, do you?" he says, and honestly the confidence is off the charts for a guy who supposedly is not even drunk. She just about combusts, hiding behind her hands, completely overwhelmed. She tries to flip the script, pointing out that he was the one who called her cute earlier, like, who is supposed to be saying that line here? He just shrugs it off, robe slipping further open, looking every bit like trouble. I'm trying to hold back and not just say it right away, he admits, and yeah, the censor bar is working overtime this chapter. Wait, she yelps, throwing her hands up. Are you crazy? She gasps, face burning as he closes in way too close for comfort. She grills him, is he actually drunk right now, and why would he even say something like that? And then it hits her, a slow dawning realization written across her eyes, wait, is he actually drunk right now? So this is what drunk rambling looks like from him, she thinks, watching him with a whole new perspective. The room goes quiet for a beat, you know what that means. Fingers snap into view, and we are clearly past the point of subtlety now. Looking at you from down here is the sexiest thing, he tells her, and her whole face just floods red. The robe comes loose a little more. We are going to go ahead and let the art speak for itself here. He licks his lips with this lazy, wolfish grin, and honestly, drunk Sion has zero chill. Her reaction says it all, wide eyes, dead silence, and a very loud what written across her whole body. And then, well, things get considerably more intimate. We are fading to black on this one, folks, use your imagination. Everything swirls into soft, dreamy color for a moment. Some scenes just do not need narration. Back on the couch there is a lot of thudding going on, moving right along. Eventually he pulls himself together enough to tell her to go to sleep first, insisting he will handle the cleanup. No, it's fine, I just need to toss the bottles, it's nothing hard, he insists, playing tough even now. She is having none of it, lie down you kid, she orders, shoving him toward the bed. He goes down like a felled tree, sprawled straight onto the mattress. She just stands there for a second, watching over him quietly. He passed out immediately, she thinks, listening to him snore, so he really was holding back a lot for my sake. She realizes something sweet in all this chaos, sure, he normally speaks without thinking too, but tonight was the first time she has ever heard him with zero filter at all. Phew, she sighs, rubbing her temple, clearly exhausted from the whole ordeal. He is out cold, snoring peacefully like none of that ever happened. And she just watches him sleep with this soft, fond little smile on her face. Good night, Sion, she whispers before turning in herself. Morning rolls around, birds chirping outside the window like nothing happened. Sion stirs awake, sliding upright with the telltale grogginess of a hangover incoming. I'm so mad, he grumbles to himself, I drank so much I passed straight out. The blanket is empty next to him, someone is already up and about. Are you awake? Comes a voice and he looks over, startled, hair a total disaster. Shirtless and looking like he stepped off a magazine cover despite the hangover, honestly, some people just do not get the rough morning memo. Let's have breakfast, Jeongmin announces, apron on, already having whipped up bean sprout soup to help sober him up. The table is set, the soup is steaming, and she has clearly got this whole aftercare thing down to a science. Hurry up and sit down and eat, she tells him. You basically only drank alcohol yesterday. He slurps it down and immediately lights up. Whoa, this is so good. Really, eat more, she says, clearly pleased with herself. She watches him eat, thinking to herself that even knowing exactly what he is like, she still can't help finding him ridiculously cute. The two of them settle into a comfortable, quiet breakfast together, like this is just any other lazy morning. Maybe it really is a case of love me, love my dog, she muses, half joking to herself before nudging him to hurry up and eat too, she finishes. Yeah, he replies simply, and honestly that is the whole chapter, 2 people, 1 hangover and a whole lot of soft. Somebody's phone buzzes with a text, her ride is here so hurry up and get down there. She's all smiles, grabbing her coat ready to go. Someone's waiting to hear all about how her day with the girls went. She lights up bragging about it, then instantly backpedals into an apology like she's already bracing for a reaction. Out of nowhere, some rando in a ball cap flashes his phone light right at her like they're old friends. And parked just down the street, a certain white-haired boyfriend is watching every second of it. His jaw is doing that thing where it says I am fine, and means the exact opposite. Yeah, he is not fine. Ballcap guy plays it smooth. Hey, saw you at the store earlier, like that's a totally normal reason to corner a stranger at night. She gives him the world's most awkward the universal sound for please stop talking to me. Boyfriend radar fully activated, Sion just sits there silently filing this away for later. Cut to a lazy weekend. With Jiangmin off at work, Baek Seon suddenly has nothing to do, which for a guy like him is basically a red alert. She, meanwhile, is just vibing, staring into the middle distance like a woman contemplating the meaning of life or maybe just lunch. Turns out the answer is, cuddle up on the couch and mess with her hair. He mutters to himself that there's been nothing to do lately, scribbling away at something. His conclusion, maybe he's just got some pent-up energy to burn. Uh-oh. Because apparently burning energy means strutting around shirtless every 5 minutes, and she is not okay with it. The chapter literally slaps a label on it, physical contact, so much physical contact she can't even finish a meal. Case in point, she's trying to eat breakfast and he's draped over her shoulder like a needy house cat. It's escalated so much she has to remind him, "You said you were going to the bathroom, just the bathroom." He follows her around the apartment like she's got him on a leash, popping up wherever she goes. She finally snaps, "You have work tomorrow, you're a grown adult," looking thoroughly exhausted by his stamina. Her actual complaint isn't the affection, it's that the man clearly does not understand human limits. But then she catches herself, okay, maybe telling him to cut back entirely also feels wrong. Because if they actually dialed it down, she worries he might be the one left feeling empty. She side-eyes him at the door with a genuinely unfair thought. Is this man's whole body just built for seduction? Exhibit A, he's basically shirtless at home 24/7, sprawled out like an underwear ad that pays no rent. So, being an efficient woman, she decides the real fix here is logistics, time to map out the trouble zones. And thus, an actual spreadsheet is born. Blanket 0, sofa 0, kitchen about twice a day, bathroom an X, bathtub a very suspicious triple dot. She stares down at her own homework in horror, like she just realized exactly what she made. Naturally, Seon snatches the paper straight out of her hands before she can hide it. He reads it out loud, slow, and deliberate while she screams at him to stop. And then he zeroes in on the one line that matters most to him, a bathtub circle, huh? She tries to flip the script. Seriously, lately you cling to me no matter what I do, like she's the victim here. He just points right back at her own list, fair point honestly. Then, out of nowhere, he goes quiet and actually apologizes, says he's been feeling a little anxious lately. That stops her cold. Wait, anxious about what? Turns out, since she started working, he's spending a lot more time alone at home and the old loneliness has been creeping back in. And then he drops the real bomb. He happened to see someone hitting on her recently. Her brain short-circuits trying to place what he's even talking about. Then it clicks, the ballcap guy from that night. She realizes he clocked the whole thing and never said a word until now, and suddenly all that shirtless prowling makes a lot more sense. She goes soft, a little stunned that he's been quietly stewing over this the whole time. I didn't know that, she admits, actually meaning it this time. He shrugs it off, half joking that yeah, maybe it got to him too and that he's been a little childish about it. He starts promising he'll hold back more, and she cuts him off before he even finishes the sentence. Because that is apparently the exact opposite of what she actually wants. Now he the one blinking in confusion. She's basically just told her boyfriend to keep being exactly this shirtless and exactly this clingy. He grins, saying honestly, looking at her like this, how is he supposed to not want to hold her? She is not winning this argument, and she knows it. Then he one-ups her insecurity story completely out of nowhere. Apparently actresses in interviews have called him their ideal type, and it eats at him more than he'd like to admit. Of course, I know you only love me, but she starts, already sensing where this is going. Turns out she still gets jealous anyway, logic be damned. He blinks, genuinely thrown. Wait, I thought you didn't even know about that stuff. She grins and lays down the new house rules. He's cleared to cling to her any time except cooking or the bathroom. He's almost touched she memorized his entire complaint list that precisely. Then, smooth as ever, he asks if he's allowed to do something a little more intense instead. And that's your cue, folks, the kissing starts. Things heat up fast from there. Somewhere between kisses, her expression goes soft in a way that says this isn't just physical for her. I'm really, she starts to say, trailing off against his lips. He finishes it for her, happy that I married you, and just holds her tight. He teases that she's always scribbling naughty little notes like that. Is she trying to turn him on? Well, mission accomplished apparently. She mutters that she never actually said she hated any of it, which just makes him laugh, delighted with himself. He looks at her like she hung the moon, honestly. And then, well, things tumble straight onto the bed from there. Use your imagination. Post-cuddle pillow talk gets a little unhinged. He jokes he really wants to just lock her up so no one else ever gets to see her. She laughs it off, reminding him she's still got work tomorrow, thanks. Not that it stops either of them from getting handsy about it. He negotiates, fine, lock her up after her shift, then release her back to society the next morning. Sound good? He asks, way too pleased with his own compromise. She just cracks up, kicking her feet like this is the most ridiculous, most charming man alive. Bonus round, everybody and things get a little cartoonish. Meet a certain daydreaming fangirl glowing like she just won the lottery. She's fantasizing about her Prince Seon so hard her friend has to physically check if she's still conscious. Back to the actual couple. At a friend's place, Seon's got some toddler wrapped around his arm, completely smitten, and their blonde friend is loving every second of it. Naturally, she can't resist lobbing the big question, so are you two planning one of your own? Then immediately second guesses herself, isn't it a little early given how young they got married? Seon just kind of blanks, repeating the word back like it's in a foreign language. Across town, Jeongmin gets hit with the exact same question and has the exact same reaction. Their friend presses on, she's just curious since out of the whole friend group these two were the first ones to actually tie the knot. Meanwhile, at a cafe, Jeongmin's getting cornered with the exact same line of questioning from a friend of her own. Her friend reasons that if she ever gets married herself, she might as well start learning the ropes now. Jeongmin thinks it over and admits, honestly, if she could be the one to carry and give birth herself, maybe someday she'd actually consider it. Back with Seon, he laughs it off completely, and his friend can't believe he's joking about something this serious. He gets real for a second. Honestly, if it's not the right timing, he's not that interested either. Unless, he adds, his wife's the one who brings it up first. Jeongmin says basically the same thing on her end. Otherwise, she's not that into it either, she just wants to keep living happily, the two of them wrapped up in each other. Her friend just nods along, fair enough, message received. This is the bonus chapter and it opens on the one ending nobody asked for, something falling through total darkness with nothing coming back but a shaky little sigh. A girl with long dark hair drifts through the void completely alone, her back turned, not another soul in sight. She can't even tell if her own body is still in one piece anymore. Is this what being dead actually feels like? Her hands clench at her own sleeve as that same horrible question claws back at her. Is she actually dead? Step by step she edges through the pitch black, bare feet on nothing, closing in on someone waiting just ahead. And there he is, a figure wrapped in a strange robe stitched with dark occult symbols, a hand reaching out of the shadows straight for her. He leans in close, tilts her chin up, and purrs the world's creepiest pickup line, "What's got you so deep in thought?" He smugly asks if she's thinking about him. She just stares back, dead silent, completely unimpressed. He tries to laugh it off as a joke and earns himself an instant smack for it. She is very much not in the mood for his games. In her head, the same dread keeps looping. Will she ever actually break free of Seonbik's grip? And even if she escaped his clutches, would she even be happy on the other side? She's not sure anymore. He's wondering the same thing, staring at himself. Does he still actually have feelings for her, or is this something uglier? She realizes she's been foolishly trying to talk sense into him this whole time, the two of them standing worlds apart in an empty white nowhere. She makes herself a promise, once she wakes up she'll pretend none of this ever happened, even though deep down she already knows that's a lie. She tries the soft approach instead, suggesting they just get out of here together and find a way to get along. He shuts that down cold. It's exactly because she's so caring that he can't ever let her go. If only she'd been someone else entirely. For 1 second he lets himself imagine he could have been the only person in this world who genuinely liked her. Then he calls himself delusional and moves on. He gripes that her kindness is the whole problem, that it's exactly why every kind of scum keeps crawling into her life. She slaps him and demands one favor in return. He turns and snarls a flat piss off at whoever's listening. Her favor laid out cold, she never wants to see his face again. His answer is a threat with zero hesitation behind it. If that person ever shows their face, he will kill them. He goes completely silent, fist clenched, something breaking behind his eyes. Okay is all he says, as a strange mist swallows the space between them and drifts right past her. Left alone, she curls up and cries, forcing herself to think. She has to find a way out of here all by herself. There has to be a way out, she tells herself, right as a pen clatters to the ground beside her. With a trembling hand, she picks it up and starts writing, desperate for any kind of plan at all. Tally marks pile up across the wall, but it's pointless. In a place like this, there's no real way to tell if a single day has actually passed. She never meant to start marking days at all, she admits. She just couldn't stand doing nothing for one more second. It's a dream, so sleep never even comes to rescue her from it. It genuinely feels like she's been stuck here for several long, grinding months. She can't even remember the last time she said a single word out loud. Thirsty, hollow, and completely unraveling, she spirals. What is she even doing here? What happened, and what did she do to deserve this? She tries to trace it back to the exact moment it all went wrong. Was it the day she first slipped into this dream, chasing news about Seon? The day she dumped him out of sheer disappointment? Or was it the very first time she ever saved him? Maybe the rot set in the moment she discovered lucid dreaming in the first place. And then the question she's been dodging finally lands. Was it just wrong of her to love him at all? Thorny imagery tangles around a memory of a kiss as she admits it plainly to herself. She is genuinely losing her mind. Anybody, she begs into the dark, she just needs someone here beside her, please. A voice asks who. All she can answer is that she just can't take this anymore. The dream itself seems to press the question straight at her. Who do you actually want standing beside you? He drops to his knees, spitting insults at himself, calling himself seriously deranged. And in the very same breath he snarls at someone unseen, "Don't you dare talk bad about the girl I like." Through tears she finally lets his real name slip out, Seon Beek. He begs her not to leave him here alone. All she can manage back is a broken "Why did you leave in the first place?" He backpedals instantly, "Wait, no, I'm sorry, I missed you." Crying, she gives it right back, apologizing, begging him not to leave her again either, admitting she was wrong too. And finally, they close the distance. He murmurs her name, she answers softly, "Me too, I missed you too." She admits she loves him more than she ever realized. It genuinely makes him happy just to hear it. "Tell me more," he asks, so she says it again, "I love you." This time she adds his name to it, "I love you, Seon." "I love you more," he answers, and the dream fades to black around the two of them. "We'll leave the rest to your imagination." And then it all shatters. He jolts awake for real in an actual bedroom with a very alive, very asleep Jeongmin curled up right beside him. "Whoa, that scared me," he mutters, catching his breath. What kind of messed up dream was that? Honestly, relatable. She stirs awake and teases him for sniffing her hair again mid-sleep. He just laughs it off and admits he had a nightmare. "A nightmare? Are you okay?" she asks, genuinely worried. "No," he says, milking it for all it's worth, "please comfort me." She leans in next to a dreamy wedding photo of the two of them and coos in the world's most embarrassing baby voice, "Awa was my honeybun sc weird." He groans that it's way too much. And on that ridiculously sweet note, the story wraps up for good. Thank you truly for all the love shown to this series.